Palki Sharma. It's January 20th, Donald Trump's inauguration day. The stage is set. The world is tightening its seatbelts for a 4-year ride that promises to be full of drama, adjectives, trade wars, and uncertainty. Tonight, we'll tell you all about the ceremony, who is attending, who is not, what to expect, what is the 100-day plan, how is India gearing up for this presidency. Trump may be visiting soon, according to reports. And how is the rest of the world bracing for impact? We'll tell you about the 5 big changes you can expect. Also, how Trump has thrown a lifeline to TikTok. Will China reciprocate by lifting the ban on X? What's with the meme coin frenzy? Trump has minted billions in a day. And how the moving day plays out in the White House. They get 5 hours to transfer stuff. Biden's out, Trump's in. On the other side of the world, the Gaza ceasefire has begun amid talk that the Trump administration may want to relocate Gazans to Indonesia. Why Indonesia of all places? And will it work? We'll discuss that. Plus a special report on Coldplay's Mumbai concert where they apologize for British colonialism and why Morocco is planning to kill 3 million dogs. The moment has arrived. It's a new chapter in American history. In less than 2 hours from now, Donald Trump will take oath. He will become the 47th President of the United States of America. Now, the Inauguration Day is a grand event. It includes military parades, musical performances, a swearing-in ceremony, and a number of formal events. It's a day to celebrate in the U.S. One president leaving, another one moving in. But this time, the weather was not in Trump's favor. Washington, D.C. is dealing with an Arctic blast. It is freezing. It's the coldest inauguration day in 40 years. So the entire thing had to be moved indoors. What will it look like? How did Trump spend his day today? Who is attending? And what can you expect from this inauguration? We'll try to cover all of this, starting with Donald Trump's day. The president-elect arrived in Washington, D.C. on Saturday. Sunday was a busy day for him. He visited the Arlington National Cemetery. He addressed a rally. It was followed by a private dinner. And from there, it was straight to Blair House. This is a building right next to the White House. We were there in November during the elections. Take a look. This is Blair House, the white building that you see behind me. This is the official presidential guest house, and it is tradition that the president-elect spends the night here before Inauguration Day. Joe Biden and his wife Jill did that on January 19th before his inauguration. And in 2017, Donald Trump also stayed at the Blair House before his inauguration. There was a lot of speculation that he might prefer a hotel, but he ended up staying here finally. This morning, Trump hosted a breakfast at Blair House. There were Republican lawmakers and members of the upcoming administration. So it was like another get-together. From there, Trump and First Lady-to-be Melania Trump left for St. John's Church. It's a historic church in Washington, D.C., very close to the White House. The Trumps attended service there. And then it was luncheon at the White House, catching up with the Bidens. After that, the president and the president-elect rode together to the Capitol Hill. They used the presidential limousine, the Beast, which brings us to the main event. अभी तो वहाँ The main event, of course, is the swearing-in ceremony. Usually the inauguration happens here on the west front of the US Capitol. The public is given tickets. The president-elect takes his oath of office on top of those stairs. But this time it is going to be different. Like I said, there's an Arctic blast. Washington, D.C. is freezing, so the event is happening indoors, inside the Capitol Rotunda. This is where Donald Trump will take oath. The last time a swearing-in ceremony happened indoors was in 1985. It was for Ronald Reagan's second term. According to tradition, the vice president is sworn in first. So J.D. Vance will take oath first, then it will be Donald Trump. Last time he used two Bibles, and he plans to do the same this time too. One is a personal Bible. It was given by his mother to him back in 1955. The other Bible is historic. It's the one that Abraham Lincoln used at his inauguration as president. After that, it will be the inaugural address. Donald Trump will set out his goals for the next 4 years. He wants it to be an uplifting speech. The theme is unity, strength, and fairness. From there, it's a busy day ahead for Trump. He will get straight to work, issuing more than 200 executive orders. We'll tell you all about it later. But first, let's look at the guest list. Who will attend today's event? All living US presidents will be part of the event. That means the Bidens, the Bushes, the Clintons. Barack Obama will be attending alone. Michelle Obama will not be there. Trump has also broken precedent and invited a lot of foreign leaders this time. Some of them will attend in person, like Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and Argentinian President Javier Milei. Trump had also invited Chinese President Xi Jinping. He is not attending, though. Instead, Chinese Vice President Han Zheng will be at the event. Also, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was invited, but he too is giving it a miss. From India, Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar will be there. He will be carrying a special letter from Prime Minister Modi for Donald Trump. There are also many billionaires and tech leaders attending. Tesla CEO Elon Musk, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg, TikTok CEO Shu Zhi-Chu, Apple CEO Tim Cook, Google CEO Sundar Pichai, OpenAI founder Sam Altman, and Reliance Industries chairman Mukesh Ambani. They will all be attending this event. And who will cover the cost of all of it? The swearing-in ceremony is paid for by the US taxpayer. Everything else is funded by Trump's inaugural committee. This includes the inaugural balls, 3 of them, and the dinner. Trump's committee will cover the costs for these events. And they have received hefty donations from various sources, including America's tech CEOs. In 2017, Trump raised $106 million for the event. This time, reports say it's over $200 million. He's back with a bigger majority, more votes, more political capital, and more money. Donald Trump wants to begin his second term with a bang. He's promising shock and awe. Big changes from the word go. Right before the inauguration, he held a massive rally in Washington, D.C. It was on Sunday. They called it the Victory Rally. Trump addressed thousands of his supporters, and he promised them, quote-unquote, an extraordinary first 100 days.
The American people have given us their trust, and in return, we're going to give them the best first day, the biggest first week, and the most extraordinary first 100 days of any presidency in American history.
The first 100 days, it's a big deal for American presidents. The honeymoon period, the time to capture headlines, to make bold promises, to signal intent, both to American voters at home and to American partners overseas. So what is Donald Trump's message for day one? What are his promises for the first 100 days in office? He wants to make a splash. Trump plans to sign more than 200 executive orders when he steps into the Oval Office.
But starting tomorrow, I will act with historic speed and strength and fix every single crisis facing our country. We have to do it. Oh, you're going to have a lot of fun watching television tomorrow.
So Trump wants to make an aggressive start to his second term. He wants to sign 200 executive orders. What is an executive order? An order for government departments, an order that is legally binding, and it doesn't need the approval of the Congress, the US Congress. So when a president signs an executive order, he is legally giving an instruction to a government agency. These orders are numbered and published in the Federal Register. But a president cannot give an order, an executive order, for everything. Also, the next president can always cancel them. A court can strike them down. Presidents use executive orders to make quick policy changes, like changing immigration rules or environmental regulation. But a president cannot do whatever he wants with an executive order. He cannot, for instance, overrule the Constitution. Like I said, these orders can be challenged in court or overturned by future presidents. So they're a powerful tool to make policy, but not permanent. Now, for the sake of comparison, Joe Biden signed 160 executive orders in his entire presidency, 160 orders over 4 years. Trump wants 200 on day one in office. Clearly, he's a man in a hurry. So which issues will he tackle immediately? Illegal immigration, it's at the top of his list of priorities. It was one of his key campaign promises, and now he wants to deliver on it. Trump says he will take control of the borders on day one.
We will quickly reestablish control of our sovereign territory and borders. We will expel every single illegal alien, gang member, and migrant criminal operating on American soil, and remove the savage gang Tren d'Iroquois from the United States.
Tighter border controls, mass deportation, and a crackdown on criminal gangs. These are his top targets. He will sign dozens of orders on immigration alone. Trump's advisors say immigration raids will begin next week. They also plan to increase deportations. In fact, Trump wants, and I'm quoting, he wants the largest deportation program in U.S. history. He could use executive orders to evict illegal immigrants. But it's not going to be easy because he tried the same in the last term too. The cases went to court, and this time too, a pushback is inevitable. But Donald Trump is said to have made up his mind. His second priority is defense. He's pushing for some bold reforms.
And I will direct our military to begin construction of the Great Iron Dome missile defense shield, which will all be made in the USA. And we will get wokeness the hell out of our military immediately and make it like it used to be.
You heard him. On defense, Trump has two key priorities. The first is to strengthen America's aerial defenses. He wants to build a missile shield, something like Israel's Iron Dome. And second, he's targeting the military's DEI policies. DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Trump wants to scrap it. Remember, DEI has been a controversial issue. It led to quotas and promotions. It led to reservations for people on the basis of race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, and religion. Donald Trump wants to end it. He also wants to kill what he calls wasteful expenses. That's the third priority. This one features Elon Musk and Doge. Doge is the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Musk has been given charge of Doge. And what will Doge do? It will advise the government on cutting wasteful expenses. The goal is to cut costs. Musk will spearhead these efforts. Musk and Trump have been inseparable since the election, and yesterday was no different. Musk made an appearance in the victory rally in Washington, D.C. Trump called Musk on the stage, and he did not come alone.
Come here, Elon. Did you see his rocket yesterday? It was captured. And X is with him. X. Come on, Elon. Say a couple of words.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, little X just followed me on the stage here. He's a very enthusiastic supporter, as you can see. Woo! Yeah.
This victory is the start, really. What matters going forward is to actually make significant changes.
Elon Musk will have far-reaching influence on this administration, far more than cost-cutting. Musk has been hopping on Trump's phone calls. When Trump spoke with Zelensky, Elon Musk was on the line too. He was also on Trump's call with Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google. So expect Elon Musk to be more visible in the coming days, if that's even possible. and it's already causing some friction. Reports say Vivek Ramaswamy is unhappy. He was supposed to lead Doge along with Elon Musk. They were made co-directors, Ramaswamy and Musk, meaning they both had the same position. But Ramaswamy is apparently having second thoughts now. He's unhappy with Elon Musk. He feels that Musk is undercutting him. So Ramaswamy is now expected to step away from Doge. He is considering running for governor in Ohio. So tension has erupted even before they start, and it is on brand for Donald Trump. The next 4 years, as we said, will be full of uncertainty. The only thing you can be sure of is a good dose of drama.
The story of the Indian nation is a tale of astounding progress, a miracle of democracy, extraordinary diversity, and above all, a strong and noble people.
So Donald Trump has a busy time ahead. His domestic agenda is packed for the year. Despite that, he's planning some trips abroad. Reports say Trump wants to visit India. We don't have the dates yet, nor do we have an official statement. But Donald Trump has apparently spoken to his advisors. He talked about a possible trip to India. There's a good chance it will coincide with the Quad Summit. Remember, India was supposed to host the summit last year, the Quad Summit, but Joe Biden could not make it to India. So India and the US swapped hosting rights, which means this year, New Delhi is supposed to organize the Quad meeting. Chances are Trump will come for that. But the leaders could meet much before that, as early as next month. Prime Minister Modi is traveling to Paris to attend a special summit on artificial intelligence. In fact, India is the co-chair for this summit, and Trump is also expected to be there in Paris. So chances are we could see a meeting on the sidelines. If not, it could happen in Washington, D.C. Prime Minister Modi is expected to visit the U.S. in the coming months. Back in 2017, he was quick to call on Trump. Trump took charge in late January, and Prime Minister Modi visited in June. So expect the leaders to meet soon. Of course, this is engagement at the highest level. We will see other meetings before that, like between the foreign ministers. India's S. Jaishankar is in Washington, D.C. for the inauguration. He is expected to hold talks with Trump's incoming Secretary of State. His name is Marco Rubio. Rubio is expected to be confirmed by the Senate today. After that, he can hold official talks. And those talks will be key for India and the US to understand priorities, to work out dates for the Quad, and to establish a rapport. India is clear-eyed about the challenge ahead. Minister Jaishankar highlighted it over the weekend. He said, "We are on the cusp of a new era." Listen in.
Today, we may well be on the cusp of a new era. One where the United States departs from an established tradition of foreign policy and focuses on its own interests rather than in shaping the world itself. Those most anxious right now are the nations and organizations who are deeply invested in the current order. For the countries who are less invested, it could very well be a time of opportunity. New openings and novel practices could create space that did not exist earlier. India falls in the latter category.
The good news is India has handled Trump before. The bad news is that may not count for much, because this Trump is different. He is armed with a bigger mandate. He is threatening tariffs on virtually everyone, and he is equipped with new tools. Specifically, Elon Musk and X. Trump can use Musk to put indirect pressure on other countries, to run online campaigns against them. We've seen that in Europe, in the UK, and in Canada. At the same time, Musk is a proxy for Trump. If you convince him, you can maybe sway Trump. A lot of countries seem to be realizing that. Italy's Prime Minister has a warm friendship with Elon Musk. Even China's Vice President met him on Sunday. Perhaps that's a strategy that India should think about, because the power centers have shifted in DC. It's not just about congressmen or caucuses anymore. Trump's donors and his advisors have a big role now. You cannot ignore them. Beyond that, there are two challenges: China and tariffs. On the campaign trail, Trump was tough on Beijing. He promised a flurry of tariffs. But after winning, he sent mixed signals. First, he invited Xi Jinping to his inauguration. Then he spoke to Xi Jinping on the phone last week. And now he's planning to visit China. Reports say Trump wants a trip to Beijing in the first 100 days, so India will be watching out for hints. Will Trump's poll rhetoric extend to policies? Or will he sort things out with Xi Jinping? Which brings us to tariffs. Trump has called India the tariff king. And Indian exports to the US are valued at $77 billion. So tariffs would hurt Indian producers. The question is, how will New Delhi respond? Some believe that Trump's policy may have an unintended consequence. It may force India and China to cooperate, maybe expand their BRICS partnership or build alternatives to American systems. Others believe that India could secure concessions from Trump. We've said that India is in a diplomatic sweet spot. Maybe New Delhi could leverage that position, use it to gain exemptions from Trump's policies. Of course, this depends on a number of variables, like how aggressive Trump's tariffs are, how he handles China, and how flexible he is on India. I guess these are busy times for Indian officials. With Biden, they knew what to expect. With Donald Trump, it's back to guesswork. The first 100 days should give us some clues. And it's not just India. Countries across the world will be anxious. They know that Trump 2.0 will not be an ordinary presidency. It will be consequential. The only question is, in what way? Tonight, we're listing out 5 changes, 5 ways in which Trump could shape the world. Number 1, US allies will be on notice. Joe Biden gave them a free checkbook. But Donald Trump is a businessman at heart. He does not believe in free lunches. For example, NATO. Trump says all NATO members must spend 5% of their GDP on defense. The likes of Germany have already rejected it. But I hope they understand the risk. Europe had outsourced its defense and foreign policy to the US. Now they must scramble for alternatives. Because under Trump, US protection is not guaranteed. It must be earned. Same in Asia. The likes of Japan and South Korea count on US protection, but expect Trump to demand something in return. Last time he asked Japan to quadruple payments to the US military. This time he's asking Seoul to do the same. He wants them to pay $10 billion for US military presence. So allies beware, the era of absolute US support is over. Even Trump's buddy Benjamin Netanyahu was not spared. Trump wanted a clean slate in West Asia, so he forced Netanyahu to accept a ceasefire. He had rejected the same deal from Biden in May last year, but Trump arm-twisted him. Which brings us to the second change, an opportunity for rivals. Russia's Vladimir Putin tops this list. He is hoping that Trump will force Ukraine to surrender, that he will ensure Kiev remains neutral. North Korea's Kim Jong-un has a similar chance. Last time he held 3 meetings with Trump. The agenda was denuclearization. If he can continue those talks, he can hope for sanctions relief. In Beijing, Xi Jinping has a different sort of opportunity. Trump's stated policy is America first. In his first term, that policy weakened US alliances. It also led to reduced focus abroad, especially in emerging regions like Africa and Latin America. Now, this plays into China's hands. They can expand influence in those same regions, which brings us to change number 3, rising protectionism. Trump's tariffs will be met with retaliation. And before you know it, we could have a full-blown trade war. The International Monetary Fund has warned of it. In fact, let me quote from what they said. An intensification of protectionist policies, for instance, in the form of a new wave of tariffs could exacerbate trade tensions, lower investment, reduce market efficiency, distort trade flows, and again disrupt supply chains. This will affect all countries in the world, both US allies and rivals alike. And it's coming at a crucial time because we're seeing massive advancements in new technology, like 6G. artificial intelligence, and robotics. So protectionism at this time won't just have economic costs. It could also reshape political alliances. Next is change number 4, an age of American expansionism. This is the difference between Trump 1.0 and 2.0. The first term was isolationist, but the second term could be more outward-looking, not towards allies or partners, towards neighbors. Trump is going a step ahead. And finally, the last change, a big rollback on climate action. Trump is expected to pull out of the Paris Accords again. His new slogan is "Drill, baby, drill," meaning more fossil fuel exploration. Again, it's coming at a crucial time. We are seeing more climate catastrophes, more supercharged hurricanes and wildfires. The one in Los Angeles is the best example. So now is the time to invest more in climate action, not to walk away from it. Yet that is precisely what Donald Trump is expected to do. And this could have a cascading effect. If one country pulls out, why should others stick to the deal? Why should they alone shoulder the burden? Like I said, this will be a consequential presidency. It will cement a new theory in US policy, the theory of Trumpism. When Joe Biden won in 2020, he described Trumpism as a fad. He said, America is back. 4 years later, America is indeed back to Donald Trump. So his school of thought is not to be neglected anymore. In fact, it is creating a template for other leaders, especially right-wing leaders around the world. Perhaps that will be the biggest change of them all. Have you ever broken a curfew, gotten grounded for a month, yet just hours later your mother changes her mind and suddenly you're free again? Well, it rarely happens, but that is the story of TikTok in the United States. The app was supposed to be banned on January 19. That was the deadline, but TikTok pulled the plug early, on January 18th itself. The app started going dark on Saturday. It led to mass panic in the US. Gen Z was lost. They did not know what to do. But after 14 hours of rediscovering books, trying to talk to family members and Googling how to entertain yourself, America's national crisis is finally over. TikTok is back online, courtesy Donald Trump. And here's how it went down. TikTok is owned by a company called ByteDance. It is Chinese. And that is the problem. That is what bothered America. They said it was a national security concern. So they gave TikTok two options, either sell to a US company or face a ban. TikTok challenged this in court, the US Supreme Court. Last week, the court decided to uphold the ban. So TikTok went dark in America. When they did, they flashed a message. This is what it said. A law banning TikTok has been enacted in the US. Unfortunately, that means you can't use TikTok for now. We are fortunate that President Trump has indicated that he will work with us on a solution to reinstate TikTok once he takes office. So the ball was now in Trump's court, and he delivered soon enough. He's going to take office today, and he says he will delay the ban. How? By issuing an executive order.
I said we need to save TikTok because we're talking about a tremendous... Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many? Yeah, very popular. And frankly, we have no choice. We have to save it. A lot of jobs. We don't want to give our business to China. We don't want to give our business to other people.
Of course, this is a temporary measure. TikTok needs more than a delay to survive in the US, and for that, Donald Trump has a new plan. A plan to divest the company. This is what he's proposing, a joint ownership, 50% with America and 50% with China.
And the United States will do what we call a joint venture And there's no risk. We're not putting up any money. All we're doing is giving them the approval, without which they don't have anything. So I don't know. It sounds like that works. What do you think? Good?
TikTok is yet to comment on this. It has only thanked Trump for his support, but China did have something to say. Not on Trump's 50-50 plan, but on Washington's approach to this. Beijing urged for independent business decision-making, something that they themselves always follow.
TikTok 在美国运营多年。
As for the operation and acquisition of enterprises, we always believe that they should be decided independently by enterprises based on market principles. If Chinese enterprises are involved, they should comply with Chinese laws and regulations.
提供开放、公平、公正和非歧视的营商环境。
China talking about market principles and laws. Stranger statements have been made, but coming back to the app in question, Trump, China and TikTok, they've all spoken. Of course, the conversation won't be over without Elon Musk wading in, and sure enough, he did. Musk was opposed to the TikTok ban. He said it's against free speech, and no, he was not being an activist, he was just being a businessman. Because on cue, he raised the issue of reciprocity. He said TikTok operates freely in the US, but Musk's platform X is banned in China. So are most other social media platforms, by the way. And Elon Musk says it's not fair. He is right. China's TikTok is taking over the world, but in China, social media is strictly regulated. Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, they're all banned. Do you know why? China says it's because of national security. The same China that was just preaching market principles, regulation, and independent business decision-making. China bans foreign apps in the name of national security. So the question is, can Elon Musk use this opportunity to break the wall? Can he get X online in China? He might try, but he'll most likely fail because Beijing takes internet censorship way too seriously, and honestly, we don't think Musk's posts would make the cut. Meanwhile, there's another company that is looking to milk the situation, Instagram, owned by Meta. Instagram has altered its design. The posts are rectangular. The feed looks like TikTok. It's also released a new app. It is called Edits. Now, this was all to attract the TikTok audience, to look like TikTok. But their happiness lasted barely 14 hours because TikTok is now back. At least for now, it is back, even though questions about security and censorship remain. Musk wants fairness, Instagram wants users, and China wants control. Clearly, this is not just about apps. It is a global power struggle disguised as a tech debate. And the winner or loser, depends on how you see it, is Gen Z. They can have their shot at 15-second fame once again. Now let's look at the other Trump tech story, the launch of the new Trump cryptocurrency, a meme coin. Overnight, Donald Trump added billions to his net worth. He is richer than ever just because he released a meme or joke token. I'm not kidding. It's as absurd as it sounds. And it doesn't end there. This morning, his wife, Melania Trump, released her own meme coin. And that is now worth billions too. In fact, at one point, it was competing with the Trump coin, making the family richer either way. Here's our report.
On Saturday, Donald Trump put up this post. He launched a new cryptocurrency, the only official Trump meme. It even says so on the website. Trump wants people to celebrate his win, join the Trump community, and have fun. That's the claim anyway. But that isn't the whole picture. Because as people flocked to buy this new meme cryptocurrency, Trump was minting billions. His net worth skyrocketed, making him one of the richest people on earth. So how did this happen? Let's take a closer look. This is from the official website. Details about the coin's allocation. There are 1 billion Trump meme coins. 200 million of them have gone on sale. That's 20%. The other 80% are still held by the coin's creators and CIC Digital LLC. Look at the fine print, and it basically says that the Trump organization holds 80% of the Trump meme coins right now. And they will slowly release it to the public. But since they own 80% of the cryptocurrency, as its value grows, their wealth grows too. The Trump meme coin went on sale for $10. There was a market frenzy. because it was released just days before his inauguration. People got swept up in the emotion, which drove up the price, all the way up to about $75 at one point. Think about what this means. Trump had 800 million coins. They started off valued at $10, so his personal stash was worth $8 billion USD. With the hype and the buying frenzy, the coin's value went up to 75. Trump still owned 800 million Trump meme coins. Their value shot up from $8 billion to $60 billion overnight. So Trump's net worth briefly shot up by $52 billion in mere hours, just by releasing a joke token days before his inauguration. Now, meme cryptocurrencies are extremely volatile. The Trump coin's value tanked later. At one point, it fell below $40 a coin. But even at that low point, Trump's net worth was up by some $24 billion. Trump plans to release his meme stash incrementally if the coins hit a certain value threshold. So, even though Trump's wealth increase is just speculation right now, he will cash in on this every few months. So Trump is almost guaranteed to make billions just by releasing a little digital picture. His supporters might not agree. They will believe that there is value in the meme, even just personal value of owning Trump merchandise. But cryptocurrencies aren't really tangible. You can't hold them in your hand or keep them in your wallet. They aren't like the old school trading cards or commemorative collector items, and let's face it, the Trump coin isn't rare either. There are 1 billion of them. 200 million are being circulated right now. Basically, their value is questionable at best. But either way, Trump just made billions from them. His wife Melania got in on the action as well. She released her own meme coin, the official Melania meme. She released it just a few hours ago, and ironically, it caused the Trump coin's value to tank to its lowest levels. The meme coin added billions to Melania's net worth, and therefore to the Trump family coffers. If you're buying these coins to show support, that's completely fair. But it's unwise to treat volatile digital items like meme coins as an investment opportunity. Trump says so himself. The disclaimer on the Trump coin website clearly states that they are not intended to be or to be the subject of an investment opportunity, investment contract, or security of any type. If everyone is aware of this fact, then there's no harm, no foul. The problem begins when people actually invest in meme or joke products. Meme coins aren't financial assets. At most, they are a new age online casino. Go have fun by all means, but remember, the house always wins.
This is a busy day for Donald Trump, and arguably it is just as busy for his new home. Because moving day has finally arrived at the White House. The staffers are in manic mode. They're moving the Biden family out and the Trump family in. They're packing boxes, deep cleaning the house, touching up the paint, restocking the pantry, moving the furniture into this property spanning 132 rooms within the span of just 5 hours. That's all they get, 5 hours. Our next report brings you the behind-the-scenes action.
Moving day is always stressful, but more so when you're moving the old president out and the new one in to a property spanning 132 rooms with the highest possible security within just 5 frantic hours. But this is exactly what will happen tonight as Donald Trump, the incoming president of the United States, moves into the White House and outgoing President Joe Biden moves out. Expect a swirl of activity, hyper-organized effort, and everything planned to the minute. The clock starts ticking when the outgoing and incoming presidents leave the White House together for the swearing-in ceremony. The White House staff, the housekeepers, the butlers, the cleaners, the security officials, they all swing into action. They have only a few hours to move out one family and settle in the new one. So, they will work non-stop to inventory and move all the items. Though there is a little known upside here. The first family is responsible for getting all their belongings to the White House and it's only after the belongings arrive that the resident staff takes charge. As the ceremony gets underway, moving trucks will be on standby and the resident staff will work in groups. One group to pack the Biden family's belongings and load them onto trucks, and another group of staffers to unload the Trump family's things and put them where Melania Trump wants them. That's right. You see, most presidents move into the White House once, but Donald Trump is doing it twice. So his wife says she will have a much easier task on her hands moving the second time around. She says, "I know where I will be going. I know the rooms where we will be living. I know the process." When she first moved to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in 2017, she called the move challenging. She started living in the White House 5 months after Trump was inaugurated. But for her husband's second term, Melania has already arrived at the White House. She's coordinating the move and making preparations, which are extensive. Between families, the White House is deep cleaned. Windows are washed, carpets are replaced, new mattresses are brought in. Paint touch-ups are made, all the rooms are restocked. This time with Trump's favorite snacks, hair and skin products, floral arrangements, artwork and furniture. While Trump is being sworn in, his staff will stock up the pantry, hang his clothes and prepare the bowling alley. Once the family moves in and settles down, they can bring in their own decorators to give their home a personal touch. But as of now, after the oath-taking, inaugural address, traditional lunch and parade, the new President of the United States will go into the White House to find his family's clothes in the closet, their favorite foods in the kitchen, their books on the shelves, and hopefully no gold toilet in the bathroom.
Now let's turn to West Asia. You know that a ceasefire is underway in Gaza. Hamas is releasing Israeli hostages. In exchange, the Israelis are releasing Palestinian prisoners. The guns have mostly fallen silent and the world anxiously awaits the conclusion of 15 months of war. But what happens after that? What happens to war-torn Gaza, which is mostly rubble at this point? Gaza will have to be rebuilt. And that's hard to do when you have millions of displaced people all over. This ties in with a new report that is doing the rounds, with a rather alarming title. Apparently, there's a plan to relocate Gazan civilians all the way to Indonesia. Here's how the story came about. There was an interview with a member of Donald Trump's transition team, an unnamed source from the incoming US administration. The source was talking about Trump's new envoy to West Asia, Steve Witkoff. Witkoff was reportedly instrumental in getting the Gaza ceasefire deal signed. He flew down to Israel on Sabbath, a holy day for Jewish people, and demanded to see Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Witkoff reportedly pressured Netanyahu into meeting and then into accepting the ceasefire deal. Trump's envoy is now looking at the next steps. The source, the unnamed transition official, said, and I quote, "If we don't help the Gazans, if we don't make their life better, if we don't give them a sense of hope, there is going to be a rebellion." This means Gaza needs to be rebuilt. Unless some normalcy returns, the Palestinians in Gaza will eventually revolt. That is the fear. Taking us right back to where we started. How does one clean up all the debris? How does one clear the rubble that is Gaza today? Especially when millions of Palestinians are out and about, rummaging through their former homes. It will be difficult, to say the least. And that is why Trump's envoy is thinking about relocating them, temporarily moving Gazans to a third country, while the Gaza Strip is cleaned up and rebuilt. Now, one of the third countries being considered is apparently Indonesia. Indonesia is the world's most populous Muslim nation. It has staunchly supported the Palestinian cause, and it has pledged to support Gaza's reconstruction. Indonesia has showed unwavering support to the Palestinians, but they did not really sign up to take in thousands of people. Reacting to the relocation reports, Indonesia says it has, and I'm quoting, never heard about this plan. They had no idea they were even being considered as a host country, and their surprise is understandable. I mean, look at the map. Indonesia is all the way in Southeast Asia. Gaza is in West Asia, thousands of kilometers away. It is hard to imagine flying tens of thousands of Gazans to Indonesia. Sure, Indonesia is the world's largest Muslim majority nation, but that does not mean they're equipped to handle Palestinian people. Where do they set up a base? And what do they do about the language barrier? It's all quite ridiculous if you think about it. If relocating is really being considered, somewhere in West Asia would make the most sense, another Arabic-speaking nation, with the resources to host Palestinian people. But that is a potential minefield because West Asia has seen this play out time and again. The Arab countries surrounding Israel host millions of Palestinians already, people who were displaced during the Nakba in the late 1940s. And with every Arab-Israel war since, these older Palestinian refugees have not been allowed to return. That is why people in Gaza don't want to leave now, even temporarily, because they fear they will never be allowed back. Relocation will be a hard sell, whether to a neighboring Arab nation or all the way to Indonesia. So Trump's envoy might have to reconsider his plan and find a different way to help rebuild Gaza. Let's turn to India now, where Coldplay is all the rage. The British band is currently playing in Mumbai. They performed on Saturday and Sunday, and their last show is tomorrow. After that, Coldplay is off to Ahmedabad in Gujarat. The fans enjoyed 2 great nights of music, and they also got an apology. Not for a faulty sound system or crowd issues. Coldplay indirectly apologized for British colonialism. Listen to this.
It's amazing to us that you welcome us, even though we are from Great Britain. Thank you for forgiving us for all of the bad things Great Britain has done and welcoming us to your home.
At least someone is apologizing, because the British government clearly isn't. But how genuine is Coldplay's apology? Well, the band does have an activist streak. They've spoken about lack of freedoms in Iran. They have promoted Palestinian songs. Their lead singer, Chris Martin, opposed the invasion of Iraq. They also champion climate action. In fact, Coldplay has cut their carbon footprint by 59%, which is indeed very impressive. Maybe the UK government should learn from them. After all, an apology is the least they could do. Look at this data. It's been published by UK group Oxfam. It found that Britain looted, listen to this, Britain looted $64 trillion from India. This was between 1765 and 1900. So it covers most of the colonial period. Let me put that number in context. In 2024, the global GDP was $115 trillion. Britain looted half of that amount from India alone. And out of this, 33 trillion went to the richest 10% of the UK's population. That's injustice followed by inequity. Classic British policy. Can you imagine how much money this is? $33 trillion. That's enough to cover London 4 times with 50-pound notes. We are talking about a massive city here. London is more than 1,500 square kilometers in area. Imagine covering that 4 times with 50-pound notes. It puts the colonial injustice in perspective. So Coldplay have done a decent thing by apologizing. But was it just decency? Perhaps not. Coldplay is known for tapping into local sentiments, whether it's singing local songs or dabbling in the local languages or speaking about local cultures. And we saw various examples of all of that in the Mumbai concert. At one point, Chris Martin chanted Jai Shri Ram, which means glory to Lord Ram. Listen in.
Holy shit. Jai Shri Ram. I don't know what that means. Jai Shri Ram, okay. Gravity, exams, namaste.
The religious outreach started before the concert. In fact, Coldplay did a temple run in Mumbai. Martin visited the famous Siddhivinayak temple, the ISKCON temple and the Babulnath Shiv temple. During the concert, he also talked about cricket. Again, a clear example of connect with the local audience. Martin did not give a shout out to the star batters in the Indian team. Most of them are being dragged on social media anyway. Instead, he praised India's bowling spearhead, Jasprit Bumrah. He even showed a video of Bumrah dismissing an English batter last year. Take a look at this.
Today, Jasprit Bumrah has sent us a very serious message. And he said, listen, I did not give you permission to talk about me in your show. I am the greatest bowler in the whole world. You don't get to talk about me like that. So, with respect and love to Jasprit, number one in the world, we hope that we can send love to Jasprit by showing you this small clip of India destroying England. Watch this.
Big bands and artists do this pretty well. They don't just copy-paste their songs, they add local flavors. Dua Lipa did the same thing last year. She mixed her song with a song of Shah Rukh Khan. Again, not random at all. This mixed version is quite popular on social media. It's a staple on Instagram Reels. So by playing it, Dua Lipa got the crowd all charged up. As more concerts happen, we'll see more of this. More artists tapping into Indian icons and belief systems. It is proof of India's rising soft power. But it also comes with challenges. Concerts are among the most difficult events to organize because it's not just about big crowds. It's also about sound and lights and the overall experience. If it does not go to plan, you will be criticized. And we're already hearing some complaints on social media. But let's wait until the tour ends for the full picture to emerge. What do you do when your country is set to host the world's most popular sporting event? If you ask Morocco, they may say this: clean up your streets and launch a massacre. Because that's exactly what this North African country is doing. They are preparing to host the 2030 FIFA World Cup, so they're culling stray dogs and puppies with poisons, gunshots and traps. Rabat plans to kill 3 million dogs over the next 5 years. That's 30 lakh dogs to be killed. Of course, there is massive backlash, and FIFA has a PR scandal on their hands. But will they do something about it? And is Morocco an isolated case? Here's a report.
3 million. That's how many dogs Morocco is planning to kill. Why? Ironically, to prepare for a joyous spectacle, the FIFA World Cup.
We were very happy to receive the news. Today, the Moroccan dream came true.
We all heard that Morocco will organize the 2030 World Cup in partnership with Spain and Portugal, and the news made us very happy. We are all sure that Morocco will be ready for that responsibility.
Back in 2023, this is how Moroccans reacted when they found out that their country will co-host the 2030 FIFA World Cup with Spain and Portugal. This is the world's most popular sporting event, and Morocco is only the second African nation to host it after South Africa. It's a massive opportunity. So how is Rabat preparing for it? By building what could be the world's largest football stadium, by upgrading transportation infrastructure, and by cleaning up the streets to reportedly make them nicer for the fans who will flock to the Moroccan cities 5 years later. But by road cleanup, they don't mean a paint job or a trash pickup. They are talking about a massacre, about culling millions of stray dogs and puppies across the nation. According to reports, this has been happening for months now, allegedly through horrifying methods. Animal rights groups say dogs are being poisoned with strychnine. This is a toxic chemical which is used as a pesticide. It is being directly injected into the dogs' bodies or being fed to them. Plus, thousands of dogs are being trapped with clamped devices, then transported to facilities where they are being killed. Some methods are even quicker. Reports say gunmen are patrolling the streets and shooting stray animals to death. This mass slaughter of dogs is being condemned globally. Conservationists are appalled. Prominent rights campaigners, including Jane Goodall, have written to the International Football Association and are demanding immediate action against Morocco. They want these horrific acts to be halted immediately, and they have questioned how football fans would feel visiting Morocco. Would they travel despite the brutality? Morocco is not an isolated case. International games have a dog problem. In the run-up to global games, countries often execute a brutal so-called clean-up operation to make cities presentable to tourists, hoping that they boost the economy. We saw this prior to the 2008 Beijing Olympics, when China sent hundreds of thousands of cats and dogs to death camps. We saw this again in 2014 before the Sochi Olympics, when thousands of stray dogs were culled in Russia. It became an international scandal as photographs of dogs dying in the streets were shared widely. And in protest, many Olympic athletes adopted Sochi dogs. Despite the outcry, months later, Brazil reportedly killed stray dogs before hosting the 2014 FIFA World Cup. More recently, in 2022, Qatar was on the receiving end of global outrage as it geared up to host the World Cup. 4 men opened fire on animals in a compound, slaughtering 29 dogs. So if Morocco continues with this massacre, FIFA has a PR disaster on their hands. It's as if the countries never learn. There are many humane alternatives to controlling street dog populations. They require some amount of planning and empathy. But countries would rather resort to cruelty and opt for the quick fix, which may or may not do its job and boost the FIFA economy. But at what cost when it's blood money?
The Trump era is set to return. It will be volatile, it will be chaotic, but rest assured it will be entertaining. We got a glimpse of that yesterday. Trump held a pre-inauguration rally in Washington, D.C. After his speech came a musical performance by a band called Village People. One of them was dressed as a cowboy, one of them as a firefighter, one as a soldier, and another as a leather-clad biker. And Trump, right in the middle, dancing away. It's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. A migrant caravan departs from southern Mexico just ahead of Trump's inauguration. Thousands battle freezing temperatures to show up at Capitol Hill for the swearing-in ceremony, and a bakery in the president-elect's ancestral German hometown sells pastries with his portrait. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1945, Franklin D. Roosevelt was sworn in for the 4th time as U.S. President. He's the only U.S. President to serve more than 2 terms. Roosevelt's unprecedented tenure led to the ratification of the 22nd Amendment. This capped presidential terms at 2. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
Constitution of the United States. So help you God. So help me God.
Te voy a extrañar.
Yo no.
We start right here in Washington, D.C., where Donald Trump will soon take the oath of office as the 47th President of the United States. But before his swearing in, he's offered a preview of the next 4 years of his presidency. In fact, last night, the soon-to-be commander-in-chief held a victory rally at Capital One Arena, where he vowed to impose severe limits on immigration to fulfill the central promise of his presidential campaign.
By the time the sun sets tomorrow evening, the invasion of our borders will have come to a halt, and all the illegal border trespassers will in some form or another be on their way back home. The border security measures I will outline in my inaugural address tomorrow will be the most aggressive, sweeping effort to restore our borders.
Now, while Donald Trump has promised to deport millions of illegal migrants, such actions would face enormous logistical hurdles and cost billions of dollars. Meanwhile, he's pledged to sign several executive orders related to a variety of issues, including mass deportations of illegal migrants, environmental protections, and diversity programs.
We're going to do a lot of things. You're going to see something tomorrow. You're going to see executive orders that are going to make you extremely happy. Lots of them. Lots of them. We have to set our country on the proper course, but we will quickly reestablish control of our sovereign territory and borders. We will expel every single illegal alien, gang member, and migrant criminal operating on American soil and remove the savage gang Tren d'Iroquois from the United States. But we're going to stop the destructive and divisive diversity, equity, and inclusion mandates across the government and private sector and return our country to the merit system.
Now, reports say he could sign as many as 200 executive actions beginning today, and this will include legally binding orders and some other presidential directives like proclamations.
Every radical and foolish executive order of the Biden administration will be repealed within hours of when I take the oath of office. Oh, you're going to have a lot of fun watching television tomorrow.
Now, apart from executive orders, Donald Trump told his supporters he would direct the U.S. military to create an Iron Dome missile defense shield and once again claimed credit for the ceasefire deal in Gaza. He also guaranteed to keep transgender women from competing in female sports and handing back control of education to U.S. states. And on the first day in office, Trump is also expected to pardon the 2021 Capitol Hill rioters whom he calls hostages. And the irony is Donald Trump will take the oath of office from inside the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol, the same spot his supporters vandalized after his 2020 election defeat. For more on Donald Trump's inauguration and his promise for the next 4 years, we have with us Mark Mirowitz. He's a political analyst and professor at State University in New York. Thanks for being with us today, Professor.
Pleasure.
So let's start with what we're expecting to see. You know, Donald Trump is taking office at a time of tremendous volatility in the Middle East. And given that he's certainly no stranger this time around, what do you think we should expect from him as he now navigates difficult issues such as this hostage release deal, Iran, and of course the fragility that we're seeing out of Syria right now?
Well, Trump had said that if the hostages are not all released by the time he's inaugurated, all hell would break loose. And we've seen that, the hostage release is not all the hostages. It's 3 hostages. There are numerous phases involved. It's very complicated. However, it is really clear that Trump's involvement was pivotal to make this happen. So that shows the impact of Trump's influence, even when he was not president. In terms of Iran and Syria, definitely that is a high issue on the agenda. In terms of Iran, the question is how to stop Iran from its malevolent and violent behavior and encouragement of terrorism in the Middle East and throughout the world. That is a #1 priority for the United States and for Israel. As far as Syria is concerned, Well, I would say this. That is going to be a very, very tough issue, and it will involve coordination among the United States, Turkey, Syria, various other parties to figure that out. But it is a potential hotbed of difficulty for the United States going forward. But I think Trump will use his skills and contacts with foreign policy, especially with Turkey's President Erdogan, to try to figure out a way to make this move forward without a violent result.
Now, I want to follow up on Iran specifically, because we know during Trump's first 4 years in office, he came down really hard on Iran. We know about a top-level general that was killed by U.S. airstrikes. And, of course, we know about Donald Trump pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal. Now that he is coming back, and now that we see that the United States and Israel has, to some extent, contained some of Iran's proxies, do we expect Donald Trump, or do you expect Donald Trump to be more aggressive when dealing with Iran?
Well, I think that the only solution to the crisis in the Middle East is to eliminate Iran as an active party, with ability to do anything in the Middle East, all the violent things that it's doing. And certainly its defenses have largely been destroyed. The question is its nuclear capacity. And the fact of the matter is that right now, recently, the European three, UK and France and Germany, have gone again to meet with Iran to talk about a nuclear deal. And this foolishness has to end, because there is no efficacy to a nuclear deal with Iran. Iran will not make a fair deal. It will not follow its obligations under a deal. It will continue to support terrorism and violence. And frankly, I think the Trump administration is going to put a stop to that. And if they do, we can see possibly a peaceful Middle East coming forward. But we will not have a peaceful Middle East with Iran as a viable party again, and the possibility that it would go nuclear. This is the most frightening thing, I think, on the verge of in the world at the present time.
Well, let's look at what we're going to see today. Donald Trump will be inaugurated. This is a historic day. It becomes now only the second former president to be reelected. And what he's done differently in terms of breaking the mold from what we have seen from past incoming presidents is he's actually courted world leaders with invites to attend his inauguration. But do you think Donald Trump's friendly outreach will extend to many of these world leaders beyond what we're going to see today?
Well, you're right about that. I mean, he invited Xi Jinping to come. He wasn't able to get that. Would have been the unbelievable political event of the century. The vice president of China's coming, and various other world leaders, as you said. But that is also very, very characteristic of what happens at an inauguration. But Trump has a very strong ability. I see you have the Argentinian President Milei and other friendly leaders around the world. His courting of those leaders has been very important, even in his first term. Of course, he tried to court the leader of Kim Jong-un of North Korea, and that had limited. He's trying to do that again, and there is certainly an element of that that could be successful, and presidents do that. And I think he's particularly good at it, and I think he's going to continue to do it. Whether he can do this with Russia and with Putin and with the war in Ukraine is an open question. He said that the war in Ukraine would be over on day one. That's today. It's not over, but I do think that the relationship that Putin has with Trump will be very important in hopefully figuring out an end to this horrible war in Ukraine. And we really need to end it. And it's also a big political issue here domestically. So that's also one high on the plate, a very, very plate full of things that present to President Trump on his first day.
And now, staying with Donald Trump and how he engages with world leaders as well as other countries, and particularly our allies, I cannot let you leave without talking about what's happening directly with where you are. Donald Trump is expected to sign over 100 executive orders today, and one of those orders is expected to be across-the-board tariffs that he's going to put on one of the United States' biggest trading partners, Canada. Talk a little bit about what you think the impact might be if, in fact, Donald Trump decides to go through with these tariffs on Canada. Of course, we know one of the biggest salient points of Donald Trump's campaign and his candidacy was his ability to actually combat rising inflation. And if, in fact, he goes through with these tariffs, that will only increase inflation, not decrease it, to say nothing of what it'll mean with one of the United States' biggest allies and trading partners, and, of course, its northern neighbor.
Well, I think more realistically are the pardons that you're flashing on the screen, transgender sports and pardoning the January 6th rioters and immigration. Those are going to happen. I am very doubtful. I don't believe that he's going to sign a tariff against Canada. He's already threatened tariffs against Canada. And as a result of that, the Trudeau government fell. And they're now going to have new elections. He's already achieved tremendous impact on our relationship with Canada, which is our greatest friend. So, and again, you're right, 100% right, that tariffs can have a very damaging effect on the economy. In fact, tariffs caused in large part the depression in the United States. So I don't think that's going to be in the menu, but the immigration issue, the deportation orders, the birthright citizenship, the pardons, and the energy reversing Biden's foolish and ridiculous ban on oil and gas and promotion of electric vehicles. This ridiculous lunacy is going to end, and we're going to start doing something to fix the economy. So I think that is where the emphasis is going to be, on those economic fixes and immigration. And those are very high mountains to follow, I don't think. Now, on China, which we didn't mention, there Trump has said he's going to put a 60% tariff on Chinese goods. That also, to me, seems more like a threat than it is a reality. And sometimes the threat has more of an impact than the implementation of it. And that's kind of Trump's maybe modus operandi, which is to threaten, I'm getting out of NATO. I don't like it anymore. I mean, realistically, I don't see that's going to happen, because America's need for NATO, particularly with the Ukraine conflict, there's no question about it. You just can't dismantle the entire house. But what he does is I say threaten, I don't mean threaten, he's using cajoling and influencing and using the power of the presidency to influence both domestically and our foreign leaders around the world, including our allies, to do things like increasing the percentage of GDP that they use for defense. Is really important. He wants to be 5%, not 2%, but it has a helpful effect. As far as our adversaries are concerned, I think they should be worried about the statements that he makes, because as we've seen on Middle East, etc., and you mentioned on Iran and previous actions that were taken, Trump means what he says, and he says what he means, and he's going to implement it on that one. Our adversaries should be worried, and they are, but not our friends. I don't see it. I don't see it. I see that we're going to work together to improve the immigration issue, the economy issues, the relationship with Mexico, with Canada, but I don't see that as going to be a very adversarial relationship. I just don't see it.
We've got to leave it there. Thanks so much, Professor, for being with us today. We really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
The cryptocurrency world erupted into chaos as Donald Trump and Melania Trump launched rival meme coins over the weekend. Donald Trump's Trump coin debuted with massive fanfare, briefly hitting a $14 billion market cap. However, its meteoric rise was abruptly halted when his wife Melania unveiled her token, Melania. The Melania coin caused Donald Trump's coin value to plummet by 40% in just 10 minutes. With Donald Trump and his wife launching cryptocurrency coins of their own, will they influence other world leaders into launching their own meme coins? Here's more in our next report.
The cryptocurrency market witnessed unprecedented drama this weekend as Donald Trump and Melania Trump introduced rival meme coins. What started as a triumphant debut for the Trump coin quickly turned into chaos when Melania entered the arena with her coin, Melania. The clash sent shockwaves through the digital currency world, leaving investors on the edge. Now, it all began on Friday. Promoted with his signature bravado on Truth Social, Trump declared, "It's time to celebrate everything. We stand for winning. Join my very special Trump community. Get your Trump now." The coin was an instant sensation. In less than 48 hours, when the president-elect proudly unveiled the Trump token, branding it as the official Trump meme coin, it skyrocketed to a market valuation of $14 billion, placing it among the top 20 cryptocurrencies. But as Trump basked in the glory of the Trump coin's success, Melania Trump made her move. Late Sunday, just before Trump's victory rally, Melania announced her own token, the Melania coin, with a simple yet powerful message on X. "The official Melania meme is live. You can buy Melania now." And her announcement took the crypto world by storm. Within hours, Melania surged in value, currently at $11.5 per coin. The market cap is now over $11 billion. Built on the Solana blockchain and branded as fungible crypto assets, the coin quickly gained a cult following. The launch of the Melania coin triggered a mass sell-off of the Trump coin. Within 10 minutes of her announcement, the Trump coin's value plummeted by 40%, wiping out $7.5 billion in market cap. Analysts watched in disbelief as the Trump token, which had symbolized dominance, crumbled under the weight of Melania Trump's unexpected debut. "This is beyond insane," tweeted the Kobesi letter analysts. "The market has spoken and it's choosing Melania," they tweeted. The competition between the two tokens has also sparked heated debates among crypto enthusiasts. While the Trump coin had initially appealed to die-hard Trump supporters, the Melania token quickly attracted a broader, more diverse audience. Donald Trump, who once dismissed cryptocurrency as a scam, has embraced it fully, becoming the first presidential candidate in the United States to accept digital assets for donations. His incoming administration, led by crypto czar David Sachs, also promises to foster innovation in the digital asset space. So, while Trump's coin embodies his bold high-stakes persona, Melania's coin reflects her understated but strategic approach. And as the dust settles, the question remains: can the Trump coin reclaim its dominance, or will the Melania token continue to rise as the meme queen of crypto?
And staying in the United States, authorities recently found a secret cross-border tunnel used to smuggle migrants and illegal goods between the United States and Mexico. Discovered on January 10th, the tunnel is hidden in a storm sewer system and connects the Mexican city of Ciudad Juarez to El Paso in Texas. The underground passage is 100 feet long and its access is about 6 feet high and 4 feet wide. The sophisticated tunnel is equipped with ventilation and lighting and is reinforced to prevent collapses. And now Mexican officials say the tunnel will be sealed soon. Meanwhile, U.S. Border Patrol officials say making and using such tunnels is a common practice among smugglers. Mexican Army officials guarding the tunnel say the construction of such a tunnel would have taken about 2 years.
This is definitely not a mom-and-pop operation at all. It's gone way beyond that. The tunnel's construction must have taken a long time. It could have been 1 or 2 years.
Now, Army officials added clues about the tunnel's existence and location was revealed by human traffickers on social media platforms like TikTok. Mexican authorities have declined to give further details about the tunnel's operations. Notably, the tunnel was discovered as both the United States and Mexico ramped up security efforts in the wake of Donald Trump's inauguration. Now, Trump has pledged to deport millions of undocumented migrants from the country over the next 4 years. And the incoming president has also threatened a 25% tariff on all Mexican goods if the country fails to curb illegal migration and drug smuggling. Now, under diplomatic pressure, Mexico is carrying out its largest crackdown on migrants, sending them to the country's south, far from the U.S. border. And in the latest measure, Mexican immigration authorities are raiding camps and detaining migrants for further deportation. In fact, in one such incident on Saturday, migrants resisting arrest set their blankets and mattresses on fire at a camp in Chihuahua City. Now, this after 250 Mexican officials, including the National Guard, surrounded the encampment at midnight.
Sí. Pues llegó la guardia, no sé, guardia, migración, policía. Se nos llegó a las ¿qué? Prácticamente a la medianoche. A las 12:30. Sí. Nos llegaron. Nos rodearon a todos. Rodearon el campamento, el lugar a donde estábamos. Pidieron simplemente hablar, que iban a hacer revisión y todo esto, pero óigame, dígame usted. Que iban a revisar a los niños. Dígame usted, si es lógico venir con toda la fuerza policial o del ejército, supuestamente hacer una revisión a la medianoche en un campamento cuando pueden hacerlo de día. En tal caso, hace unos días atrás vino la policía y hicieron un censo. Allá vienen.
Now the fate of migrants hangs in the balance as Mexico continues to make arrests, fearing Donald Trump's threat of hefty tariffs as he returns to the White House. And finally, once allies at the forefront of Democratic leadership, Speaker Nancy Pelosi and former President Joe Biden now find themselves at odds. It all started when Pelosi's efforts last summer to try to convince Joe Biden to withdraw from the presidential race. Since then, the former commander-in-chief and his wife Jill Biden have distanced themselves, even refusing to check in on Pelosi after her recent hip injury. Pelosi, however, has publicly praised the former president, but the former speaker's daughter hasn't been so kind. Here's more in our final report.
Once celebrated as pillars of democratic unity, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and former President Joe Biden now stand on opposite sides of a widening chasm. Their decades-long friendship, marked by shared triumphs and battles, is unraveling, leaving political observers speculating whether it is broken beyond repair. The fallout became glaringly public after an alarming incident last month when the 84-year-old Pelosi broke her hip in Luxembourg, and the Bidens did not even reach out to check on her. For Pelosi's family, this silence was deafening. Pelosi's daughter, Alexandra Pelosi, compared the former First Lady to Lady Macbeth for controlling her husband's kingdom from behind the scenes, just like in the legendary Shakespeare play.
If I was Lady Macbiden, I'd put on my big girl pants, play the long game, and think about my husband's legacy. There aren't that many people left in America who have something nice to say about Joe Biden, and Nancy Pelosi is one of them.
This bitterness has roots in last summer's political storm when Pelosi warned Biden that his re-election bid could doom the party. Armed with grim polling data, she reportedly urged him to step aside. And Biden eventually withdrew in late July, but the scars from that battle haven't healed. Jill Biden, in an interview with the Washington Post, openly questioned the friendship. "We were friends for 50 years, she lamented. I was disappointed, she added.
Forever, no matter what he said.
Pelosi, on the other hand, has remained remarkably gracious in public. After Biden's exit, she hailed him as a patriotic American and one of the most consequential presidents in history. But privately, Pelosi and her allies wonder if Biden's resentment is clouding his judgment.
The House will be in order. The chair will address the chamber. Today, a shameful assault was made on our democracy. It cannot, however, deter us from our responsibility to validate the election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. For that reason, Congress has returned to the Capitol. We always knew that this responsibility would take us into the night and will stay as long as it takes. Our purpose will be accomplished.
And the White House's frosty treatment of Pelosi even extended to her health crisis. After her fall, Pelosi's team feared delays in securing a U.S. military plane to bring her home. Though the White House ultimately responded, the incident underscored the wall Pelosi described between her and Biden's inner circle. Some claim Pelosi played a pivotal role in Biden's ouster, but her public critiques of Biden's campaign strategy left little doubt about her concerns.
Kamala may have, I think she would have done well in that and been stronger going forward. And because the president endorsed Kamala Harris immediately, that really made it almost impossible to have a primary at that time.
The Bidens, for their part, have not forgiven what they see as betrayal.
My colleagues thought I would hurt their races. I was concerned Nancy Pelosi's words would become the focus.
Despite the animosity, Pelosi remains hopeful. I pray so, I cry so, she said of mending their friendship, but with each passing day, the chances of reconciliation seem slimmer. For now, the question remains, will time heal their wounds, or has this once formidable alliance been shattered for good?
That's all we have time for today. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Donald Trump's return to the Oval Office is imminent. He will soon take the oath of office and once again lead the nation.
God spared my life for a reason.
President-elect Donald Trump's first priority tackling illegal immigration and securing the nation's borders.
We're going to fix our borders.
The incoming administration has prioritized the Russia-Ukraine war. Can they succeed in ending one of the world's most challenging conflicts?
I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
And as he returns to the White House, will Donald Trump resume a bruising trade war with the world's second largest economy, China?
If China or some other country is behaving badly, we have things called tariffs.
All of this and more right here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Just hours from now, the United States will have a new president. Donald Trump is set to take oath as the 47th president of the U.S., officially beginning his 4-year term. He is making a big presidential comeback 4 years after leaving the White House. The much-awaited ceremony will not just be closely watched in America, but the whole world. As Trump returns to the White House, nations are weighing in the consequences. How will U.S. policies under the unconventional leader shape up? Africa is also bracing for Trump's return. After he was announced as the winner in November elections, many African leaders were quick to congratulate him. Now, they expressed hope that Trump 2.0 could turn out better for them. But will that be the case? The U.S. for years has been known to keep Africa low on its priority list. The outgoing President Joe Biden tried to show that he is changing the trend, but he was not successful. Biden made a last-ditch trip to Angola and made some commitments, but his delayed attempts were seen as desperate and not living up to the promise. Trump, on the other hand, is also not a leader known to have any affinity toward Africa. Not many African leaders are known to be close to him in any capacity, while several foreign leaders, for the first time, are invited for a U.S. presidential inauguration ceremony. None of the African leaders are on the list. During his first presidency as well, the U.S. paid hardly any attention to the continent. Let's give you a quick recap of key developments during his first term from 2017 to 2021. Trump never set foot in Africa or held a summit with African leaders. In fact, he is known to have made some derogatory and racist remark towards the African countries. Now, he withdrew American soldiers from Somalia fighting terror group al-Shabaab, a decision that was reversed by the Biden administration. He also escalated the Egypt-Ethiopia tensions as he commented that Egypt should blow up an Ethiopian dam on the Nile River, which has been the center of a dispute between the two African nations. Though it was not all bad, Trump's first term saw the birth of initiatives such as Prosper Africa, which is aimed at boosting U.S.-Africa economic engagement. Then, in a key development, Trump recognized Morocco's sovereignty over the territory of Western Sahara in exchange for its normalization of ties with Israel. Despite all of it, Trump turned out to be a president with the least engagements with Africa. But can the trend continue in his second term? Analysts say the United States can no longer afford to ignore Africa. Africa's role in the world stage is rapidly expanding. It is at the center of a power competition. So Trump's new administration might bring Africa up on the priority list. However, concerns remain over a range of issues. These include trade and investments. Trump, who is a champion of the America First policy, might roll back on investment and trade pacts. Africa could be impacted with his stance on the African Growth and Opportunity Act, or the AGOA. Now, AGOA allows African nations to export to the U.S. without taxes. Trump earlier opposed renewing the scheme after it expires this year. Countries like South Africa, which are the top beneficiary, could be majorly impacted. Then comes aid. Africa gets most of its aid from the U.S. Trump had proposed to cut foreign aid in the first term. However, it was met with opposition from Congress. But they can now be approved with Republican Senate majority. Then third comes immigration. Fighting illegal immigration and the influx of migrants is Trump's clear agenda. He curbed immigration from African nations in his first term. The measures targeted migrants from Nigeria, Eritrea, Sudan, and Tanzania. Analysts say that not much is likely to change in regard to these issues. However, what can interest Trump is Africa's security and conflicts. While he was away from presidency, Russia and China have made significant inroads in Africa. Though it is still unclear how much Trump will be willing to take on Moscow, but he might try to counter China in Africa. Now, this could bring one of the biggest shifts in the Horn of Africa. It is possible that Trump's team could recognize Somaliland, which is a breakaway territory that has been claiming independence from Somalia. Somaliland is reportedly willing to offer Trump a military base, which could be used by Washington to counter Beijing. It is yet to be seen if the long-standing conflicts, like the civil war in Sudan, will be ended under Trump's watch. Just days before leaving office, Joe Biden's administration imposed sanctions on the warring generals. Trump, in his first presidency, removed the sanctions on Sudan. So, a lot to watch in Africa under Trump's new presidency, with his closest ally Elon Musk influencing several Donald Trump's policies. A tilt toward Africa could be coming soon, given how Musk himself is of South African heritage. Now, for further analysis on Trump 2.0 and the impact on Africa, we have with us Zemedene Negatu, who is a geopolitical commentator and investor, joining us live from Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, under Trump's first presidency, U.S. engagement in Africa was criticized for being inconsistent, particularly regarding security partnerships and counter-terrorism efforts. What changes or continuities can we expect in Trump 2.0 when it comes to addressing conflicts and security challenges in regions like the Horn of Africa, the Sahel, and West Africa?
Right. As always, it's great to be back on your program. And actually, you did a very good introduction. You covered all the bases. That's why I want to pick up from where you left. Today, obviously, as you know, in Washington, at midday, there'll be a transition of power from President Biden to President Trump. And with regards to Africa, I think in a few weeks ago when I discussed this with you, I still think in the priority of things in terms of strategic importance for the United States as perceived in Washington, Africa will remain to be at the low end. China, Russia, Asia, the Middle East, and Europe, of course, will continue to be the hierarchical importance for the United States. But we have a new administration down today, and hopefully, and we'd like to find the silver lining in all these things, hopefully the president will have a different view than the Joe Biden administration. As you indicated in your intro, the Biden administration was not always consistent about its engagement in Africa. Sometimes they promote economics, sometimes they promote human rights, security, and others. But my sense is, in terms of Trump, whenever they get to Africa, in terms of that priority I mentioned, I would think there'll be a shift, consistent with all the other rethinking he's doing when it comes to the rest of the world. The same thing, there'll be a shift in thinking in Africa. And as you mentioned, people like Elon Musk are the key drivers of policies in Washington. And Musk and the other billionaires, I saw that they're like 6 or 7 billionaires in the Trump administration. So they're all business people. They understand trade, they understand investments. And for example, for Elon Musk, whose company produces the largest number of EVs in the world, he understands the importance of Africa from a business perspective, from a trade perspective. So I'm hoping, setting aside the inconsistencies you mentioned about the Biden administration, Trump will probably be consistent in his views about global trade, global investments, tariffs, and things like that, and think of Africa more and on a selective basis, and I'll discuss that in a minute, on a selective basis, would think of Africa, consider Africa as a source of the vital raw materials that will be needed to drive EVs, to power our cell phones, a lot of the 21st century technology. So I'm hoping the thinking will be different from aid to trade and investment. And the security will be secondary, or still be important, but selectively is what my view is going to happen come midday today and going forward in the next 4 years.
Right. Now, during his first term, Trump's administration introduced the Prosper Africa initiative, but they also reduced foreign aid budgets significantly. How might Trump 2.0 shape U.S. trade and investment policies in Africa? You've touched on that with regards to the minerals. And also, what could this mean for development aid programs and economic partnerships on the continent?
Very good point, very valid point you're raising. Because I think, to be honest with you, the United States has been very generous on the aid side. USAID and other U.S. development agencies have been active in Africa for decades and decades. But if you're a president with a business background and you're looking at returns on investment, and you say, wait a second, we've given hundreds of billions, what has been the result in Africa? Have we made any difference? I'm sure he will conclude that it's been relatively small. Yes, from the humanitarian side, yes, a little bit on the security side, but in terms of the transformational impact of American aid to Africa, my view is, and a lot of people in Washington and a lot of Africans would say, probably actually China's produced more results than the United States. So my thinking is that Trump 2.0, and you mentioned Prosper Africa, it was started under his administration. I'm sure he's one of his signature initiatives. It probably be scaled up. Second, and I think he established, and that is one of the big establishments that he had in the first term, in my opinion, as far as development partnership, is U.S. Development Finance Corporation, a $60 billion institution which replaced the old OPIC. I think USDFC will have a bigger role in actually getting involved in investments that matter in Africa. I think this is also how, as African policymakers,
Right.
and those of us in the African private sector investing in Africa, should pitch it to Washington is investments and trade, less of the aid. And I think that would resonate very well with Africa.
Right.
Would it happen? We'll see.
We'll see. Right. Thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa and for your valued analysis there. Now, as Donald Trump returns to the White House today, his administration's concerns over the future of a joint US-UK military base in the island nation of Mauritius might just have been resolved. Mauritius's newly elected Prime Minister, Navim Ramgoolam, has said that a prospective deal on returning the Chagos Islands to Mauritius would ensure that the United States maintains its strategic military base on the Indian Ocean archipelago. Speaking to a local newspaper over the weekend, Ramgoolam said that there was a disinformation campaign in the United States claiming the island nation was close to China. The island nation's leader said that it was untrue that Mauritius was going to allow China to open its bases. He further said that Mauritius was close to India and not China, adding that Trump must understand that by supporting the deal, he was securing the base of Diego Garcia. But Ramgoolam once again questioned the duration of the 99-year lease on the joint military base. The Mauritian leader reportedly said the lease should be indexed to inflation and take exchange rates into account. Now, Britain had struck a deal in October to hand over the Chagos Islands, a group of over 60 small islands in the Indian Ocean, to Mauritius, while retaining control of the military base on Diego Garcia, the largest island of the archipelago, in the Indian Ocean under a 99-year lease. The British media also suggested that under the proposed agreement, the UK would pay Mauritius nearly 90 million euros, or $110 million per year to maintain the base. But Ramgoolam, who came to power in November, has repeatedly criticized the deal. His government has reopened talks over the deal, reportedly seeking greater financial compensation, as well as to renegotiate the length of the proposed lease for the base, which the UK had leased to the United States and was used as a hub for long-range bombers and ships, notably during the wars in Afghanistan and Iran. Earlier, reports had suggested that the British government, led by Keir Starmer, was hopeful that the deal would be finalized before Donald Trump came to office. But recently, the British government said it would consult the incoming Trump administration after the deal was criticized by some of his Republican allies. President-elect Trump's pick for Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said in October that the agreement posed a serious threat to the U.S. national security, as Mauritius was allied with China. But Ramgoolam has denied those claims. He has said that Mauritius was in no hurry to finalize the deal. Ramgoolam also said that if Washington refuses to support the deal, the island nation will pursue its fight for full sovereignty over the Chagos Islands. So, as Trump takes over the office today, will his administration veto Britain's Chagos deal with Mauritius? We will continue to bring you updates on this. And shifting focus to Nigeria now, where a fuel tanker explosion has killed at least 86 people. A truck carrying around 60,000 liters of gasoline exploded in central Nigeria after flipping over on a road on Saturday. Over 80 deaths occurred as people rushed to collect fuel from the scene just moments before the explosion. Around 52 people have suffered severe burns from the blast. The tragedy took place in Nigeria's Niger State. A crowd of people rushed to the spot to search for fuel amid a worsening economic and fuel crisis.
Car drivers, there is what is called unlatched, containerized flatbed cargo. The tanker is supposed to be latched, but I think I found out that the tanker carrying the fuel was not properly latched. So when it got to a small port, it fell off. And when it fell off, scavengers started scooping fuel. Another tanker came to see if he can transload the fuel. I think that is what led to the large casualties we are witnessing now.
Fuel tanker explosions and accidents are common in Nigeria. 2 weeks ago, a fuel tanker involved in a crash exploded in the oil-rich Delta state, killing at least 5 people. In October last year, more than 170 people died in a similar incident in Jigawa state in northern Nigeria, when people had rushed to the scene to collect fuel. The incidents highlight 2 major issues facing Nigeria. First is the rising fuel crisis. Nigeria imports most of its fuel needs despite being a major oil producer. The country's refining capacity remains low, while oil theft is a key issue. The situation worsened after President Bola Tinubu removed the costly fuel subsidy in 2023. Fuel prices since then have shot up. They have risen 5-fold in over 18 months, while Nigerians are facing long queues at petrol stations. This despite the latest report saying that Nigeria has increased its oil output. The country's crude oil production surged 26% between April of 2023 and late 2024. Incidents of theft have declined as Abuja has ramped up its crackdown on robbers. However, with prices continuing to rise and many Nigerians are ready to risk their lives and rush to the scene of such accidents involving fuel tanks. This brings us to the second problem, a road safety crisis. Nigeria sees frequent road accidents owing to the poor state of the roads. Thousands of deaths due to road accidents are recorded annually, while badly maintained vehicles are also among the top causes of road-related incidents. Though the Nigerian government has introduced several policies to curb road accidents, including speed limits, vehicle inspections, and public awareness campaigns, their enforcement remains weak, and the country continues to make headlines due to the deadly accidents. And our last report is about military power in Africa. Countries in the continent have been investing heavily in the defense sector to tackle the growing threats from insurgencies and terror attacks. Global firepower watchers have reported that at least 38 African nations have gradually increased their hard power. So who has the strongest military in the continent? And why do countries in the Sahel like Benin, Burkina Faso and Niger rank among the lowest military powers in Africa, despite being ruled by military juntas? Our next report gets you more.
If you want peace, then prepare for war. This ancient Latin adage seems to have resonated with many countries across the world, particularly in Africa, where military preparedness can be seen as crucial to maintaining peace and stability. Africa is currently facing numerous internally driven crises, with insurgencies, terror attacks, and civil wars gripping several parts of the continent. And to address such disruptions, African nations are investing heavily in their defense sectors, ensuring they possess advanced weaponry and technological capabilities to maintain security. This is reflected in the recent data from Global Firepower, an American website which has annually ranked countries based on their military power. The website evaluates a nation's military strength, particularly based on the number of military units, its financial standing, logistical capabilities, and geographic positioning. In Africa, Global Firepower evaluates 38 countries currently. Out of those, Egypt has topped as the strongest military on the continent. This is followed by Algeria, Nigeria, South Africa, Ethiopia, Angola, Morocco, the DR Congo, Sudan, and Libya. Now, Egypt has been investing heavily in its military due to increasing terrorism and maritime security threats in the region. It has a defense budget of over $6 billion and has a total of 440,000 active personnel and nearly 1,100 aircraft in its fleet. Its total naval assets, including submarines, helicopter carriers, and frigates, are nearly 150. Moving to Algeria, the North African country has the highest military spending in Africa of nearly $25 billion, mainly due to the growing security threats in its neighborhood. Algeria's total active personnel number 325,000, while Algiers has nearly 610 aircraft and 110 naval assets. Coming to West Africa, Nigeria has shown a significant improvement in the 2025 rankings in the Global Firepower Index. It rose from the 4th position to the 3rd in 2025 among African nations, signaling its growing influence. Nigeria has also boosted its defense spending to over $3 billion. However, South Africa has dropped in the rankings in the continent. The country has fallen behind other nations in terms of its air and naval power in recent years. While it has a total defense budget of over $2 billion, South Africa has only 182 aircraft and 49 naval assets. But Global Firepower has not stopped at only ranking the strongest militaries in Africa. It has also ranked countries with the weakest militaries. Benin, the Central African Republic, Somalia, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Gabon, Senegal and Burkina Faso are among the weakest military powers in Africa. Their weakness has generally stemmed from a combination of economic limitations, political challenges, and structural issues. Many of these African nations also have constrained economies, leading to limited budgets for defense spending, and this in turn has influenced their ranking. So, as Africa navigates another year of uncertainty, the rankings have highlighted the wide gaps and disparities that African nations are facing in maintaining and boosting their defense capabilities amid growing security challenges.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Donald Trump is back in the White House as the 47th President of the United States of America. The world watched the oath-taking ceremony featuring tech titans, Nazi salutes, Trump's trademark dance moves, and an air kiss. The only thing more dramatic than him at the inauguration was his wife, Melania Trump's hat. The event was followed by a sea of executive orders. This is a president in a hurry, trying to hit the ground running. And even though one day is very little time to decide what the next 4 years may look like, Trump's words and actions give a strong signal on what this presidency will bring. We'll decode the moves for you. Also fact-check the president on his latest claims and discuss what Khalistani terrorist Pannu was doing at Trump's party. Was he a guest or a gate crasher? Also a report on the First Lady fashion. Meanwhile, in Pakistan's Gwadar, they have a brand new airport. Islamabad says it's a gift from China. China says it's a donation. In India, what does spirituality look like in the age of social media? A special report on Gen Z influencers at the Mahakumbh. What the Russian military is doing in Africa's Mali, and why the world is losing the art of writing.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others.
If the inauguration was a stage, Donald Trump was the performer. Ever the showman. The new American president did not disappoint. The only thing giving him a run for his money was his wife, Melania Trump's hat. We'll talk about that later on the show. For the moment, let's focus on Donald Trump. He kicked off his second term with fireworks and drama. Trump's first day in office had everything you would expect from him. He turned his inauguration into a full-blown reality show. He announced decisions and signed orders in full public view, and he did it from 3 different locations: the U.S. Capitol, where Trump took oath, the Capital One Arena, where he addressed a large crowd of supporters, and finally the Oval Office. The decisions came in thick and fast, with Trump showing off executive orders wherever he went.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Trump passed some 200 orders on his first day. He reversed 78 decisions taken by Joe Biden as president. He also issued multiple executive orders and proclamations. Tonight, we'll bring you the highlights, and we've shortlisted 5 on the domestic agenda, starting with the biggest headline: Donald Trump wants to end birthright citizenship. As of today, it's a constitutional right in America. Anyone born on U.S. soil, anyone born in the U.S. gets American citizenship. That essentially is birthright citizenship. Donald Trump wants to scrap it. He wants to exclude the children of illegal immigrants. He does not want them to have citizenship. And to ensure this, he has signed an executive order. It is a legally binding order that does not require the permission of the U.S. Congress, so it's a shortcut to implement policy. But it's also something that can be challenged in court. Listen to what Trump said.
With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense.
Well, here's a common sense question. How will they enforce this new order? Can Donald Trump simply cancel citizenship with the stroke of a pen? Here is how the process works right now. When a child is born in the US, government agencies issue them a certificate. And this is irrespective of where their parents come from, who their parents are. Every child gets this certificate if they're born in the United States. Yesterday, President Trump directed US agencies to stop issuing these certificates. And this order immediately triggered a legal battle. Lawsuits have been filed, mostly by rights groups. So we've not heard the end of this. And Trump is going after immigrants in more ways than one. He issued a number of orders to curb illegal immigration. That is the second highlight. President Trump has declared a national emergency on the US-Mexico border. He has unleashed a sweeping crackdown. The US-Mexico border is being sealed. The US military could be mobilized. Trump has ordered more detention centers to be built and for mass deportations to begin. Again, the challenge lies in the implementation. There are roughly 11 million illegal immigrants in the US today. Can Donald Trump simply round them up and send them back home? On cue, rights groups are up in arms. They're mounting legal challenges. They're also protesting. There was a demonstration on the streets of Philadelphia yesterday, but the new American president is determined.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came.
Like I said, he's made up his mind, and this was evident in his other decisions as well, like the presidential pardons. That's the third highlight. Trump has pardoned more than 1,500 people, including his supporters who stormed the U.S. Capitol 4 years ago.
Yes, sir. First, we have a list of pardons and commutations relating to events that occurred on January 6, 2021.
Okay, and how many people is this?
I think this order will apply to approximately 1,500 people, sir.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
Yes.
Full pardon.
This pardon is sweeping in scope. It goes beyond freeing those who were jailed. Trump has also instructed government lawyers. They have to drop all pending cases against the rioters. Highlight number 4 is about the U.S. military. President Donald Trump has banned transgenders from serving in the military. He has also rescinded all DEI policies. We talked about this yesterday too. DEI stands for Diversity, Equity and Inclusion, DEI. It promoted equal rights for racial minorities and the LGBTQ community within the military. Trump says the US military will now recognize only two genders, male and female.
We don't want to have transgender operations for everyone. There's a longing for common sense in this country. And I was saying before, we're the party of common sense, you know? We don't want to have men playing in women's sports.
Highlight number 5, inflation. Trump wants to bring America's inflation under control. He has issued orders to all government departments. They need to tackle inflation. These departments have been asked to take specific steps, like cutting regulation to bring down prices. So those are the 5 big highlights. They broadly cover all of Trump's major domestic promises. He also took decisions that impact America's relations with the world, like on climate. Trump has again pulled the US out of the Paris Climate Treaty. This treaty was signed in 2015. Trump walked out of it during his first term as president. Then Joe Biden took office and he reversed the decision. Now Donald Trump is back and the US is out again. Climate action is a ping-pong ball in American politics. The US is also withdrawing from the WHO, the World Health Organization. Trump says they're just fleecing America. He has also reinstated Cuba on America's terror list. As promised, Trump has delayed the ban on TikTok, but conditions apply. He has set a 75-day deadline for TikTok to figure out a new ownership structure.
Essentially with TikTok, I have the right to either sell it or close it. And we'll make that determination. TikTok is largely young people. I guess I have a warm spot for TikTok that I didn't have originally.
So if Trump has his way, the US will have 50% ownership of TikTok and some new names on its maps. Because President Trump wants the Gulf of Mexico to be called the Gulf of America and Mount Denali, which is Alaska's highest peak, to be called Mount McKinley. Obama, as president, had named the mountain Denali to honor the indigenous people. Trump has reverted it to McKinley, who was a businessman, politician, and expansionist, and Trump's personal hero. That's a lot of moves on day one. Trump had promised shock and awe, and he is delivering. He's also tweaking how the US government works. Trump has cancelled work from home for government employees. He's also ordered a hiring freeze in the US government. 4 officials from the Biden administration were sacked, and Trump did this through his app, Truth Social. That's how he fired them. He's also suspended US foreign assistance. He wants to review all foreign aid commitments. Basically, he's put his stamp on the government almost immediately. At the same time, he's also avoiding some issues like tariffs. Remember, he made a lot of noise on tariffs earlier, but after taking charge, he made no big announcement on that front, although he's not letting up on the threats.
We're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
So what do we make of all this action? What does it say about Trump 2.0? In his first term, he was a complete outsider, unfamiliar with the inner workings of Washington. This time, Donald Trump knows the lay of the land. He's operating like a sniper, targeting the old guard, one shot at a time. Now let's talk about the inauguration day. It is a masterpiece in meticulous planning. Every second is choreographed, every detail flawlessly executed, leaving little room for surprises. Yet, an event of this magnitude does throw up some surprises and iconic moments, and yesterday was no exception. We decided to compile them for you. The grand, unforgettable moments, the unexpected slip-ups, and of course, the internet's favorite memes. Let's start with moment number 1, Donald Trump taking oath, sworn in as the 47th President of the United States of America. But did you notice something unusual there? His left hand was at his side and not on the Bible. Yes, US presidents typically take the oath with a Bible. Melania Trump was standing right there holding 2 of them, 2 Bibles, one given by Trump's mother back in 1955 and the second, the historic Bible on which Abraham Lincoln took oath. Yet Trump did not place his hand on either. Why? Well, that is the question. Did he intentionally break protocol, or was it just an oversight? We may never know. But as long as the oath is valid, it's probably no big deal.
Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Which brings us to moment number 2. What's a swearing-in ceremony without some PDA, public display of affection? And we saw some of it, or at least an attempt at it. The new president wanted to celebrate his return, so he turned to First Lady Melania Trump, trying to kiss her on the cheeks. But he could only manage an air kiss, because in the way was her gigantic hat. The moment immediately went viral, with the internet speculating, why did she choose to wear it in the first place? Moment number 3, it's the people occupying the front row. Usually it's an honor reserved for the political elite or the president's cabinet, the new president's cabinet. But this time it was full of Silicon Valley princelings. Tesla CEO Elon Musk, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, Google CEO Sundar Pichai, Apple CEO Tim Cook, TikTok CEO Shu Zhiqiu. They all rubbed shoulders with Washington's elite. About a dozen billionaires were at this event. Their total net worth? According to estimates, around $1 trillion, which, by the way, is the GDP of Switzerland.
We will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
Of course, Elon Musk did not stop at a thumbs up. He was ecstatic. The candidate he bet on won the election. And now he has an agency to lead. His company's shares are skyrocketing, so Elon Musk has every reason to be happy, and he was, unabashedly. That's moment number 4. Elon Musk was jumping around. He was gesturing to the crowd. But what he did next took the internet by storm.
This is what victory feels like. Yeah! And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
It's been called a Nazi salute. And what's that? This is how a Nazi salute is defined: raising an outstretched right arm with the palm down. Like what Musk did. Not once, not twice, but multiple times. And it got people talking. Some have slammed him, some have defended him, but most are just asking, why did he have to do it? Guess Elon Musk was just being himself, controversy's favorite child, although this time it was J.D. Vance's children who stole the show. That's our moment number 5. Their father was swearing in to be the Vice President of the United States of America, but they had other things to worry about, like running around with their Band-Aids and stuffed toys. After the swearing in, it was down to business, signing numerous executive orders. We've told you about them. But between all of that, Donald Trump had a special moment. And that's number 6 for you. Trump discovered a letter by Joe Biden. He even thanked the reporter for asking about it. Trump said it would have gone unnoticed had he not been reminded about it.
President Trump, did President Biden leave you a letter?
He may have. Wait. Don't they leave it in the desk? I don't know. Oh!
What's in there?
Thank you, Peter. It could have been years before we found this. Wow. Thank you.
What does it say on the outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
Well, maybe I'll read it first and then make that determination.
That sounds great.
And finally, moment number 7, the Commander-in-Chief Ball. It was a perfect ending to the night. Trump and the First Lady shared the first dance. Then the President and the Vice President cut a giant cake.
Secret Service is getting very nervous.
This is what stole the show. Trump dancing, this time with a sword. He's elated, and that wraps up the Inauguration Day iconic moments, blunders, and a flurry of memes. The event delivered on every front, making history in more ways than one.
I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration.
I know one day is not much, but let's try to dissect Trump's moves. Is he trying to send a message? And if he is, what is that message? And how is the world reacting to it? Broadly speaking, Donald Trump, as president, has sent 3 messages. 1, he will kill woke ideas at home. 2, he will end America's engagements abroad, whether in conflicts, climate action, or public health. And 3, he will use coercion to protect American supremacy. These are the 3 broad messages. Now let's take a closer look at them. Trump has said that there will be only 2 genders, male and female. He has also ended diversity hiring in the US government. Both of these were seen as woke agendas, so Trump gutted them. In their place, he pushed his own ideology, like crackdowns at the border, cutting down public spending, and scrapping birthright citizenship. Basically, it was an ideological switcheroo. Wokeism out, MAGA conservatism in. And that matches with Trump's political evolution. In his first term, he was a disruptor. In the second, he is also a culture warrior. Trump wants to turn America into MAGA country. And yesterday was proof of that. His second message was on American engagements. Trump promised to end the Ukraine war. He distanced himself from Gaza, and he pulled out of key agreements and agencies. The US, as we told you, is once again leaving the Paris Climate Accords. It is also leaving the World Health Organization, and Trump's logic is quite simple. None of these initiatives helps America. He says the Paris Accords are unfair, that the WHO is ripping off the US, and that Ukraine is Putin's headache, not his. Listen in.
You were the president during COVID. Don't you see the importance of organization like that to coordinate a global response?
Sure, I do, but not when you're being ripped off like we are by the World Health. World Health ripped us off. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff.
How confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of the deal?
I'm not confident. That's not our war, it's their war, but I'm not confident. I have to speak to President Putin. We're going to have to find out. He can't be thrilled. He's not doing so well. I mean, he's grinding it out.
Now to the last message. Lack of engagement is not isolationism. Trump is very much willing to use coercion abroad, whether it's to retake the Panama Canal from Panama or to keep illegal migrants in Mexico. If Trump feels the need, he will flex America's muscles. And it's a departure from traditional US policy because earlier there were certain expectations from Washington. Some things were a given, like the US was expected to support allies. The US was expected to target rivals like China and Russia. It was also expected to act like a policeman. But Trump is different. He wants to pick and choose where to engage. Look at West Asia, for example. Trump has already forced Israel to take a ceasefire. But yesterday, he lifted US sanctions on Israeli settlers. He also promised to convince Saudi Arabia to recognize Israel. It's a bit of a quid pro quo. Now, this is not classic disengagement. It is not American isolationism. This is Donald Trump deciding where and how to engage. Same with China. Trump has been threatening them with tariffs, but yesterday he did not even mention China. He only talked about tariffs on Canada and Mexico, no China. And when asked about it, he was ambiguous. He said he's not ready for the tariffs yet. The same Donald Trump also extended the deadline for banning TikTok, the Chinese app. So expect him to pick and choose his fights, both with allies and rivals. Which brings us to the world reactions. Putin and Xi Jinping held a video call after Trump's inauguration. They promised to deepen their partnership. It's clear evidence of what's in store. Russia and China want to jointly blunt Trump's decisions. They also want to capitalize on any of his missteps. For example, this WHO decision. He has pulled the US out. Now, this leaves the door open for China and Russia to make inroads to imprint their vision on this agency. China says it is hoping to cooperate with Donald Trump, but they also criticize some of his moves.
We hope that the United States will work with China to jointly promote the stable, healthy, and sustainable development of China-US economic and trade relations. China is concerned about the U.S. announcement that it will withdraw from the Paris Agreement. Climate change is a common challenge facing all mankind. No country can stay out of it, and no country can be immune to it.
World leaders lined up to congratulate Trump, each with their own agenda. Netanyahu heaped praises on him. He's hoping that Trump can expand the Abraham Accords. Ukraine's Zelensky called him a strong man. He's trying to flatter Trump for support against Russia. Europe had a subtle warning against racing to the bottom. They are a worried lot. And the UK talked about historical ties in the hope of making it to Trump's good books. Listen in.
Your first term as president was filled with groundbreaking moments in the history of the great alliance between our two countries. You withdrew from the dangerous Iran nuclear deal. You recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. I believe that working together again, we will raise the U.S.-Israel alliance to even greater heights.
The inauguration of the new president of the United States, Donald Trump. He is a strong person. I wish President Trump and all of America success. Ukrainians are ready to work with Americans to achieve peace, true peace. This is an opportunity that must be seized.
For centuries, the relationship between our two nations has been one of collaboration, cooperation, and enduring partnership. It is a uniquely close bond. With President Trump's long-standing affection and historical ties to the United Kingdom, I know that depth of friendship will continue.
As this competition intensifies, we will likely continue to see frequent use of economic tools, such as sanctions, export controls, and tariffs, that are intended to safeguard economic and national security. In this spirit, we will need to work together to avoid a global race to the bottom, because it is in no one's interest to break the bonds of the global economy.
So everyone's got the memo. If you need US support, you will have to work for it. You will have to sweet talk Donald Trump. In that way, he's put the world on edge. But yesterday also revealed a problem with Trump's mandate. You see, the expectations are huge. Trump has just 4 years to reshape America culturally, financially, and politically. If his party loses the midterms, he may not even have 4 years, which is why Trump is rushing to do things. He has an unprecedented agenda on his plate and not a lot of time to do it. Donald Trump attended 3 balls yesterday. One of them had a strange guest. He was lurking around like a dementor from Harry Potter. His vibe, weird/creepy. The man was Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, leader of Khalistani group Sikhs for Justice. He attended Trump's Liberty Ball yesterday. As the crowd shouted USA, Pannu shouted Khalistani slogans. Take a look at this first. Like I said, creepy/weird. His vibe was more Jeffrey Epstein than inauguration. But jokes aside, this is serious. Pannu is a designated terrorist in India. He leads a banned separatist organization and he wants to carve India up. So how did he end up at Trump's party? Pannu says he was invited. He claims to have been a special guest at Trump's inaugural ball. But chances are he is lying. You don't have to be invited to attend the ball. You can also get tickets. There are mainly 2 ways to do this. A, you can send a request to the presidential transition team. Or B, you can purchase tickets at the venue. Now, we don't know what Pannu did. But the fact is he was at Trump's party, merely meters away from the new US president. Until we get the full picture, it's hard to talk about the politics, about whether this was a message to India. But we can say this, the US has consistently dropped the ball on this one. They've ignored India's concerns on Khalistan, and that is why Pannu is a free man today. That is why he's attending inaugural balls in Washington. His strategy is pretty clear. Pannu wants to portray himself as close to Trump, as having political patronage in the US. And we saw an example of this in 2019 as well. In his first term, Trump hosted a special event on America's Independence Day. Gurpatwant Singh Pannu was there too. Take a look. Even the caption is the same. Pannu called himself a special guest. If you add these two, a pattern emerges, a trend of Pannu attending key events hosted by Donald Trump. Is he buying these tickets or is Trump's team helping him out? That's what India will want to know, because the answer has broader implications. It is true that India-US ties have grown in the last decade, but it's also true that recently things have unraveled a bit. The US has accused Indian officials of trying to kill Pannu. They also have an Indian suspect in custody. His name is Nikhil Gupta. In addition, US prosecutors have implicated an Indian intelligence official, Vikas Yadav, who also faces charges in India. The question is, will Trump continue this investigation or will he abandon it? There is no public record of Trump's Khalistan policy. The only indications are his cabinet picks. Trump's national security advisor appears sympathetic to India's concerns. His name is Mike Waltz. As a lawmaker, he criticized Khalistani violence. But Trump's Assistant Attorney General is the opposite, an Indian-American lawyer named Harmeet Dhillon. She is a known Khalistani sympathizer. I'm afraid this is not enough to draw conclusions, so India must be prepared for all scenarios. You cannot assume that Donald Trump will crack down on Khalistanis. You need to give him a reason to do that. Make a case against Khalistani groups. Show their links to Justin Trudeau in Canada and expose their appetite for violence. This is a good chance for India to take control of the narrative. Trudeau is heading out in Canada. Biden is gone from the White House. So now is the time to press the advantage, to turn the tables on Pannu and company. Fashion and politics, they don't often go hand in hand, but when they do, the world takes notice. Take Melania Trump, for example. In 2017, she was shunned by designers. No one wanted to dress her, apparently. Cut to 2025, and all anyone can talk about is her outfit. And of course, that gigantic hat. But Melania is not the first to use fashion to make waves, and she certainly won't be the last. First ladies have long used their style as a form of silent communication, making bold statements without ever saying a word. Our next story tells you how.
The year was 2017. Donald Trump was about to take oath. He was getting ready for his first term as US President, and Melania Trump faced a huge problem. She had to attend the swearing-in ceremony, yet no one was willing to dress her. Top fashion houses reportedly shunned her. They didn't approve of her husband's politics. They didn't want to associate with the family. So Melania chose an American designer, Ralph Lauren. She donned a powder blue cashmere dress, standing beside her husband as he took oath. Well, 8 years later, the First Lady seems to be having the last laugh. This time, she had designers flocking to her. Christian Dior and Versace, they all lined up to dress her. But the First Lady went the America way again, choosing New York designer Adam Lippes. High-necked tailoring, sharply cut with spiked heels, the whole outfit struck a somber note, especially for such a day of joy and cheer for her husband. But what truly stole the show was her headgear, a statement hat designed by Eric Javits. It was so massive, it created its own social bubble. Even her husband couldn't get close enough for a proper kiss, resorting to an air kiss instead. The oversized brim didn't just hide her face, it shrouded her eyes, making eye contact, well, virtually impossible. The world was left wondering, where is Melania? She may have been physically present at the event, but she exuded the aura of an international woman of mystery. Some people couldn't help but compare her to a mob wife at a funeral. In America, first ladies may not always have the loudest voice, but their fashion choices speak volumes. So what was Melania trying to say with this bold statement? Is it her version of revenge dressing? We'll never find out. But later in the evening, her outfit softened slightly. The First Lady wore a white column gown featuring sculptural serpentine black ribbon. It kept a sharp, edgy vibe that felt anything but casual. And Melania Trump isn't the only one to make a statement with her fashion choices. Several US First Ladies have done it over the years. The most famous example is Jacqueline Kennedy. She attended her husband's presidential inauguration with a perfect egg-shaped pillbox hat. While she was clasping it, the hat got a dent. Jackie didn't notice it, but it was broadcast across the globe, and that kicked off a fashion trend, hats with that particular dimple being sold in America. In 1977, Rosalind Carter wore a dress she had already worn for the inauguration ceremony of her husband, Jimmy Carter. The media criticized this move, but the point was to show empathy for the economic struggles of Americans at that moment. In recent years, several First Ladies have turned to independent designers, especially for inaugural events. Michelle Obama made waves in 2009 in a lemon-colored outfit. It was by Isabel Toledo. But what truly made the mark were her gloves. They were J. Crew, and the reasonable pricing showed her relatable approach. In 2021, Jill Biden wore a sparkling blue coat and dress combo. It was by Markarian, a small brand in New York. Yesterday, she stuck to a purple outfit by Ralph Lauren. Purple is a blend of Republican red and Democratic blue and is considered the color of political unity. So Jill was sending that message for her last day as America's First Lady. History has shown us that these fashion moments transcend politics. They become symbols, sparking conversations that last far beyond the event itself. In the end, fashion for First Ladies isn't just about clothes, it's about making a statement that's heard around the world. And Melania Trump? Well, she's leaving her mark one carefully curated outfit at a time.
I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration.
I know one day is not much, but let's try to dissect Trump's moves. Is he trying to send a message? And if he is, what is that message? And how is the world reacting to it? Broadly speaking, Donald Trump, as president, has sent 3 messages. 1, he will kill woke ideas at home. 2, he will end America's engagements abroad, whether in conflicts, climate action, or public health. And 3, he will use coercion to protect American supremacy. These are the 3 broad messages. Now let's take a closer look at them. Trump has said that there will be only 2 genders, male and female. He has also ended diversity hiring in the US government. Both of these were seen as woke agendas, so Trump gutted them. In their place, he pushed his own ideology, like crackdowns at the border, cutting down public spending, and scrapping birthright citizenship. Basically, it was an ideological switcheroo. Wokeism out, MAGA conservatism in. And that matches with Trump's political evolution. In his first term, he was a disruptor. In the second, he is also a culture warrior. Trump wants to turn America into MAGA country. And yesterday was proof of that. His second message was on American engagements. Trump promised to end the Ukraine war. He distanced himself from Gaza, and he pulled out of key agreements and agencies. The US, as we told you, is once again leaving the Paris Climate Accords. It is also leaving the World Health Organization, and Trump's logic is quite simple. None of these initiatives helps America. He says the Paris Accords are unfair, that the WHO is ripping off the US, and that Ukraine is Putin's headache, not his. Listen in.
You were the president during COVID. Don't you see the importance of an organization like that to coordinate a global response?
Sure, I do, but not when you're being ripped off like we are by the World Health. World Health ripped us off. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff.
How confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of the deal?
I'm not confident. That's not our war, it's their war, but I'm not confident. I have to speak to President Putin. We're going to have to find out. He can't be thrilled. He's not doing so well. I mean, he's grinding it out.
Now to the last message. Lack of engagement is not isolationism. Trump is very much willing to use coercion abroad, whether it's to retake the Panama Canal from Panama or to keep illegal migrants in Mexico. If Trump feels the need, he will flex America's muscles. And it's a departure from traditional US policy, because earlier there were certain expectations from Washington. Some things were a given, like the US was expected to support allies. The US was expected to target rivals like China and Russia. It was also expected to act like a policeman. But Trump is different. He wants to pick and choose where to engage. Look at West Asia, for example. Trump has already forced Israel to take a ceasefire. But yesterday, he lifted US sanctions on Israeli settlers. He also promised to convince Saudi Arabia to recognize Israel. It's a bit of a quid pro quo. Now, this is not classic disengagement. It is not American isolationism. This is Donald Trump deciding where and how to engage. Same with China. Trump has been threatening them with tariffs, but yesterday he did not even mention China. He only talked about tariffs on Canada and Mexico, no China. And when asked about it, he was ambiguous. He said he's not ready for the tariffs yet. The same Donald Trump also extended the deadline for banning TikTok, the Chinese app. So expect him to pick and choose his fights, both with allies and rivals. Which brings us to the world reactions. Putin and Xi Jinping held a video call after Trump's inauguration. They promised to deepen their partnership. It's clear evidence of what's in store. Russia and China want to jointly blunt Trump's decisions. They also want to capitalize on any of his missteps. For example, this WHO decision. He has pulled the US out. Now, this leaves the door open for China and Russia to make inroads to imprint their vision on this agency. China says it is hoping to cooperate with Donald Trump, but they also criticize some of his moves.
We hope that the United States will work with China to jointly promote the stable, healthy, and sustainable development of China-US economic and trade relations. China is concerned about the U.S. announcement that it will withdraw from the Paris Agreement. Climate change is a common challenge facing all mankind. No country can stay out of it, and no country can be immune to it.
World leaders lined up to congratulate Trump, each with their own agenda. Netanyahu heaped praises on him. He's hoping that Trump can expand the Abraham Accords. Ukraine's Zelensky called him a strong man. He's trying to flatter Trump for support against Russia. Europe had a subtle warning against racing to the bottom. They are a worried lot. And the UK talked about historical ties in the hope of making it to Trump's good books. Listen in.
Your first term as president was filled with groundbreaking moments in the history of the great alliance between our two countries. You withdrew from the dangerous Iran nuclear deal. You recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. I believe that working together again, we will raise the U.S.-Israel alliance to even greater heights.
The inauguration of the new president of the United States, Donald Trump. He is a strong person. I wish President Trump and all of America success. Ukrainians are ready to work with Americans to achieve peace, true peace. This is an opportunity that must be seized.
For centuries, the relationship between our two nations has been one of collaboration, cooperation, and enduring partnership. It is a uniquely close bond. With President Trump's long-standing affection and historical ties to the United Kingdom, I know that depth of friendship will continue.
As this competition intensifies, we will likely continue to see frequent use of economic tools, such as sanctions, export controls, and tariffs, that are intended to safeguard economic and national security. In this spirit, we will need to work together to avoid a global race to the bottom, because it is in no one's interest to break the bonds of the global economy.
So everyone's got the memo. If you need US support, you will have to work for it. You will have to sweet talk Donald Trump. In that way, he's put the world on edge. But yesterday also revealed a problem with Trump's mandate. You see, the expectations are huge. Trump has just 4 years to reshape America culturally, financially, and politically. If his party loses the midterms, he may not even have 4 years. Which is why Trump is rushing to do things. He has an unprecedented agenda on his plate and not a lot of time to do it. Our next story is from Pakistan. The country just got a shiny new Chinese toy, an expensive one too. It's a brand new international airport in Gwadar. For those of you who do not know, Gwadar is a port city in the Balochistan region. It is the terminal point of the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC. China has been spending a lot of money there, developing ports and trade infrastructure. Part of this infrastructure is this brand new airport. It is the largest in Pakistan, occupying more than 17 square kilometers. It currently has just one runway. and it looks far from finished. But the new Gwadar International Airport launched operations anyway. It welcomed its very first flight, a small Pakistan International Airlines jet, carrying 46 passengers from Karachi. Now look at it go, landing right between two fire trucks, making an arch with their water cannons. It's an odd choice for a grand welcome, but maybe local authorities thought better safe than sorry. You don't want the first flight to crash and burn after all. Pakistani authorities were thrilled.
ग्वादर बैनुल-अक़वामी हवाई अड्डे की तामीर, इंजीनियरिंग और तावन का एक काबिल ज़िक्र कारनामा है। ये बुलंद हिम्मत मंसूबा पाकिस्तानी और चीनी टीमों के बेपनाह कोशिशों और लगन से ज़िंदा हुआ है। हमें चीनी हुकूमत का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहिए, जिन्होंने इस खूबसूरत तोहफे के लिए बलूचिस्तान और पाकिस्तान के लोगों का बिला ताअत्तुल और दायमी हमायत फराहम की।
That was Pakistan's defense minister calling the airport a gift. China itself has a slightly different take. This is a social media post by the Global Times, one of the endless Chinese government mouthpieces, the Global Times. They called the new airport a donation. They did not even bother to mince words, just got straight to the point. Islamabad is basically surviving on Chinese handouts. Without them, Pakistan's economy would collapse. Beijing apparently doled out $230 million for the new airport, reportedly in the form of a grant, not a loan. So it's no wonder they're calling it a donation. But China is not going soft. They're betting big, in fact, on Gwadar and CPEC. Beijing will want to get its money's worth from this donation. But that might be difficult. Considering the security situation in Balochistan, the new Gwadar airport is not universally accepted or appreciated, least of all by the local Baloch people. There's an armed group in the area called the Balochistan Liberation Army, or BLA. Now, the BLA is a separatist group. It wants an independent Baloch nation. And it has regularly attacked Gwadar port and nearby facilities. Now, the BLA believes that China wants to exploit Balochistan's resources without giving the locals their fair share. This sentiment is shared by ordinary Baloch people as well. They have protested against Chinese projects multiple times. In fact, Pakistan's Prime Minister issued a statement today. That's Shehbaz Sharif. He had a message for the people of Balochistan. He said their opposition to the Gwadar projects was, and I'm quoting, an affront to Pakistan's sovereignty and infrastructure and economic future. Now, it's a bit rich talking about sovereignty after getting an airport donation. As for Pakistan's economic future, the less said about that, the better. The Baloch people have real grievances. I'm not talking about the BLA here. I'm talking about the ordinary Baloch people. They feel that their region has been left behind, exploited to benefit those sitting in Islamabad, and now those sitting in Beijing too. Airplane and fire truck theatrics will not help change their minds. Only real, equitable development will. Now let's turn our attention to India. The Mahakumbh is underway in Prayagraj. This is the first Kumbh of its kind in 144 years, and that's quite a span of time. About 1.5 centuries. So big changes are coming for the Mahakumbh. It is witnessing a lot of firsts this time. For starters, this is a high-tech Kumbh. There are AI cameras, underwater drones, and Google Chats for visitors who are part of the largest gathering of humanity.
धरती में अगर कहीं स्वर्ग है तो आज आप अनुभव कर सकते हो.
India is just great. I mean, we came to Kumbh Mela first time in life, and this is a big Kumbh Mela, so we're very excited. It's like, you know, you see the real India, and the true power of India is their people.
600 million people are expected to attend, and many of them are youngsters, which brings us to another first. Gen Z is at the Mahakumbh, the FOMO generation. They're visiting the Hindu festival and taking spirituality to social media. With a phone in hand and a snan or holy bath reel in the making, these young pilgrims are connecting to their roots, documenting their Kumbh journeys, talking about the Kumbh on social media, and perhaps reliving the tales they heard as children. In their own way, Gen Z is the most tech-savvy generation. So they are effortlessly blending vibrance with devotion and social media with spirituality. Instagram is the leading platform for India's youth. On the first day of the Kumbh, Instagram had more than 350,000 posts with hashtag Kumbh. And it's not just Hindu pilgrims. There are young culture enthusiasts as well. And they're all for the famous Kumbh Bhandaras or free food stalls. Then there are the young researchers studying waste management and people management. There are also some who want to be a religious spectacle themselves by embarking on a 600-kilometer journey to the Mahakumbh entirely on skates. Well, that's Gen Z for you. So the Mahakumbh may be a religious gathering, but like most things in life, it is also a Gen Z phenomenon now. Which brings us to another first. This is the first Mahakumbh of the digital era, the first in the age of content creators, and the first with influencers who are churning out daily content, hosting podcasts, guiding meditations, hosting workshops, and obviously endorsing products. You will find influencers promoting box bets or activating food courts by the Ganga. Because where there is Gen Z, there is an army of influencers, and of course there is capitalism. You see, the Mahakumbh is a mega marketing affair as well. All kinds of companies are here. They're shelling out the big bucks. In the 2013 Kumbh, marketing spend stood at 1,500 crore rupees. Today it is 4,500 crore rupees, which is a 300% increase. A marketing spend of about 520 million US dollars. That's what we are talking about. A lot of this money is going to the influencers. They're being roped in to amplify brands. At least 334 influencers are part of paid sponsorships at the Kumbh. They're receiving anywhere from 1 lakh to 50 lakh rupees for campaigns, and these influencers are not just from India. At least 21 social media stars are from abroad, from countries like Finland, Singapore and Guyana. Clearly, the Kumbh has come a long way. For decades, it was stereotyped as a festival of seers for aged pilgrims or religious fanatics. But those days are long gone. Today, droves of youngsters are flocking to the Mahakumbh from India and abroad. Whatever their inspiration and motivation, they're also reconnecting with their culture. And in turn, they are helping this spiritual festival evolve as an economic hotspot and a hub of India's vibrant culture. Now to Africa, a continent that unfortunately makes news as a playground for global players and global powers. The world's leading nations are competing for influence in Africa. And one of them just made a major move. This story is about Russia and Mali. There are pictures and videos that are going viral. They show a massive military convoy on the move in Mali. Reports say this convoy is packed with some serious firepower. It includes tanks, trucks, and armored vehicles. This is all Russian equipment, redeployed from Syria. Russia had a sizable military presence there in Syria, but after the fall of the Assad regime, Moscow is shifting focus. It is paying more attention to Africa. Our next report tells you how.
These photographs have created a stir in Mali. This is a massive convoy of Russian military equipment. It includes tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery systems. This convoy was spotted near Mali's capital, Bamako. Where's it coming from and where's it going? In a volatile country like Mali, this kind of firepower is bound to turn heads. It's simply too difficult to ignore or even hide. Government officials say the equipment is for Mali's armed forces, but observers think otherwise. They say this gear belongs to the African Corps, the successor to the Wagner Group in Africa. Reports say that the equipment was transferred from Syria. After the fall of Bashar al-Assad, Russia has been scaling back its presence there. It is becoming evident that Africa is a growing priority for Moscow. The African Corps are directly controlled by the Russian Defense Ministry. It's unclear how many troops Russia has in Mali. This convoy could be the first clue. It's large enough to support a sizable military presence. Russia's presence and influence in Mali has grown steadily since 2021, when a coup installed the country's military junta to power. Russia provides them with protection and support through troop deployments and military transfers. In exchange, Russia reaps clear benefits. The most important is access to Mali's resources. The country is rich in gold, oil, gas, and uranium, and Russia frequently taps into this reserve. However, Russia's involvement in Mali goes beyond these tangibles. With international sanctions tightening, Moscow has been forced to adapt. It has been losing friends and access to key markets. To counter this, Russia is cultivating new allies in Africa. Its reach extends beyond Mali. The African Corps also has a presence in nations like Burkina Faso and Niger. Together, these nations form a network of pro-Russian states and give a large footprint to Russia in the global south. But this influence comes at a price. With the war in Ukraine, Russian forces are already stretched. They have faced heavy casualties during clashes with local rebels. There are also reports of civilian casualties, but Russia seems unfazed by these setbacks. It's growing its military presence in Mali, which means Russia has no plans to scale back in Africa. Instead, it wants to double down.
Now, coming back to the US, Joe Biden has left the Oval Office, as I'm sure you know, and left something for his successor, a personal letter, returning the gesture that Donald Trump made for him in 2021. Now, this is a bit of an inauguration day tradition among US presidents. They exchange letters, handwritten letters, which are filled with some advice, some humor, and a lot of humanity after a heated election season. So let me ask you this. When was the last time you wrote a letter? Actually, when was the last time you wrote anything more than a few pointers? It's been a while, hasn't it? Because we live in a digital world with screens of all shapes and sizes. Miss a friend, send them a meme. Have a work update, text your colleagues. Want a grocery list, type it on the Notes app, or wait, you could just tell Siri or Alexa. This is how we live today. Our phones, our computers, they are changing how we write, if we do it at all. And so, writing is dying. Does it matter? If you ask teachers, more and more of them may say no, it doesn't, because handwriting is increasingly disappearing in schools too. In the US, students are no longer required to learn cursive writing. Finland removed it from schools in 2016. Swiss schools have reduced its use. Many Indian states are doing away with cursive as well. Now, this is part of a growing norm. The world over, 1/3 of students cannot write legibly. So that day is not far when children will look at cursive and call it a primitive foreign language. It is quite sad, really. But before we grieve education standards, do know that school children are not the only ones in this club. It includes adults too. Most of us, in fact. Very few people are putting pen to paper. According to studies, 1 in 3 educated adults do not write anything by hand for about 6 months. And 2 in 3 struggle to read someone else's handwriting. And this is not just about reading doctors' prescriptions. This is the norm. You don't need data to see it. We have thousands of calendar apps today. Few of us have actual calendars. We don't beg celebrities for autographs anymore. We want selfies. We don't write letters anymore. We spam people with TikToks and Reels. And experts get it. In the real world, in this digital world, handwriting can seem quite useless, at least from a practical skill point of view. But they also warn us that this skill atrophy is harming us. In 2012, scientists held a study. They sat down a group of preschool children and they asked them to learn letters. And the children did this in 2 ways. First, by writing them out by hand, and second, by typing them on a keyboard. And later, the children were put under an MRI scanner. They were shown the various letters and their brains were mapped. Now, for those who practiced by hand, scans showed their brains light up. They were highly activated because they processed information deeply. On the other hand, the activation was much weaker for those who learned by typing because writing by hand has many benefits. It can stimulate visual recognition. It improves learning ability, it boosts retention, it improves memory in general. So the loss of writing by hand means the loss of cognitive skills and in many ways the loss of your being, of your personality. Scroll writings show us a painter's head full of ideas. Careful writings tell us about a monk's discipline because your handwriting is a marker of who you are. For thousands of years, handwritings have taught us about entire civilizations. They show us how humans made their thoughts visible to each other. They help us trace our history. They help us remember things about ourselves that we have long forgotten, like that birthday card from your loved one, that handwritten message from your favorite teacher, or that signed album you braved crowds for. So losing handwriting is a sign of our times, but to live without it is to lose some of our humanity. So Donald Trump is back at the White House again, and we are saying it again. He is promising a golden age for America. It's quite fitting. Nothing screams golden age like a 78-year-old convicted president. But beyond the age, very little has changed. In his first term, we used to check Twitter for nuclear threats. This time, we are checking Truth Social. Now, Trump got a lot of stuff done on his first day. We told you about it. He ticked off many issues on his agenda. But in between, he also dropped the usual Trumpisms, like when he called Spain a BRICS nation or when he danced with a sword at the ball. All of this has given social media a lot of meme fodder. So here's the first of hopefully many Trump jokes to come.
How have you been? I've been great. I'm back, and you're fired. Hello, all. No need to run. Your fates have already been sealed. You're safe. Oh my God. You're safe for now.
What are you doing? And yet, are they a BRICS nation? They're a BRICS nation, Spain. You know what a BRICS nation is? You'll figure it out.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Joe Biden departs Washington as ex-president on his final flight on Air Force One from Joint Base Andrews. Mexicans hold a protest against Donald Trump outside the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City, and a lonely sunfish regains appetite after a Japanese aquarium sticks cutouts of visitors on the tank. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1976, the first Concorde commercial flights took off. The Concorde was a supersonic aircraft built in collaboration by Britain and France. It did not end up being a commercial success, with people complaining about loud noises. A deadly crash in the year 2000 sealed its fate. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
independientes. No por algo ganamos el...
Hello, everyone, and thanks so much for being with us on this cold, blistery day. We begin right here in Washington, D.C., where Donald Trump was sworn in as the 47th Commander-in-Chief just yesterday. Now, it didn't take long for the MAGA leader to set the agenda for his next 4 years in office. During his inauguration speech, President Trump declared the migration crisis at the southern border a national emergency.
From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
The emergency declaration at the U.S.-Mexico border is a presidential first, and it's still unclear what exactly it would entail. However, it does give the president additional powers for certain actions, including deploying troops and overseeing deportations. Additionally, President Trump has threatened Mexico with 25% tariffs for failing to crack down on the number of illegal migrants entering the United States from the border.
We're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
Trump also announced that he will designate Mexican and Venezuelan cartels as foreign terror organizations. The terrorism designations allows for a more aggressive actions going after individuals and entities that aid and support the cartels. Along with targeting the cartels, the president acted on his promise to carry out the largest deportation of illegal migrants in the history of the United States.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Now, many have voiced concerns that military action against the drug cartels would cause friction between Washington and its neighbors, particularly Mexico, Colombia, Panama, and Ecuador. However, President Trump remains certain that he will carry out his America First policy regardless of its impact throughout the region.
And Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
In only his first day in office, President Trump has signed over 200 executive orders and revoked 78 of Joe Biden's policies as the new administration prioritizes immigration and a withdrawal from several multilateral agreements. Yesterday's historic day wasn't just about Donald Trump. Elon Musk's appearance at the inauguration, though a given, still managed to stir heads. Not because of what he said, but more so because of what he did. The tech billionaire was addressing Trump supporters at the Capital One Arena in Washington after the swearing-in ceremony. Exploding with joy, he thanked the crowd for returning Trump to the White House, though what came next sparked massive controversy. Musk thumped his right hand over his heart and extended the same arm above his head with the palm open. The Tesla CEO repeated the motion to those behind him.
This is what victory feels like. Yeah! And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you.
Critics were quick to liken this gesture to a victory salute popularized by Adolf Hitler, who used it to excite crowds in Nazi Germany. Democrats grabbed the opportunity to criticize Elon Musk and warned Americans of the darkest days ahead.
I never imagined we would see the day when what appears to be a Heil Hitler salute would be made behind the presidential seal. This abhorrent gesture has no place in our society and belongs in the darkest chapters of human history. I urge all of my colleagues to unite in condemning this hateful gesture for what it is: anti-Semitism.
Meanwhile, the SpaceX CEO who will lead President Donald Trump's Department of Government Efficiency has dismissed the criticism. Many social media users came to Elon Musk's rescue, saying it was just an awkward gesture that was misinterpreted. The Anti-Defamation League, an organization that has called out anti-Semitism and has criticized Musk in the past, defended his actions this time around. Meanwhile, historians who specialize in Nazism remain divided over Musk's apparent salute. And while some claim Elon Musk's gesture was an overt reference to Nazis, others said it was just a socially awkward, autistic man's wave to the crowd. Musk's gesture, which has gone viral online at a time when he is already under scrutiny over his support to Germany's far-right AfD party, which is accused of being sympathetic to Nazism. And with the rise of right-wing politics in the United States, it seems to be difficult to rebuff Musk's gesture as an awkward form of humor. Biotech billionaire Vivek Ramaswamy is parting ways with President Donald Trump's Department of Government Efficiency, or Doge. He will instead announce his bid for the governor of his home state, Ohio, early next week. Now, this comes just 69 days after President Donald Trump announced the federal spending watchdog group that Ramaswamy was supposed to co-lead with Elon Musk. Ramaswamy's abrupt exit was announced by the Trump transition team hours after the inauguration.
Vivek Ramaswamy played a critical role in helping us create Doge. He intends to run for elected office soon, which requires him to remain outside of Doge based on the structure that we announced today. We thank him immensely for his contributions over the last 2 months and expect him to play a vital role in making America great again.
Now, replying to the statement, Ramaswamy expressed confidence that Musk will successfully streamline the government.
It was my honor to help support the creation of Doge. I'm confident that Elon and team will succeed in streamlining the government. I'll have more to say very soon about my future plans in Ohio. Most importantly, we're all in to help President Trump make America great again.
However, reports say the main reason behind Ramaswamy's exit from Doge is a brief falling out with Elon Musk. In recent weeks, the tech tycoon reportedly made it clear that he wanted Ramaswamy out of Doge, Mar-a-Lago, and Washington, D.C. And Ramaswamy's controversial social media post on H-1B visas in late December only hastened his demise. Notably, during the holidays, the entrepreneur criticized American culture, saying American firms hire foreign workers because America venerates mediocrity over excellence.
The reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over Native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit. A key part of it comes down to the C-word culture. Tough questions demand tough answers, and if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the truth our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long. That doesn't start in college, it starts young. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ, or the jock over the valedictorian, will not produce the best engineers if you grow up aspiring to normalcy. Normalcy is what you will achieve.
And while Elon Musk and Donald Trump both publicly supported his stance, reports say overall Republican anger towards Ramaswamy grew deeper. Moreover, the Tesla CEO did not support the idea of Ramaswamy running for governor in Ohio while also leading Doge. Now, until Saturday, Ramaswamy maintained to confidants that he was actively involved in Doge. However, reports reveal that he's almost done no Doge-related work since early December. And now that the biotech businessman has been sidelined, he is seemingly putting a positive spin on his departure from the Trump administration. On Monday, Ramaswamy attended President Trump's inauguration and also posted a photo of himself shaking hands with Elon Musk. But his exit from Doge is a stark reminder of Elon Musk's influence and ability to ice out anyone in President Donald Trump's inner circle. And when President Donald Trump took office, he immediately pardoned 1,500 of his supporters who attacked the U.S. Capitol 4 years ago after Joe Biden won the 2020 election. The commander-in-chief signed 6 commutations, including those of leaders from the far-right groups like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. However, President Trump wasn't the only one signing pardons. Just 30 minutes before leaving office, former President Joe Biden signed preemptive pardons for all of his family members. He also preemptively pardoned Dr. Anthony Fauci and General Mark Milley, fearing President Trump would target them. But are preemptive pardons constitutional? And is this the new political power play to safeguard loyalists from rivals? Here's more on the pardons offered by both men.
Donald Trump has returned to the White House with a statement. In a sweeping move, the 47th President of the United States pardoned nearly 1,500 individuals on Monday. President Trump pardoned those charged in the January 6, 2021 Capitol Hill riots, and Donald Trump also commuted the sentences of leaders of the far right-wing groups Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. The 6 commutations cover the sentencing of 14 members of the two groups who were convicted or charged with seditious conspiracy.
First, we have a list of pardons and commutations relating to events that occurred on January 6, 2021.
Okay, and how many people is this?
I think this order will apply to approximately 1,500 people, sir.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
Yes.
Full pardon.
Full pardon or commutations?
Full pardon. We have about 6 commutations in there where we're doing further research. Nice to see you again. So this is a big one. Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get them. We hope they come out tonight, frankly. They're expecting it. Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
The commutations show that Donald Trump has the back of the Capitol Hill rioters who stormed the building after the Republican lost to Joe Biden in the 2020 election. This was Donald Trump's way of political vendetta. While the incoming president pardoned his loyalists and the Democrats cried injustice, it was actually outgoing President Joe Biden who went on a pardoning spree. In his last moments in the White House, Joe Biden pardoned 5 members of his family, including his brothers James and Francis, Sarah, the wife of James, Biden's sister Valerie, and her husband John. Joe Biden justified the pardons by claiming that his family was being subjected to threats and attacks ever since Donald Trump won the presidential race. Joe Biden's family members have not been charged or convicted of any crime except for his eldest son, Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden was convicted in June last year for lying about his drug use to buy a gun in 2018. Right after the sentencing, Biden went from this.
With regard to the question regarding the family, I'm extremely proud of my son Hunter. He has overcome an addiction. He's one of the brightest, most decent men I know. And I am satisfied that I'm not going to do anything. I said I abide by the jury decision, and I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
To this in a span of 6 months.
And the president said this in his statement, that Hunter and his family had been through enough. Enough is enough. And he wrestled with these circumstances, these changing circumstances ultimately. And the combination of that, the president changing his mind and issuing, certainly led to the president changing his mind and issuing this pardon.
Since then, Joe Biden has also preemptively pardoned his son Hunter in another tax evasion case. But Biden's preemptive pardons are not just for his family. It also includes members of the January 6th Capitol riots investigative committee, the former chair of the Joint Chief of Staff's, General Mark Milley, and Dr. Anthony Fauci, who was the COVID-19 response chief in the Biden administration. Joe Biden has given 7 preemptive pardons, which means the people who have not even been convicted or charged for a crime are exempt from prosecution. Preemptive pardons are legal in the United States, but they don't protect from future crimes from the date the pardon was signed, or from non-federal charges, or from civil lawsuits. For Biden, the preemptive pardons have been a way of preventing prosecution of officials who had been loyal to him, and of course family, which comes first. Biden once said that he would never be like Trump and pardon his loyalists, only to prove himself wrong in his final days and hours in office. Among the big names, Biden has pardoned former Republican Liz Cheney, who was on the January 6th investigative committee. But Biden went overboard with commutations and pardons. In fact, Joe Biden has handed out the highest number of pardons for a president in the history of the country. Behind him are Andrew Johnson, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, Harry Truman, and Barack Obama. Though out of the more than 8,000 pardons, Biden pardoned around 6,000 convicts who had charges of marijuana possession. However, it doesn't take away from the fact that Joe Biden will go down in history as the president who gave out the most pardons from the White House, including in his final 30 minutes in the Oval Office, where he frantically preemptive pardoned his family right before Donald Trump made his return.
And finally, as President Donald Trump's inauguration was nothing short of a family reunion, however, it was the 6'7", 18-year-old Barron Trump who stole the spotlight with a little boost from his dad. From his heartwarming handshake with outgoing President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris to his classy exchanges with billionaires Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, Barron Trump was the talk of the town, with many claiming the kid has it in him to perhaps be president himself one day. Our final report brings you more.
Donald Trump's presidential inauguration was a show of family unity. Accompanied by his wife Melania Trump, the hour-long ceremony saw Donald Trump and Melania together throughout. While Donald Trump made headlines for his 30-minute speech where he promised action against illegal migrants, drug cartels, and redefining gender, it was Melania Trump who turned heads. Dressed in a sharply cut suit, spiked heels, paired with a dramatic look thanks to the headgear. Melania Trump looked both chic and mysteriously serious, and joining the First Lady were Donald Trump's children. First daughter Ivanka Trump matched Melania's color palette with an emerald green skirt and a matching beret. The first daughter's outfit seemed to usher in a new era of fashion in Washington, D.C. Along with Ivanka were her brothers, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump, along with their partners and children.
I'm about to sign some
very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy. He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka.
And joining Trump's first family were step-siblings Tiffany Trump and Barron Trump. The presidential inauguration was a show of strength for the already powerful family. But among all the elder siblings, it was Donald Trump's youngest son, Barron, who made the biggest waves. Standing at 6'7", 18-year-old Barron Trump makes quite an impression. Apart from his towering height, Barron has gone viral several times. He was instrumental in securing the youth vote for Donald Trump. It was Barron who pushed Donald Trump to go on podcasts, including the one hosted by Joe Rogan, comedians Theo Vaughn, Andrew Schulz, and scientist Lex Friedman. And throughout his election, Donald Trump made it a point to praise Barron.
You know, I'm not allowed to call them boy, but he is my boy. He's my boy. They're all my boys, right? When you have sons, they can be any age. They're your boy. They're always going to be. And he's a very special guy. Barron Trump. This is the first time he's ever done this. Barron. Where is Barron? Stand up. Look at him.
Barron Trump's stature did not go unnoticed during the inauguration either. Wearing a long overcoat and his hair slicked back, the 6-footer practically made no efforts to be noticed, yet stole the show. Donald Trump made sure that Barron was heaped with praise.
And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him? Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them.
But it wasn't just his father's praise. Even Barron's actions were making him the star of the night. Netizens applauded the young man's class when he shook hands with Donald Trump's rivals Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Barron's gesture of extending a handshake was enough to cut the tensions in the room, as many called it a heartful moment. And as Barron Trump's actions went viral, social media erupted with posts saying that Barron Trump would be president one day. Though still enrolled in the New York University, Barron Trump will frequent the White House in Washington, D.C., and with his popularity growing among Gen Z, Barron will continue to be Donald's Trump card. Until the young Trump decides that it's time for him to fill his father's shoes.
That's our show for today, everyone. Thanks so much for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa.
where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's take a look at our top story. Yesterday, the United States got a new president. Donald Trump took oath as the 47th president of America. He made a comeback to the White House after leaving it 4 years ago. His inauguration ceremony that took place in the capital city of Washington, D.C., was closely watched by millions of people across the world. In what was arguably the most unusual inauguration in American history, President Donald Trump pledged that the golden age for the country had just begun. He promised to make America great again, while he also used his inauguration address to lay out a series of executive actions that his administration would undertake, especially on immigration, energy, and trade. However, what was missing in his nearly 30-minute-long inauguration address was the mention of Africa, which happened to be mentioned a total of 0 times. Now, President Trump spoke about America. He also spoke about Panama, Mexico, China, and the BRICS bloc. He even addressed the chaos and destruction left by the previous administration. But he failed to mention even a single African nation in his inauguration address.
The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
Even at his inauguration ceremony, while there were a slew of foreign leaders ranging from India to Italy who had been invited to attend his swearing-in, there was not a single African leader on the guest list. And post his swearing-in ceremony, only Egypt and South African presidents congratulated Trump on his inauguration. This was in contrast to November of 2024, when several African leaders, including Kenya and Nigeria, had congratulated Trump on his victory. Now, Africa has generally been low on the priority list for the United States for years. Last year, former President Joe Biden had made a trip to Angola to show that the U.S. was shifting its perspective and attention to Africa. Still, he was not successful. Russia and China have both made significant inroads into the continent, and U.S. allies, including France, have lost their influence in the region. Trump, on the other hand, had also not done much for Africa in his first term. He also does not share close camaraderie with any African leader. During his first term, he never set foot in Africa or held a summit with African leaders. He is known to have made some derogatory and racist remarks toward African countries. He withdrew American soldiers from Somalia fighting terror group Al-Shabaab, a decision that was later reversed by the Biden administration. He also escalated Egypt-Ethiopia tensions as he commented that Egypt should blow up an Ethiopian dam on the Nile River, which has been the center of a dispute between the two African nations. But his first term also saw some positives. It saw the birth of initiatives such as Prosper Africa, aimed at boosting U.S.-Africa economic engagement. Then, in a key development, Trump recognized Morocco's sovereignty over the territory of Western Sahara in exchange for its normalization of ties with Israel. Despite all of it, Trump turned out to be a president with the least engagements with Africa. However, experts believe that Trump may not be able to neglect Africa like he did during his previous term. Estimated at over 1 billion people, Africa's population is growing fast and expected to reach 2.5 billion by 2050. It is emerging as a big market that is playing an important role in the global economy. Secondly, China and Russia's increasing influence, especially in businesses and military partnerships, might interest Trump in engaging more with Africa. He might want to counter both China and Russia in the continent. But with no mention of Africa in his inauguration speech, concerns are growing whether Trump's second term will be just the same as his first tenure. Now, to discuss more on this, we have with us Khani Magubane, a political analyst who is joining us live from Johannesburg, South Africa. Thank you for being with us, Khani.
A very good evening to you and your viewers.
Now, Khani, how significant is it that President Trump's inauguration speech did not mention Africa? And what message might this send to African leaders and nations about his administration's priorities?
Understand what the purpose was. If you listen very carefully, he didn't mention Africa, he didn't mention Europe, he didn't mention India, he didn't mention Asia. So he stayed away from foreign policy and diplomatic relationships that America currently has with different countries in the world. This speech was about making America great again. If we listen to the speech, Donald Trump spent a significant amount of time talking about what had gone wrong under the Democrats. He spoke about what he called a catalog of catastrophic events overseas. He spoke about the previous administration's ability to properly handle domestic issues, pointing to weather-related events like the fires, like the floods that have happened in North Carolina, and what many have termed as the government's inadequate response to all of that. He said that America will be the envy of the world again. America is going into its golden era. He spoke about what his administration is going to do, starting with these 200 executive orders that he spoke at length about. So this speech was really about taking the American citizens back into his confidence, back into the confidence of believing that America will once again be, the free world and the free leader and the leader of the free world. But of course, we have to ask ourselves, why was it necessary for Donald Trump to make such a speech? Well, as far as the world's relations with the U.S. are concerned, the U.S., is not really on good terms with quite a significant amount of countries, and as you've mentioned in your intro, only South Africa and Egypt from the continent of Africa wished him well, which just goes to show that America feels that it's in a bit of a vulnerable position where it's weakened its position under the Democrats. Donald Trump, is definitely peddling the narrative that under his administration, America will rise again. And of course, with the threat of BRICS, that is a very serious, journey that he wants to go on, because if, the BRICS economic bloc were to adopt the BRICS currency, as we saw the Russian President Vladimir Putin taking a jab at the U.S. when he waved that sample around. It certainly sent fears to the U.S. government that unless it entrenches its position again as the leader of the free world, they may lose it.
Khani, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa. As always, great to speak with you.
Thank you so much.
Shifting focus to Mozambique, a country that has been on edge for months. The country has been crippled by months of post-poll violence. At least 300 people have lost their lives for protesting against the election results that extended the ruling Frelimo party's almost 50 years of rule. Mozambicans have been marching all this while on the calls of opposition leader Venancio Mondlane, who had claimed the vote was stolen from him. But now the man leading these anti-government protests has himself hinted that he could join the government. In an interview, Mondlane said that the idea of joining the rival government is not very far-fetched. He says he has suspended the protests and is in fact ready to serve in the government led by his rival and the newly inaugurated President Daniel Chapo. However, Mondlane has put out certain conditions. Now, these include an unconditional release of about 5,000 people detained for participating in demonstrations against the election result. Second, paying financial compensation to the families of the people killed by police during the protests, and also offering free medical treatment for those injured. Mondlane said that if Chapo agrees to this, he would open a window for negotiations, or else he would call on his supporters to renew the protests. Meanwhile, the new president, Daniel Chapo, has also said that his team is considering whether Mondlane should be invited to join his government. Chapo says he wants to govern in an inclusive way, and joining hands with Mondlane is not off the cards. 48-year-old Daniel Chapo was sworn in as Mozambique's president last week. He was declared the winner in the disputed election of October last year. But the presidential runner-up, Mondlane, said that the mandate was stolen from him. For months, he mobilized youth against the election result while he was in self-imposed exile. He returned just ahead of Chapo's oath-taking ceremony and vowed to paralyze the nation with protests every day. Many Mozambicans who believed in Mondlane would come out onto the streets in huge numbers. Many of them were met with huge police crackdown and also lost their lives. However, their faith in Mondlane did not shake. Mozambican youth, which is now fed up with Frelimo's long reign, want to see a change, and Mondlane gave them the hope that he could bring the change for them.
With his arrival is a hope that opens for us, is more of a shine as we all are in the darkness. With his arrival is a bit of relief. We will see what's going to happen. He comes to light the flame that was already extinguished in us.
For supporters, we can't give up. This war will continue. Today they are being sworn in, but if things don't change, we will continue. We will do everything to achieve the outcome we want. We Mozambicans now aware we are no longer in the past. We will no longer close our eyes.
But it is unclear if these supporters will consider their fight over if Mondlane joins the Frelimo government. Venancio Mondlane, the 51-year-old former radio presenter, is very popular among the youth. However, it will not be the first time he will be switching sides. In fact, he is known to have jumped political sides before. Now, he also earned himself the name Grasshopper by critics. But if he did so this time, will it be an attempt at peace or just another political tactic? And now let's turn our attention to West Africa, where Russia has delivered military hardware to Mali. Russia delivered over 100 military vehicles to Mali last week. The delivery reportedly included a number of tanks, trucks, artillery systems, and infantry fighting vehicles. Images on social media platforms showed that a convoy of over 100 vehicles arrived in Mali's capital of Bamako, reportedly from Syria, where Russian troops had departed following the fall of Bashar al-Assad's regime. Local media reports indicate that half of the vehicles in the convoy were trucks, including armoured Kamaz trucks and engineering vehicles. The convoy also included T-72 tanks, BMP-3 infantry fighting vehicles, as well as armoured personnel carriers such as BTR-82, Spartak, Linza and Tiger. Reports suggest that the convoy also included D-30 towed artillery pieces, anti-aircraft cannons, and a couple of boats. However, there was also a significant number of unidentified vehicles as they were covered during the transportation. Now, Russia has been allegedly withdrawing large amounts of military hardware and troops from Syria, where rebels ousted Bashar al-Assad last year and established a new transitional administration. Russia has reportedly moved some of its military equipment to the northern African nation of Libya, where Moscow has recently reinforced runways and perimeter defenses at air bases. And Mali allegedly appears to be the next recipient of this equipment from Syria. Mali, along with its neighbors Burkina Faso and Niger, have in recent years grown extremely close to Russia, and this is especially true after the military came to power in 2021 in Mali and ousted the West African country's longtime ally, France. Since then, Mali has been courting Moscow for greater military support amid growing jihadist insurgency from Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State, while turning its back on the West. In recent years, Moscow has supplied Bamako with ammunition, fighter aircraft, sensors and combat helicopters, among others, to fight the rising threats from insurgents. Moreover, reports suggest that Russia, which has been forging new partnerships across Asia and Africa to counter its growing isolation, has also expanded a military base in the capital Bamako at a former site of the Africa Corps. Now, formerly called the Wagner Group, a private military contractor linked to the Kremlin. Additionally, Russian mercenaries as part of Africa Corps have also been fighting the jihadist insurgents side by side with the Malian armed forces since late 2021. And reports indicate that the recent Russian military hardware delivery to Mali might just be for the Africa Corps operating in the West African country, despite Mali claiming that it is destined for its armed forces. So as Russia ramps up its support for the Sahel countries, one will be watching out for whether it helps curb the growing insurgency in the region or not. And for our last story, let's shift focus to the East Africa, where it seems Kenya is preparing for a war, not against terrorists or any enemy state, but against memes and social media posts that express dissent against the William Ruto government. Kenya is planning to tighten control of social media. The government is forming a strategy to combat what it calls digital abuse. It has ordered social media platforms operating in the country to actively monitor and take action against violent, hateful and unbalanced content. The Interior Ministry says Kenyans are using social media irresponsibly and are disregarding the limits of free speech. The ministry earlier also tweeted that all of the social media platforms operating in the country would be required to set up local offices. However, that post was later removed. Currently, Google and Microsoft are the only tech giants with local offices in Kenya. Meanwhile, Kenya's Foreign and Diaspora Ministry has shared concerns that Kenya's online are misinforming the world about the activities of the Kenyan government. The ministry blamed some social media influencers are bent on discrediting the government internationally. So it seems social media influencers are the Kenyan government's new enemies. However, these influencers have been facing government's crackdown for a while now. Months ago, social media gave birth to the Kenyan government's biggest challenge in recent times. Kenya's Gen Z rallied against the tax hikes that President Ruto proposed last year. The youth not just mobilized the rallies on social media, but also live-streamed them. These anti-tax protests slowly turned into a wider campaign against President Ruto. Kenyans demanded Ruto's resignation. They were met with heavy police crackdown. Over 70 people were reportedly killed. Hundreds were detained, while many were abducted. In Kenya, several government critics have been abducted since last year's protests, and protesters and human rights groups accuse the Ruto government of the crackdown. While protests may have been clamped down from the Kenyan streets, they have shifted online amid the crackdown. Many Kenyans are taking to social media to express frustration with the government. Some are calling Ruto Zakayo, a term inspired by a biblical tax collector, and some are calling him to resign using the hashtag Ruto must go. Then some say that Kenya under Ruto has become part of Abductistan, and the country is in fact a headquarter of abductions. Memes have in fact become a popular tool in Kenya to counter state policies. While authorities crack down with guns, tear gas and canisters, satire and humor have become weapons for young Kenyans. And it turns out the weapon has been effective and has forced the government to press the panic button. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Donald Trump has made an overture to India. His administration's first bilateral meeting was with India, not America's neighbors, not America's military allies, but with India. The foreign ministers of both countries, India and the US, met in Washington, D.C. We'll tell you what they discussed and what is the signal for New Delhi from Trump 2.0. Meanwhile, Europe is a worried lot. Traditionally, they are America's closest allies, but with Trump at the helm, they're scrambling for a new strategy and survival guide. We'll also tell you about Stargate, America's big bet on AI infrastructure. Day 2 of presidential decisions and reactions. What happened to Vivek Ramaswamy? Why is he leaving Doge? And what are the power dynamics within the first family? We'll introduce you to the Trump clan. Also tell you why China has decided to lift the ban on Hollywood films. How does the economy of clickbait work? From tiger pets to tears, it covers all of it. Why the Paris Olympic medals designed by Louis Vuitton are crumbling. And what a new global survey says about the preference of the workforce. People rate work-life balance over salary. Donald Trump's first day was all about shock and awe. He shook things up at home. On the second day, the focus shifted to diplomacy. Trump's Secretary of State was sworn in yesterday. His name is Marco Rubio. And his first official engagement, a Quad meeting. Rubio met with foreign ministers from India, Japan and Australia. It was a signal of Donald Trump's priorities. He clearly wants to focus on the Indo-Pacific. And within that, India tops the list, because after the Quad came the bilateral talks. Rubio's first meeting was with India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar. Now, this is a break from tradition. Incoming secretaries usually meet US allies, maybe a NATO partner country, or a neighbor like Canada, or a treaty ally like Japan. India is none of that. Yet Rubio picked Jaishankar for his first meeting. Again, it's a signal of priorities. We saw that during the inauguration as well. Minister Jaishankar was seated in the front row, right in front of Donald Trump. The foreign ministers of Australia and Japan were seated a couple of rows back. But Jaishankar was at the front. He was sitting beside the president of Ecuador, a head of state. So clearly, the new US president is making an effort. He is reaching out to New Delhi, which brings us to the talks. What did Jaishankar and Rubio talk about? Jaishankar said that regional and global issues were discussed in the meeting. He also noted that Rubio is an advocate for closer ties with India. The US statement was more detailed. The statement about the meeting, it called for more cooperation in specific areas like emerging technologies, defense, energy, and the Indo-Pacific. Rubio also flagged an issue of concern with Jaishankar, that of irregular migration. A lot of Indians have been trying to illegally enter the US. Since 2020, around 170,000 have been caught. Indians are the largest group of illegal migrants outside the Western Hemisphere. So Trump wants to work on that and looks like India is open to it. Reports say New Delhi is planning to take back 18,000 illegal migrants. The first step is to identify and verify them. After that, they can be deported. And it's clearly a calculated move because India's priority is not illegal migration. India's priority is skilled legal migration, namely the H-1B visas. These are temporary work visas issued by the US. American tech companies use a lot of them. And Indians are the top beneficiaries. In 2023, Indians made up 75% of all H-1B visas. All visas that were issued by the US, 75% went to Indians. India wants to continue this practice and, if possible, maybe even expand it. But the Trump camp is split. His hardcore MAGA supporters do not like the H-1B visa. They say it replaces American workers, which is another way of saying that they are racist. But Trump himself seems open to it. He has repeatedly supported the H-1B visas. He says America needs skilled foreign workers. And yesterday, he reiterated that position.
I like both sides of the argument, but I also like very competent people coming into our country, even if that involves them training and helping other people that may not have the qualifications they do. And HB1, I know the program very well. I use the program. Maitre d's, wine, experts, even waiters, high quality waiters. You got to get the best people. Now, then you go into people like Larry, and he needs engineers, and Masa needs, and this gentleman needs engineers like nobody's ever needed engineers, right? So we have to have the quality people coming in.
He says, why just engineers? Bring in skilled waiters and wine experts too. Either way, the broader point is clear. Trump likes H-1B visas. But the problem does not end here. Trump has cancelled birthright citizenship in the US, meaning children born in the US will not automatically become US citizens. And this could affect visa holders. Say there's an Indian couple working in the United States. They're not American citizens, but they're waiting for their green cards. If they have a child in the US, that child won't be a US citizen. You can see why it's a problem. Right now, more than 1 million Indians are in line for green cards. Their children may be denied citizenship. Thankfully, this move has been challenged in court. 22 US states have filed a lawsuit. They want Trump's decision to be overturned. And there's a fair chance it will be. The good news is Trump is not shutting off his partners. He is engaging with them, and he clearly prioritizes his ties with India. The key is to work on the few irritants. Illegal migration, for example, is a low-stakes issue for India, but it plays well for Donald Trump at home. So New Delhi has made a wise choice by helping out. But other issues will be more challenging, like de-dollarization. Trump has warned countries against ditching the US dollar. He specifically threatened the BRICS nations. That too with 100% tariffs. Another issue is China. India is looking to reset relations with Beijing. It is also seeking Chinese investment, but Donald Trump may not like that. In fact, Secretary of State Marco Rubio is a China hawk. And that is why he was picked in the first place, to be aggressive on China. All of this makes the next few years very important. Trump only understands the language of give and take, and India will also have to speak it.
The largest AI infrastructure project by far in history, and it's all taking place right here in America.
Two days and too much action. Trump has carried the momentum of Inauguration Day with more announcements on day 2 in office. The new US president has unveiled a major deal, an infrastructure deal for artificial intelligence. It is a $500 billion pact called Stargate. Trump made the announcement himself, flanked by 3 big names from the world of tech. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, SoftBank CEO Masayoshi Son, and Oracle Chairman Larry Ellison. These 3 are joining hands for Stargate. Donald Trump called it the largest AI infrastructure project in history, and there is quite a bit of history. Scientific research on AI began in the 1950s, so it's been around for longer than we imagine, and Donald Trump now wants to be its new champion.
It's my honor to welcome three of the world's leading technology CEOs to announce the largest AI infrastructure project by far in history, and it's all taking place right here in America.
Stargate is a private sector project. So why did President Trump announce it? Why is he putting his name to it, almost endorsing it while holding presidential office? Because it's personal too. Big tech used to be Trump's biggest rival. That equation has changed completely now. They're allies. The world saw it during his inauguration on Monday. As Trump took oath of office, he was surrounded by Silicon Valley heavyweights. That access is now translating into policy support. Big tech supports Donald Trump. In exchange, they get favorable policies and tons of institutional backing. That is how it's going to work. Plus, Trump gets to boast about big-ticket investments. He's been wooing the likes of Masayoshi Son well before he took office. In fact, you may remember this exchange.
I'm excited to go, and we were discussing, and President Trump said, Masa, double down is not enough. Maybe, go for more, right?
That's what I'm going to ask him right now. Would you make it $200 billion instead of $100? He can actually, believe it or not, he can actually afford to do that. Would you do that?
He is a great negotiator.
Masayoshi Son is a major tech investor. He runs a Japanese company called SoftBank. SoftBank has invested in companies like Uber and WeWork. In India, it has put money in startups like Ola, Lenskart, and Oyo. And now Masayoshi Son wants to invest $100 billion in the United States of America. This will be across different projects, including Stargate. And as you heard him say, he's willing to go higher to invest even more.
Thank you. That really helped. That's good. That's great. I feel tall now. Thank you. Well, Mr. President, last month I came to celebrate your winning and promised that we will invest $100 billion. And you told me, oh, Masa, go for 200. Yeah. Now I came back with 500. Because this is the, as you said yesterday, this is the beginning of golden age.
That should make Donald Trump happy. Also, there's another dimension to it. A global race to control artificial intelligence is underway, and America wants to beat China in this race. And on this front, Donald Trump and Joe Biden are similar. Before leaving office, Biden tightened export curbs against China. He restricted the export of AI chips. As you know, chips are the basic building blocks of technology like AI. America is a leader in chip design. They don't want China to access their chips, hence the restrictions. Biden introduced them. Trump is doubling down on them. He wants America to have a monopoly in AI.
What we want to do is we want to keep it in this country. China is a competitor and others are competitors. We want it to be in this country, and we're making it available. I'm going to help a lot through emergency declarations because we have an emergency. We have to get this stuff built.
What stuff is Trump referring to? He's talking about building massive data centers, the kind that power AI apps like ChatGPT, and this is where Stargate comes in. This alliance is already building 10 data centers in Texas. With the new investment, Stargate will be able to build more such facilities. They'll remain in Texas for now, but over time, the project will expand to other American states. These data centers are critical for AI applications. They generate massive computing power. They function like the brain of AI apps. So if the US controls this brain, this infrastructure of AI, it can wield enormous influence on new technologies. The goal is to keep this infrastructure in America. In fact, Trump is trying to do something similar with TikTok. Yesterday, during the press conference, he gave an offer to the Oracle CEO. Trump said they can buy TikTok.
It's worthless if it doesn't get a permit. It's not like, oh, you can take the US. The whole thing is worthless. with a permit, it's worth like $1 trillion. So what I'm thinking about saying to somebody is buy it and give half to the United States of America, half, and we'll give you the permit. Sounds reasonable. What do you think?
Sounds like a good deal to me, Mr. President.
Yeah, he can afford it too.
Trump even suggested that Elon Musk should buy TikTok. Now, it's not clear if Musk is interested, but Trump's goal is clear. He wants TikTok in American hands. This is the latest battleground in the great power rivalry. You see, during the Cold War, the US and the Soviet Union sparked a global arms race. It even escalated to a nuclear standoff, the Cuban Missile Crisis. Now, in the 21st century, world powers are competing for different tools of influence. Apps, computer technology, artificial intelligence, these are the new realms of strategic competition. Donald Trump's push for AI supremacy will only intensify this battle. Now let's look at the other things that happened yesterday. Trump is keen to fulfill his key pledge, tackling immigration. The mass deportations have not started yet, but the president is laying the groundwork. He just gave more powers to US immigration authorities. They're now allowed to raid quote-unquote sensitive locations, places like schools, hospitals and churches. They can raid them. Authorities can enter these places to pick up illegal immigrants and then expedite their deportation. This move even drew a reaction from the church, from a bishop in Washington.
They may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President.
And what was Trump's response? Well, he put up a post calling the bishop a radical left hardline Trump hater, and then adding that the service was quote-unquote very boring. Clearly, Trump is not going to allow anything to stop him. He has a plan, and at most, it will be delayed, not denied. Take tariffs, for example. Trump had promised to impose new tariffs on day one, 25% on goods from Canada and Mexico, and up to 60% on Chinese goods. These new tariffs were not imposed on day one, but they are very much in the pipeline.
We're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
Are you planning on giving notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir?
Sir, on each.
On each.
Trump has issued the tariff notice, and Canada and Mexico have both reacted.
It
is important always to keep a cool head and refer to the decrees signed beyond the speech itself.
Mexico's president downplayed the threat. She asked people to focus on the actual decrees, the ones that Trump has signed, and not on his speech. She wants to avoid confrontation and try and talk things over. Meanwhile, her Canadian counterpart also spoke up. Outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said, and I'm quoting, "If there are unfair tariffs, we will respond robustly and we will be there to support Canadians and protect our interests." Yes, that was Trudeau showing some spine. Easy to do when you're already on your way out. Will Trump admire this newfound backbone, or will he double down on his tariff threat? We'll find out on the 1st of February. And it won't just be Canada and Mexico in the crosshairs. February 1st may also usher in tariffs on China.
We're thinking about that too. We're talking about a tariff of 10% on China based on the fact that they're sending fentanyl to Mexico and Canada.
How soon? How soon on those tariffs?
Probably February 1st is the date we're looking at.
Trump is not thinking about 60% yet, but he is looking to levy 10% tariffs on Chinese goods, again from the 1st of February, and China reacted today.
On this issue, we have repeatedly expressed China's position. We always believe that there are no winners in trade wars and tariff wars. China has always firmly safeguarded its national interests.
Beijing wants to avoid a trade war, but it says it is ready for a fight too. Let's see how that goes in the days to come. And all of this shows that Trump's tariff plan is very much underway. He hasn't changed his mind or given up on this day one priority. There is only one day one promise that seems to be going nowhere. Ending the war in Ukraine, no luck there. Russia and Ukraine are still at it. They're both trying to make gains, both trying to capture more territory before the final buzzer. And that could be close because Trump just issued a warning.
You've called for a ceasefire in Ukraine. If Vladimir Putin doesn't come to the table to negotiate with you, will you put additional sanctions on Russia?
Sounds likely.
Trump says he's already talking to Zelensky. He's readying himself for talks with Vladimir Putin soon, and new sanctions on Russia are very much on the table. They will be part of Trump's arsenal. Let's see if he resorts to using them. So far, Donald Trump's agenda seems to be on track. He has made headway on a lot of his promises, and he's poised to tackle the Russia-Ukraine headache soon as well. The next few weeks promise to be interesting. The Trump camp is basking in glory. His son Barron is taking center stage. Elon Musk is doing Nazi salutes. But one person is conspicuously absent from the limelight, and that is Vivek Ramaswamy. He attended all the Inauguration Day events, but his presence was limited, not like other Trump allies and advisors. So what happened here? Apparently, there's been a breakup. Vivek Ramaswamy has left the Doge department. Doge stands for Department of Government Efficiency. It was announced by Trump in November. Its job is to downsize the US government, to cut the bulk and to boost efficiency. Trump and Ramaswamy were supposed to head Doge together. But Ramaswamy is out. Why? Reports say he was booted out by Elon Musk, and that Ramaswamy could now return to his state of Ohio. Apparently, he plans to run for governor there. But how did things unravel so fast? Well, Vivek Ramaswamy never fit the classic Republican mold. He is not white, he is not Christian, and he is not experienced. Vivek Ramaswamy is just 38 years old. He is a newbie in Republican politics. Then how did he shoot to fame? Thanks to his loyalty to Donald Trump. Ramaswamy modeled his politics on the US president, the same brash attitude, the same disruptive policies, and the same corporate background. The difference is that Trump made it work, but Ramaswamy could not. A lot of Republicans did not like his brash attitude. We saw that late last year. Ramaswamy triggered a debate on H-1B visas. He said American culture venerated mediocrity over excellence. Apparently, that was the last straw. Let me quote what an insider said. Republicans wanted him out before the tweet, but kicked him to the curb when that came out. Reports say Vivek Ramaswamy had a plan charted out. He wanted to work at Doge for a while, maybe get some achievements under his belt, and after that he wanted to run for governor. But Elon Musk had other ideas. He did not think that Ramaswamy could run Doge and campaign for governor. So the solution? To let him go. It also tells you how powerful Elon Musk has become. It tells you where Ramaswamy stands, largely isolated. This is the second time Republicans have targeted him. The first was during a Senate bid. When J.D. Vance became vice president, it opened up a vacancy. Vance was a senator from Ohio, so someone needed to fill that seat. And reports say Vivek Ramaswamy mounted a campaign for it. He wanted to become a senator, but he was denied. Now he wants to run for governor. It should be interesting. Let's see if Donald Trump endorses him or not. But for the moment, let's take a step back because there is a larger story at play here. A story of two parts. The first is Trump's revolving door of advisors. In his first term, Trump had 4 White House chiefs of staff. 4 in 4 years. 12 of his cabinet appointees were either fired or resigned. And the reason is simple. Trump requires unquestioned loyalty. If you can't give him that, he will find someone else who will. Should we expect the same again? Well, this time, Trump has packed his cabinet with loyalists. The idea is to prevent a repeat of the first term. Let's see if it helps. That's the first part of it. The second part is about Republican internal dynamics. Trump, Ramaswamy and Musk are all very similar, rich, disruptive outsiders. At first, the party rejected Donald Trump too, but his immense popularity forced them to accept him. However, not everyone can be Donald Trump. We're talking about a generational politician, whether in a good way or bad, which is why Republican elders are pushing back. They're worried about tech bros and outsiders hijacking their party's agenda. The H-1B debate was a classic example of that, and it's a challenge that Trump must confront. He has created a strange coalition of conservatives, tech bros, and outsiders. So splits were bound to emerge. It's only a question of how and when it explodes. It's a new chapter for the Trumps. They're back in the White House, but this time the stage is set for a very different show. New breakout stars are stepping into the spotlight, like Trump's towering son Barron and his Gen Z granddaughter Kai, who's making waves online. Meanwhile, familiar faces are stepping back, like daughter Ivanka Trump and her husband Jared Kushner. They're choosing family life over politics. And then there's Trump's wife, Melania, the rebranded First Lady who's charting her own path. How will this family shape the next 4 years in Washington? Our next report tells you all about America's new political dynasty.
The gilded doors of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue swing open once more, welcoming back Donald J. Trump. He's returning as the 47th President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
But this time, the drama isn't just in the West Wing, it's a family affair. New faces emerge under the spotlight while others step aside. So let's meet America's first family, the Trumps. The first is Melania Trump, the new First Lady of the United States. Melania was famously private during her husband's first term, but this time she has returned with a vengeance, or at least a rebrand. She's promoting her own memoir, she's launched her own meme coin, and she's the subject of an upcoming documentary. This time around, Melania is truly stepping into her own spotlight. But don't expect her to stay at the White House full time. She'll be splitting her time between Washington, New York, where her son is in school, and Mar-a-Lago. Which brings us to Trump's 5 children. This time, one of them is in focus, Barron Trump, the son of Trump's third wife, Melania. He was 10 during his father's first inauguration. Even then, he was as tall as Trump. Barron moved into the White House as a shy 5th grader. He was the first boy to live there since John F. Kennedy Jr. in 1961. This time, at 6 feet 7 inches, he's towering over the room. Trump credits him for getting the Gen Z vote. He emerged as an important influence on his father's campaign.
I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him? Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them.
However, Barron won't be at the White House this time. He's a freshman at New York University, so he will spend most of his time there. The other significant figure is Donald Trump Jr., Trump's oldest son. He didn't serve in an official capacity during the first term, but this time he's front and center. He was a crucial part of his father's campaign. He reportedly helped his friend J.D. Vance secure the VP nomination, and chances are he plays a bigger role in the days to come. There's also Eric Trump and Tiffany Trump. They were present at both inaugurations, but both of them keep a low profile, supporting from the sidelines. Which brings us to Trump's favorite child, Ivanka Trump. She and her husband Jared Kushner were the face of the first Trump administration. They were both advisors to the president, but this time they were mostly absent. They were present at the inauguration, but the golden couple is staying out of politics, living in Miami, and focusing on family instead. Now Trump has 10 grandchildren, but there's one making the news this time. Kai Madison Trump, the daughter of Donald Trump Jr. At just 17, Kai is already shaping up to be the family's breakout star. She's the family's TikTok ambassador, bringing sass, golf tutorials, and unexpected charm to the campaign trail. Kai is unafraid to roast her grandfather in public while showing the behind-the-scenes action. As the Trump family descends once more on Washington, there will be more glimpses into America's new political dynasty, where the family business is never just politics, it's entertainment. But if there's one thing the Trumps have proven, it's that spectacle sells, and at the White House, the show is just getting started.
If you make one bad bet, you can count yourself unlucky. If you make two bad bets, perhaps very unlucky. But three? Then it's time to consider other possibilities. Maybe it's not luck or circumstance. Maybe you've been foolish, which frankly sums up the case of Europe today. They outsourced virtually everything to other countries. Defense and foreign policy to the United States of America, energy supplies to Russia, and factory production to China. And the result is this: Europe is worried and nervous, unable to protect their own national interests. Just look at Ukraine. European leaders want Kiev to join their union, the EU. Kiev also wants to join the EU and the NATO, but Russia won't let them. And what is Europe doing about it? They're letting America take the lead. US military aid to Ukraine is $66 billion. EU military aid to Ukraine is $48 billion. Imagine that. The European Union has 27 countries. So 27 countries together are spending just 70% of what the US is spending alone. The result? They are at the mercy of Donald Trump. He has promised to end the war in Ukraine. His allies have also called for cutting off military aid. If that happens, Ukraine may lose. And the EU will have to watch helplessly from the sidelines. Even Zelensky knows this. He wants Europe to have its own security policy, maybe even its own Iron Dome.
We need a united European security and defense policy, and all European countries must be willing to spend as much on security as it truly needed, not just as much as they have gotten used to during years of neglect. Europe needs its own version of the Iron Dome, something that can deal with any kind of threat. We can't rely on goodwill from a few capitals when it comes to Europe's security.
I know Zelensky has a vested interest here, but he's got a point. Every player, including the European Union, should have its own security policy. But that won't happen overnight. The EU has long neglected its military capabilities. It depended on the United States for protection. In the short term, that is unlikely to change, which is why European leaders are wary of taking on Trump. Just look at Germany's Olaf Scholz. He is being humiliated by Trump's allies. Elon Musk called him Auf Schitz. His response? You can't be triggered by every tweet.
In a world that is constantly on the verge of a nervous breakdown in the mirror of social media, cool heads are needed. Not every press conference in Washington, not every tweet should send us into tizzy, existential debates.
This isn't maturity, though, it is helplessness. The same with energy supplies. Europe depended on Russia for gas shipments. Before the war, Moscow made up 40% of all EU imports. It has since come down to 8%. We're talking about a big shock here. The pivot from Russian gas hurt European countries. Inflation skyrocketed. Many incumbents lost power in elections. But even today, Russian gas is flowing into Europe. Yes, the quantity is less, but the EU is still sending billions of dollars to Russia, to their enemy. And finally, you have manufacturing and factory work. A lot of countries are trying to de-risk from China, but the EU is doing the opposite. Look at data from 2017 to 2023. During this time, the United States reduced imports from China. China's share was almost 22% in 2017. It fell to 13% by 2023. Same with Japan. China's share fell from more than 29% to 27%. But the European Union, it rose from 22 to 25%. So Europe is unable to shake its dependence on China, whether it's for EVs or phones or machines. Simply put, Europe is totally reliant on other players for security, for consumer goods, and for energy. In peacetime, this is not an issue. Europe thought wars were limited to West Asia or Africa. They did not imagine violence at their doorstep. So when the fighting began, they were helpless. A few leaders did warn about this. Like French President Emmanuel Macron, he had demanded a European army and security policy. Back then, it was seen as extra. But today, it is seen as necessary. Macron repeated those demands today. He hosted German Chancellor Olaf Scholz in Paris. He said Europe's security is now up to Europeans.
After the inauguration of a new administration in the United States, it is more than ever up to Europeans, and so to our two countries, to play their role of consolidating a united, strong, and sovereign Europe. Yes, Europe has to not only spend more for defense, but it also has to develop its own industrial foundation, its own capabilities, its own industry.
Poland is also of the same opinion. Their Prime Minister says Europe must arm to survive.
If Europe is to survive, it must be armed. It is not our choice. I am not a militarist. Poland is the place on earth where no one wants any repetition of any war. We suffer the most in Europe during this terrible war. Maybe that is why we understand so well that in order to avoid this tragic repetition of history, we must all be strong, armed, determined.
Maybe this will jolt Europe into action, or maybe it's too late for them. Either way, it's a reality check for other countries too, especially those in the Indo-Pacific. A lot of them appear tempted to do the same, to outsource security to America or to China. But remember, today's realities will be different from tomorrow's. A country may support you today, but it may pull that support tomorrow. The only one you can count on is yourself. Our next story is about Hollywood. Years ago, China was a gold mine for its movies. But then came the first Trump administration. Ties between Beijing and Washington soured, and Hollywood movies were the collateral damage. China's censors cracked down on them. Now Donald Trump is back in power, but this time, President Xi Jinping wants to do things differently. So he is welcoming Hollywood movies back. He's screening them in record numbers and offering subsidies on movie tickets. It's all a little out of character. So what's behind this pivot? And is it limited to Hollywood? Here's a report.
Consumer gloom is still sweeping across China. People are scaling back on travel, drinking out, buying clothes and jewelry. Consumption growth is far below pre-pandemic levels, and this is bad news for China, whose economy is not in good shape and hasn't been for a while. So how is President Xi Jinping coping? Well, he wants to send people to the movies. Beijing is pulling out all the stops and offering subsidies on movie tickets, renovating cinemas, and slowly opening its lucrative market to foreign films. You see, China is the world's second biggest box office market after the United States. Long ago, it was a gold mine for American releases, but Xi's censors have been cracking down on them, or for that matter, on anything that he claims is too Western or immoral. Yet last year, they aired 93 imported films. This is the most since 2019, and most of them were from Hollywood, 42 of them. So as China stares at the possibility of another trade war with the United States thanks to Donald Trump's return to the White House, it's opening the door to Hollywood and welcoming movies like Joker. But that's not all. Many foreign films gaining success in China are from countries that Beijing is trying to mend ties with, like India and Japan. The Tamil film Maharaja is a particular hit in China. It's the highest grossing Indian movie there in years, earning more than $10 million. Then there's the Japanese animated film The Boy and the Heron. It has reeled in $108 million. Even though China's box office haul has taken a plunge by nearly a quarter, foreign films are witnessing their best tally in the country and hold 21% of the market. And this is good news for China, because when people want to watch movies, they go to malls. And when they go to malls, they shop a little here and eat a little there. So tapping into the movie market has the potential to unleash domestic demand and teach China an important lesson in boosting ties with countries while picking fewer unnecessary fights. Because this isn't just about movies, China has been cracking down on foreign cultural influence, and this includes music. But now, as Xi tries to reverse his country's economic fate, his government is pinning its hope on music shows and scrambling to host international stars like British singer Ed Sheeran, who has announced plans to perform next month. And the walking GDP, Taylor Swift, whose Eras global tour was the first to earn over $1 billion in revenue. Reportedly, Shanghai has held preliminary talks with the US pop star, hoping that she brings her economic impact to China. You see, geopolitics can shape cultural priorities, especially for Beijing, where all kinds of cultural imports have been at the mercy of censors. Like in 2020, when China approved no Indian movies for 2 years after clashes between troops at the border. Or in 2016, when Beijing tightened its chokehold on Hollywood after strained ties during the first Trump administration. But geopolitics alone is not a factor, so is economics, and this is a lesson that China is still learning. So grab your popcorn, take your seats, and get ready to scream, "It's the economy, stupid!"
Pets. Who doesn't love them? There's nothing quite like the joy of returning home to a furry friend. But in Pakistan, owning pets is not just about companionship, it is a high-stakes game. Forget cuddly dogs or cute cats. Here it's all about the big cats. Owning a pet lion? It's no big deal in Islamabad. The wealthy already have their own private zoos. But now, a new breed of owners has emerged. Social media influencers. They're housing these majestic big cats because raising them has become the latest trend. The spectacle is irresistible. A seemingly ordinary person tending to tigers and lions, interacting with them daily. Yet behind the scenes, the ethics are murky. The animals are kept in poor conditions, their lives shortened by improper care. But for the influencer, the payoff is enormous. Millions of views, a surge in followers, and even sponsorship deals. But here is the catch. All of this is a facade, a dangerous game fueled by likes and views, because this is not about the love for animals. It is about attention. It is clickbait in its purest form, something that attracts immediate attention. That's what clickbait is, a hook or a bait that makes you click on a post online. The influencers know that it works. Chances are the audience does too. And clickbait is evolving. When it's not exotic animals, it is personal tragedies, tear-streaked faces, tales of heartbreak, illness, or financial ruin. It's all about telling a sad story to evoke a strong emotion. It's what the internet calls sad bait. Apparently, it works too. The sadder the story, the more it sells, and it creates a loop. Sad stories lead to maximum engagement. More engagement means more views and more ad revenue. Algorithms push your video, and in the end, you have a viral product. I'll give you an example from Facebook. Do you know what dominated Facebook feeds in 2024? AI-generated images of wounded veterans and impoverished children. These were the biggest hits. These were the posts which got the maximum interactions. Which brings us to the question, why does this stuff work? And the answer lies with the way the human brain works. Human beings are naturally curious. Clickbait plays on their FOMO, on their fear of missing out. Imagine you see a post with a dramatic image, like someone crying, or a video with a question. There is a very good chance that you will click, because the human brain is wired to seek resolution, to figure out how it ends. And clickbait exploits that ruthlessly, which makes it a billion-dollar industry. In 2022, advertisers spent $115 million on clickbait sites. Clickbait posts turn content creators into stars, and they earn big money. In 2023, a study was conducted. It showed how much top-tier influencers charge for a single Instagram post. It can be as high as $250,000. So viral posts pay a lot. And this clickbait culture has reshaped industries, fashion, fitness, even the media. Clickbait is now the name of the game. Brands are building entire campaigns around viral trends. Influencers want to do more of the absurd. Headlines have to be jarring, because at the heart of it is a simple formula: attention equals revenue. And this is where it gets tricky. In this chase for views, likes, and shares, authenticity begins to erode. The lines between real stories and exaggerated spectacle blurs. You can blame the influencers and the content creators for this, but the audience too is part of this cycle. Every time we click, share, or comment, we feed the beast. We push the content that thrives on manipulation and deception. And some platforms are waking up to this, like YouTube. It is cracking down on clickbait in India with new rules. Videos with misleading thumbnails will be removed, they say. So the next time you see an exotic animal or a tear-streaked face on your screen, do ask yourself this question before clicking. Is this content designed to engage or manipulate? Is this story being told to inform or to exploit? The answer may not always be clear, but one thing is for certain: the power of your click is greater than you imagine. Our next story is about the 2024 Paris Olympics. The Olympics are the pinnacle of athletic excellence. They bring together the world's best. So you would think the athletes deserve the best as well, especially the winners. They deserve the finest laurels and glorious medals, medals that will last forever. Sadly for the Paris Olympians, their medals do not fit the bill. They are already crumbling. More than 100 athletes have asked for replacements for their rust-covered, disintegrating medals. So who's to blame for the poor quality of the awards? Well, fingers are being pointed at one of the biggest luxury companies in the world, the medals designer, Louis Vuitton's parent company, LVMH. Here's our report.
You may have heard of LVMH, the French luxury goods giant. The letters stand for Louis Vuitton, Moet Hennessy, leading luxury brands in their own right. Then you have Tiffany, Bulgari, Christian Dior, and dozens of others. All these brands come under the LVMH umbrella. The group was synonymous with high-end luxury and exceptional quality. We say was synonymous because a recent mishap has dented that reputation and made LVMH a laughingstock, at least in its native France. The mishap in question is pretty glaring. It involves the ultimate symbol of world-beating glory, the medals from last year's Paris Olympics. These are the medals in question. Very chic, very suave. LVMH was quite excited about these medals and quick to highlight its role in their design. This is a page on the LVMH website where they unveiled the medals. LVMH took the credit for unveiling them. Not the International Olympic Committee, not French President Emmanuel Macron, LVMH. The brand sought to integrate itself with the Olympics. It was the largest corporate sponsor. LVMH branding was everywhere, and this extended to the medals. A jewelry brand under LVMH designed the medals. It was the first time a jeweler was given the honor, apparently. And they were quite proud of it. The medals had scraps from the Eiffel Tower, from the renovation work. The Eiffel Tower piece and the medal's ray design symbolize something very artistic. But apparently, what they don't symbolize is sturdiness. Because look at some of the medals now. Olympians have taken to social media to display their rusting medals. Over 100 athletes have lodged complaints with the International Olympic Committee. They're all asking for replacements. How did this happen? How did the world's premier luxury house get things so wrong? Well, LVMH is pointing the finger at Monnaie de Paris. It's a French mint. This mint was responsible for actually making the medals, for executing the LVMH design. The mint has also taken responsibility for the defects. They say it was a problem with the varnish, the coating used to prevent rusting. Apparently, the mint was forced to change the varnish formula at the last minute because of European Union regulations banning a toxic chemical. Their new varnish clearly didn't work well, and so now we have dozens of rusty, crumbling Olympic medals. LVMH has been relatively quiet during this whole fiasco, refusing to take blame for their partner's shortcomings. While unveiling the medals, the LVMH website didn't give any credit to the partner. It hogged all the plaudits. But when it comes to blame, suddenly it's all the mint's fault. That's quite the way to protect brand reputation. Let's see if LVMH customers agree.
Before we begin our last story tonight, let me ask you this. What is your biggest priority at work? Is it the paycheck? Is it career growth? Or maybe a healthy work environment? It could be anything. We ask because recently a global survey was held. It was conducted by the world's largest employment agency. It asked people what they prioritize at work, what motivates them at their current workplace, and how do they choose the right job. This survey has been conducted for more than 2 decades now, but this year's findings may surprise you. For the first time, this is the top motivator for people: work-life balance. In recent years, it has soared in importance, but this year it outranks pay. Work-life balance has replaced salary as the leading motivator. Look at the data. 83% workers say that work-life balance is the most important to them, and this is compared to 82% workers who choose pay over all else. Now, the margin is not huge, but the data shows a shift in mindset. That yes, compensation is still very, very important, but people have other expectations as well. They increasingly want work to be part of their life and not their whole life, and they're willing to fight for it. Almost half have asked for better conditions at work. They have opted for flexible work, and almost a third have quit their job when their expectations were not met. Now, such demands are more common among the young, but not limited to them. According to the survey, this is a side effect of the pandemic. It came years ago, but it brought along a corporate revolution of sorts, which has more or less stuck around. Now there is a new baseline in the world of work. Global talent is looking beyond the paycheck, seeking flexible hours, wanting to spend more time with family, prioritizing health and hobbies. And this is the new age of work, or what many call the age of anti-ambition. With this shift, critics are slamming the loss of productivity, executives are railing against remote work, bigwigs are calling for 70, 80, 90-hour work weeks. And they have a point too. If you want the corner office, You have to go above and beyond. Your job description cannot be the finish line. You have to put in the work. And sometimes, or often, your work has to be the center of your life. But one thing is worth keeping in mind. Careers are not linear graphs. People rev up or rev down at various points in their life, and work-life balance is all about that. It is not about shirking responsibility or pulling a Joe Biden and spending much of your time on vacation. It is about creating reasonable boundaries at work and at home. Study after study proves that this has benefits. It is good for us and for companies. It is linked to a healthy lifestyle, and this does not mean less profit or loss of productivity at work. In fact, there is a boost, because ultimately, it is not the number of hours, but the quality of work that really matters. So workers are on the right track. They're trying to strike that balance. And if you want to jump on the bandwagon, experts have a thought experiment for you. This is a two-step formula. The first step: grab a pen and paper and jot down the things that you value, like career progression or health, parenting, friendship, whatever it is that you want. How important is each of these to you? Rate them out of 10. Then rate them again. This time, score yourself on each of these. The numbers show what matters to you and what you need to work on. So you will know where the balance is off. That is the first step. Now the second step. Think about the cost of this imbalance, like burnout or poor health or debt. This is the price that you pay. Sometimes circumstances are to blame for it. Not everyone can afford a perfect balance, but some things must be in your control. Figure out what they are, then push it where it moves. So get back to the drawing board, this time to redraw the line between your work life and your life life. Trump and Sharpies. It's a love story for the ages. And on his inauguration day, Trump took a Sharpie to democracy, signing one executive order after another. For Donald Trump, the Sharpie's thick, bold lines mirrored his approach to governance: direct, unapologetic, and impossible to ignore. Need a border wall prototype sketched? Use a Sharpie. Want to cross out climate change in a policy draft? Take a Sharpie. Drafting a love note to Kim Jong-un? You guessed it, write with a Sharpie. Trump's love affair with Sharpies did not just leave an indelible mark on policy, it redefined the internet. Memes, parodies, even Sharpie Gate. His presidency is a masterclass in permanent ink. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Turkish President Erdogan attends the funeral for victims of the devastating hotel fire. Hamas guard their destroyed police headquarters in Gaza City, and Greenpeace activists symbolically confiscate private jets at the Davos airport. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1973, the US Supreme Court legalized abortion in the historic Roe versus Wade decision. The case began with a Texas waitress who wanted an abortion. The court struck down state bans declaring a nationwide constitutional right to abortion. The landmark Roe versus Wade verdict was overturned in 2022. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
ayeti kerimeyi biz Allah için varız ve Allah'a dönücüleriz derler. Allahu Ekber.
Sadık Gültekin için. Allah için salata. Resulullah için
Sena
salata.
Gültekin'i götürüyoruz. Şu
Hello, everyone, and thanks so much for tuning in to First Post America. We begin in the United States after President Donald Trump declared a national emergency at the southern border on Monday. Authorities have now shut down the entry from Mexico. The CB1 app, which was introduced by former President Joe Biden and allowed asylum seekers to take appointments for entering the United States, has also been shut down. Migrants who already had appointments and were waiting for their interview have been left stranded in Mexico. At least 2,000 migrants are currently waiting in a border town just a few miles away from the United States. And without any legal protection from Mexican or American authorities, the migrants are facing attacks and kidnappings from criminal gangs.
Even here, right here in Juarez, the criminals caught the migrants in a place. I don't remember where, and they extorted them. They took $1,400 from each one in the family. So as we have limited resources, it is an amount. They asked for a lot. So some have been injured, others did not make it. Others have disappeared, and others have had the opportunity and the privilege to be able to hand the money. That is, they have been victims of extortion and kidnapping.
Meanwhile, Border Patrol officials in Texas have increased their vigilance after the executive order was in fact signed. They also placed a new set of buoys on the American side of the Rio Grande River to prevent any illegal crossings. Meanwhile, Mexico prepares to receive mass deportations under the Trump administration as President Claudia Sheinbaum calls for international support.
Esto no tiene nada que ver con tercer país seguro y todo esto, sino es una declaración.
This has nothing to do with safe third country and all of that, but this is a declaration by the U.S. government. What do we do about it? Well, we act in a humanitarian manner and, in accordance with our foreign policy, our immigration policy, we seek the repatriation of these people to their countries of origin, if they are not Mexican. Now, it is important to note here that far fewer migrants are arriving at the northern border than were arriving even at that time because of the comprehensive humanitarian policy that we have been implementing to prevent people from arriving at the northern border.
Now, President Trump has repeatedly promised to deport illegal migrants back to their home countries, which has soured relations between Washington and the host countries of the migrants. However, India has reportedly agreed to take back almost 18,000 nationals who immigrated to the United States illegally. Now, this comes after Secretary of State Marco Rubio met his Indian counterpart Jaishankar in Washington, making it the secretary's first high-level bilateral after taking office. The meeting also underscores the importance of the U.S.-India relationship. India Prime Minister Narendra Modi is known to have close ties with President Trump, often calling each other friends. And the latest move to repatriate illegal Indian migrants could be New Delhi's signal of wanting to forge a deeper relationship with the Trump administration. And staying with President Trump, the administration's decision to only recognize two genders has sparked a fierce debate on social media. With just one executive order on Monday, the commander-in-chief designated millions of transgender citizens in the U.S. as pretenders.
This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
MAGA supporters backing Donald Trump's decision are clashing with trans rights activists who call the executive order a step backwards for a progressive nation. And caught in the crossfire are celebrities like Caitlyn Jenner, who is a transgender woman but has celebrated the Republicans' return to the White House. Soon after Donald Trump took the oath of office on Monday, the Olympic gold medalist turned reality TV star congratulated the new president. However, Jenner's social media post was met with criticism, with her followers reminding her of Trump's agenda for transgender people. Netizens called the 75-year-old dumb and delusional and mocked her by saying Trump just ordered the government to call her Bruce. Notably, Caitlyn Jenner was originally known as Bruce Jenner, but she transitioned in 2015. She voted for Donald Trump in the 2016 presidential election, but later became a fierce critic. And over the years, Jenner has changed her stance on President Trump. In fact, during the November presidential election, Jenner posted a picture of her ballot marked for the president. Trump's anti-trans order will now require the federal government to use the term sex instead of gender. It will also direct federal agencies to classify people by biological sex on government IDs like personal documents, passports, and visas. The federal government will also be ordered to stop interpreting sex discrimination laws in ways that protect trans people. And the order also prevents taxpayers' funds from being used for gender-affirming treatments and mandates privacy in intimate spaces.
These are just people trying to live their lives, right? They're just trying to live their best life. And that if I can be part of doing that and helping them get to that point, then ultimately they become happier, more productive people. And that's really what we should all be wanting for everybody.
Now, while the decree is expected to be challenged in court, it makes one thing crystal clear. President Trump's war on the LGBTQ plus community and diversity programs has begun, threatening America's culture of social inclusivity. And now moving to South America, Colombia has sent its special forces to guerrilla-controlled areas near the Venezuelan border. This after a recent surge in violence killed over 100 people and displaced more than 20,000. The fresh wave of violence has hit the Catatumbo region, a mountainous area in northeastern Colombia. Last week, two rebel groups, the National Liberation Army, or the ELN, and factions of the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, or the FARC, began fighting. While they maintained a truce in the strategic border region for quite some time, the two groups clashed over dominance over cocoa plantations and drug smuggling routes just last Thursday. Reports say the conflict turned deadly when the ELN rebels accused civilians of helping their rivals and executed some in their homes. However, the ELN group has instead accused the FARC rebels of murdering civilians.
Yes, some bodies have not yet been recovered. We are trying to locate them with funeral homes that are working on it. And there is the issue of security. There is a fear among the community, a fear that is generating all the displacements. We need to strengthen security in order to have our lives in our municipalities.
The spiraling violence forced the Colombian government to declare a state of emergency and deploy 5,000 troops in the region.
A big disaster there. People kicking us out, that was ugly. Bullets and all that stuff. Ugly, ugly.
Where exactly do you come from?
From La Guabara. They took us out of there in a truck this morning.
Who came?
A few. The people from there were scared. They couldn't do anything. They left what they could and took what they could and fled.
Colombian President Gustavo Petro has also suspended peace talks with the ELN, accusing the rebel group of war crimes. Thousands of residents in the border region have now fled their homes, leaving ghost towns and seeking shelter in neighboring Venezuela.
It's complicated because you could hear the shots when they faced each other, and all that, I think, among themselves. I didn't see it, but I heard it. One doesn't see, but hears the disaster, right? Then that stuff alters you, and then out of respect for life, because you only have one life, the best thing is to flee.
Now, according to the United Nations, 30 people have been kidnapped, including 3 government officials who were part of the peace talks between the Colombian government and the ELN. And while Colombia's army has rescued dozens of people, at least 1,000 remain trapped in their homes, hoping the violence will end soon. And next we head to Chile's capital, Santiago, and what should have been a routine stay turned into a spine-chilling nightmare for pop sensation Dua Lipa. During her time at a luxury hotel to film a commercial, a group of fans managed to slip past security to get a glimpse of the star and were found lurking just outside her bedroom door. What should have been a glamorous hotel stay quickly transformed into a horrifying reminder of the dark side of fame, which has left Dua Lipa shaken by the terrifying intrusion. We have more from Santiago.
Fame may look like a glittery dream on Instagram, but for pop star Dua Lipa, her recent trip to Chile was a chilling reminder that the road to stardom is occasionally paved with terrifying fan encounters. What began as a luxury hotel stay quickly turned into the set of a B-grade thriller, starring overzealous fans, a rattled pop star, and hotel security doing their best impression of a bad heist movie cleanup crew. Staying at the 5-star Ritz-Carlton, the singer was in Chile to film a commercial, though it seems no one told her that the shoot would double as a live-action remake of Mission Impossible. A gaggle of fans managed to infiltrate her hotel floor. They breezed past hotel security like it was an open house. Several superfans were found loitering right outside her bedroom door, presumably hoping for an impromptu meet and greet or at least a blurry selfie. According to reports, things were manic as Dua Lipa touched down. Fans were desperate to see her. A group gained access not only to her floor, but were also found outside her room. Cue an emergency security sweep because, surprise, surprise, there were even more fans lying in wait near the elevators. The singer was unharmed during the incident. However, she was left terrified and shaken by the intrusion. Naturally, the levitating singer decided hotel photo ops were off the table. Because who wouldn't want a break after hosting an unplanned fan convention in their hallway? Despite the high-octane drama, the singer managed to make the most of her trip. With a tequila-fueled night out, she was accompanied with her glam squad, including makeup artist Katie Jane Hughes and stylist Olivia Moss. Naturally, she chronicled the escapade for her Instagram followers. It's almost as if she's telling the rogue fans, "You may have crashed my hotel, but you can't crash my vibe." If this ordeal sounds oddly familiar, it's because Dua Lipa seems to have a knack for attracting boundary-blurring admirers. Last year, a TikTok-loving fan managed to crash her Glastonbury rehearsal in Birmingham. It forced the pop star to pause mid-prep. Apparently, some fans missed the memo that levitating isn't an actual access pass to private spaces. Dua Lipa's Santiago scare is the perfect cautionary tale about the perils of pop stardom and the lengths fans will go to for a selfie. While she's prepping for her Radical Optimism tour in March, her security team is likely brushing up on their Keep the Pop Star Safe protocols. As for the fans, maybe it's time to revisit the unwritten rule of celebrity worship. Adore from a distance and leave the Ritz-Carlton shenanigans to the movies.
And finally, from Colorado, in a jaw-dropping move that has animal rights activists scratching their heads, the Colorado Supreme Court ruled that 5 elephants at Cheyenne Mountain Zoo can't sue for their freedom because they're not human. Now, despite these legal hiccups, animal activists are not backing down. In fact, they're continuing their fight to prove that elephants might just deserve a little more than a lifetime behind bars, or in this case, a zoo fence. While the court focused on the legal distinction between humans and animals, the debate around their captivity continues to spark outrage and even concern. Here's our final report on the humanity of elephants.
Elephants have long been admired for their intelligence and grandeur. It has earned them the title of majestic. But when it comes to the law, these towering creatures aren't quite human enough to have their day in court. In a ruling that left animal advocates shaking their heads, the Colorado Supreme Court recently decided that the elephants of Cheyenne Mountain Zoo, despite their impressive qualities, don't have the legal right to seek freedom from their captivity. The case revolves around 5 elephants at the zoo: Missy, Kimba, Lucky, Lulu and Jambo. They were born in the wild but spent most of their lives in captivity. The Non-Human Rights Project, an animal advocacy group, argued that these elephants, like humans, deserve the right to challenge their confinement and be released to an elephant sanctuary. The group claims that living in the zoo is harmful to these highly intelligent animals, and they should be allowed to roam freely in an environment better suited to their natural needs. But the Colorado Supreme Court wasn't convinced. In a decision that seemed to overlook the intellectual and emotional needs of the tuskers, the court ruled that because elephants aren't legally classified as people, they have no standing to bring a habeas corpus claim. This is a petition that asks the court to order the release of a person who's being detained illegally. The ruling, while emphasizing that the animals are indeed majestic, boiled down to a simple conclusion: elephants do not have the same legal rights as humans. This isn't the first time the freedom of elephants has been rejected. In 2022, the New York Court of Appeals also ruled against the release of Happy, an elephant at the Bronx Zoo, following a similar argument made by the Non-Human Rights Project. While legal battles rage on in the world's oldest democracy, it is worth noting that elephants in other parts of the world live a more comfortable life. In countries like Sri Lanka, India, Nepal, Bhutan, Kenya, Zimbabwe and Thailand, elephants coexist with humans in ways that blend cultural significance with more natural, freer environments. These elephants are often part of wildlife conservation programs or cultural traditions that allow them to roam and interact with other elephants. In these countries, elephants are not just seen as majestic creatures to be admired from behind bars, but as living beings that deserve space, companionship and dignity. While the fight for the release of elephants from captivity continues, it remains clear that the legal system has a long way to go in recognizing these animals as beings worthy of rights. Whether or not elephants will ever receive legal personhood is uncertain. But one thing is for sure: the conversation around animal rights, their freedom, and the treatment of these majestic creatures will continue to evolve. Until then, it seems the battle for Missy, Kimba, Lucky, Lulu and Jambo is far from over.
That's our show for today. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again everyone for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the key development that the world is trying to wrap its head around. It's the US President Donald Trump and his executive orders. Trump did not waste much time and signed a record number of executive orders on his first day of presidency. The over 200 executive orders signed indicate how US policies under him will look. An executive order is a powerful tool used by a US president which does not require congressional approval. Trump has signed a flurry of such orders on a range of issues from trade to energy to climate and immigration. Many of them are controversial, and their impact will not just be felt in America. They can change US relationship with the rest of the world, which has reacted with unease. And it seems Trump's to-do list is also not bringing any good news for Africa. Many of Trump's executive orders will have negative impact on Africa. We have a list of some of them. Now, first is the suspension of foreign aid programs. Trump does not see foreign aid in the best interest of the United States. His executive order is freezing disbursement of all U.S. foreign development assistance for 90 days, pending a review. The U.S. is the world's biggest foreign aid donor, and a huge sum is directed toward Africa. Over the 2023 to 24 financial year, the U.S. said it had donated almost $3.7 billion to Africa. Now, this aid contributes to various nations, international organizations, and to TB and malaria as epidemics, as well as to the United Nations agencies. But now all of it will be impacted. From aid cuts, we move to tariffs. Under his America First trade policy, Trump announced plans to establish an external revenue service. It will be used for collecting tariffs, duties, and other foreign trade-related revenue. A major impact could be on AGOA, which provides African countries with duty-free access to the U.S. markets for specific products. The plan is set to be expiring this year, but now there are doubts if Trump would renew it. Countries like South Africa could be majorly impacted, as its key exports like cars, wines, and grapes could be in the crosshairs. Next is the executive order that can impact Africa. It's America's withdrawal from the Paris Climate Agreement. It wasn't surprising that this was among the list. In his first term as well, Trump signed an order to withdraw from the pact, a move the former President Joe Biden promptly reversed on his first day in office in 2021. The U.S. is the world's second largest greenhouse gas emitter, behind only China, and its withdrawal from the climate pact could deal a blow worldwide. Now, speaking of withdrawals, Trump has also signed an executive order for the withdrawal from the World Health Organization. The U.S. is the WHO's top donor and partner. The withdrawal of U.S. funding will negatively impact the organization to identify and respond to emergencies across the world. It could undermine the efforts to bridge global health inequalities and leave African nations at a greater risk. And then comes the declaration of an energy emergency aimed at boosting oil and gas production in the United States. This will impact African oil and gas-producing nations like Nigeria and Angola, as cheaper American crude would challenge their market share. Then there are some other orders, like suspending refugee settlement program and ending the birthright citizenship, which could also have a negative impact on Africans. But what could benefit Africa is Trump's quest for mineral dominance. His executive orders also seek to boost domestic mining and minerals processing. American companies eager to ensure reliable access to rare earth metals and other critical minerals might increase investment in Africa. This could help to boost jobs and infrastructure. But overall, the opportunities for African nations seem low. How can Africa brace for the Trump impact? Now, for more on this, we have with us Phumlani Majozi, an author and political analyst who is joining us live from Johannesburg, South Africa. Thank you for being with us.
Pleasure. It's great to be here again. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you. Now, Phumlani, how will the suspension of U.S. foreign assistance programs affect African nations that heavily rely on aid for critical sectors such as healthcare, education, and infrastructure? Are there specific countries or regions that will be disproportionately impacted?
Well, no doubt there will be implications of Mr. Trump's actions with respect to that issue. I think this thing, it needs to be thought from a broader perspective, and that is, leaders around the world, many leaders, whether you're talking about in Africa or in other continents, there has been this, way of getting used to American sort of finances or American taxpayers having to pay for many of the global programs. And we are facing the reality now that really nobody should rely on the United States, right? That whether it's in Africa, whether it's in Asia, whether it's in Latin America, in Europe, as nations, we need to get our act together, right? And be able to come together and solve our issues or our problems. And that would include, when it comes to including things like financing, right, of projects, because this idea that we'll forever be relying on countries like the US, because it may be Joe Biden last time it was, it's Donald Trump now, he has a different view. Another president is going to come through and have a different perspective. So things may change. So this poses a challenge for African leaders, for everybody in different nations, to do not rely on the US when it comes to financing of such things, or even from a foreign aid perspective. There has to be reform, there has to be wealth being created. And to answer your question specifically, yes, there will be an impact for sure, but then that impact, it's about how do we sort of what we learn from it as developing nations, how do we come together to start our own initiatives and not be reliant on US taxpayers' money or the US government, I should say.
Right, and with Trump's decision to withdraw the United States from the Paris Climate Agreement and the WHO, what are the potential long-term effects on Africa's efforts to combat climate change and to address public health crises like malaria, HIV and AIDS, and possible future pandemics?
Well, when you look at the WHO, the World Health Organization, part of what Mr. Trump has been raising for a while is that WHO is being used by some political powers around the world, specifically in his opinion, China, to advance some political interests, right? It's being used by China and other nations to advance some political interest. And he also says that they mishandled COVID-19, right? Or COVID, I should say, the pandemic. So that is those are his concerns when it comes to the WHO. And he has been critical of this organization for a long time, because remember, the US is the biggest financial backer of the WHO. About 18% of funding comes from the US. of the WHO funding. So that one involves a bit of politics, geopolitics as well. He's concerned that China is using WHO to advance its interests. And that's how we need to think about it. That's how we need to think as well when it comes to the WHO situation. The Paris Agreement is also a very interesting one, because you will remember that Mr. Trump is not really into the green agenda. He's not really into that. He's a man who believes in fossil fuels, right? In using the natural resources, different kinds of, energies and fossil fuels. He's not really a believer when it comes to climate change sort of initiatives. Now, I must stress this. For developing nations, especially in Africa, where there is still a heavy reliance on things like coal or fossil fuels, and Trump's presidency might lift that pressure, right? Because Trump is not really pushing very hard when it comes to things like climate change or Paris agreements, as he's withdrawing from that, all those things. So there will be less pressure globally for a push on renewable energies, on green energies, and Africa is going to be part of that as well, experiencing that lifting off of pressure for them to be able to probably even focus more on also fossil fuels to try and diversify their energies. And I express that because there have been some concerns by some people that this pushing through forcefully with the green energies and so on, we need to keep in mind that they are developing nations that heavily reliant on fossil fuels, heavily reliant on coal and so on. So how we transition from the old way of coal and fossil fuels into green and renewable energies, it needs to be done in a very smoothly and carefully.
Right. Phumlani, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa.
Pleasure.
For our next story, we shift focus to South Africa. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is keen to visit the country. His office says South Africa is ready to welcome him. But Pretoria denies sending any formal invitation to Zelensky. Ukraine has long awaited an invitation from South Africa. It says that through diplomatic channels, it has received a confirmation that President Zelensky will be welcome to visit South Africa soon. However, it said timings have not been finalized. Zelensky is hoping to discuss the other details with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa at the World Economic Forum in Davos this week. However, South Africa says it has not confirmed Zelensky's visit yet. The president's spokesperson said discussions are on, but things are not yet finalized. Regarding Ramaphosa's meeting with Zelensky at the Davos summit sidelines, the spokesperson said it might not take place due to changes in Ramaphosa's schedule. He confirmed that Zelensky has requested a bilateral meeting with Ramaphosa. Zelensky is due to pay his first visit to Africa. Discussions regarding his potential South African visit have been ongoing for months, but they have not reached culmination. Ukraine has called Zelensky's South Africa visit very important. It says it will be key to discuss a potential strategy on how to press Russia on ending the war completely. South Africa leads an African peace initiative in Ukraine, and Kiev believes the country could push Moscow to secure the return of thousands of its children. It says Moscow had abducted and deported to Russia during the war. South Africa in recent years has grown closer to Russia. It has abstained from votes condemning Russia at the United Nations, hosting war games with the Russian Navy, repeatedly and publicly criticizing the United States, and even allegedly loading weapons and ammunition onto a sanctioned Russian cargo ship. South Africa is also part of the BRICS grouping with Russia. Despite South Africa's neutrality, Kiev says that Pretoria can help in brokering peace and facilitating the return of its abducted children. Ukraine has hailed the role of both South Africa and India for their participation in the peace process. It has highlighted the significance of the last year's visits to Ukraine by South African President Cyril Ramaphosa and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, noting that both leaders were able to witness firsthand the consequences of war. But despite calls for peace, war in Ukraine continues, and the country's biggest ally, the United States, might not support it the way it did under the previous Biden administration. The current president, Donald Trump, and his vice president, J.D. Vance, have both advocated for ending military aid to Ukraine and forcing Kiev into peace talks with Moscow. Now, even if that means that Ukraine has to cede territory to Russia that is currently under the control of Putin's troops. Despite courting Trump, the Ukrainian President Zelensky has been trying to rally support from other key nations like India and South Africa, but it remains to be seen if Ramaphosa will come to Zelensky's aid. And moving on to Central Africa, where the March 23 movement, or the M23 rebel forces, have taken control of a key town in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Now, the Rwanda-backed rebels have taken over Minova, a trading hub that acts as a supply route to North Kivu's capital, Goma. Minova is just 40 kilometers away from the provincial capital, and the fall of the town has allowed the rebels to encircle Goma city. Now, General Sylvain Ekenge, the spokesman armed forces of the DRC, after an intense exchange of fire, the Congolese army acknowledged that the M23 rebels made significant breakthroughs in the towns of Minova and Bweremana. Now, the capture of Minova marks the latest gain in a series of significant advances by the M23 rebels. The group continues to gain in eastern DRC since its resurgence in 2021. Earlier this month, the M23 fighters captured Masisi. Now, it is the administrative capital of the Masisi territory in the North Kivu province. The town of around 40,000 inhabitants is around 80 kilometers from Goma, while the fighting in the Sake Hills has put rebels within 20-kilometer radius of the provincial capital. The proximity of the hills to Goma threatens the army's control over the city. M23 rebels have captured the Goma city before. The armed group captured it briefly in 2012. Meanwhile, the Congolese armed forces blames Rwanda for supporting the rebels. They said that the Rwandan army and its M23 puppets are contained and pushed back in the area.
It's true that we are observing the ceasefire, but at least civilians should be assured that each time the Rwandan army fires on our positions or our population or displaced people, the armed forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo have the right to react.
The Congolese armed forces added that they were able to take back a few areas around Masisi territory, including the strategic town of Ngungu.
We are in Ngungu because we heard that the Congolese military had retaken the city and liberated U.S. We continue to suffer because security is still not good and people continue to die.
Meanwhile, Rwanda has accused the Congolese army of refusing to hold peace talks with the M23 rebels, which has led to the recent escalation in violence.
The meeting did not happen because, again, it wasn't the appearance there that was the most important thing. It was what was taking us there and how it is being addressed. It was more important. Then there was insistence that we must go there and sign something, not even to have another discussion, because I don't think there was even need for gesturing that to happen. So that's what killed the summit. So it's not Rwanda that killed the summit. It's actually DRC.
The recent fighting has brought back fears of the past. It has cut off the routes leading to Goma, forcing people to take supplies on overloaded boats in Lake Kivu. The sighting of shipwrecks is common at the water body, and there is rarely an established list of passengers. According to the United Nations, the eastern DRC is witnessing one of the world's most alarming humanitarian crises. The violence has forced more than 230,000 people to flee since the start of the year. The decades-long conflict stems from the armed group's bid to gain a foothold in the mineral-rich eastern Congo. And our final story is about Africa's growing automobile market. With rapid urbanization, the demand for personal mobility is increasing. Once doubted by European and Chinese firms, Indian two-wheeler manufacturers now have the largest presence in Africa. Indian motorcycles now make up more than 50% of all sales in the youngest continent. And as demand for two-wheelers grows, more and more Africans are preferring Indian brands over Chinese and Western competitors. So how is India supporting Africa's growth story? Our next report has more details.
Africa is becoming the focal point of geopolitical push and play. From Russia increasing its military and economic presence in the Sahel region, the exit of colonial powers, to the waning influence of China, Africa is emerging as an important player and a vital partner. While Russian President Vladimir Putin has been successful in removing French and European influence in West Africa, China's once towering presence has been reduced drastically owing to Beijing's debt trap schemes under the guise of the Belt and Road Initiative. And as Africa emerges, it's looking for stable partner countries for its growth. Enter India. The world's largest democracy is increasing its engagements and presence in Africa. And leading the charge is a set of two wheels, a throttle, and the promise of a reliable and joyful ride. Yes, Indian two-wheelers have flooded the African continent. Once doubted by the Western and Chinese manufacturers, Indian automobile makers have gained the trust of Africa and dethroned some of the largest auto giants in the continent. Before 2020, the two-wheeler market share in Africa primarily belonged to China. However, in the last 2 years, India has captured more than 50% of the total market share, and there are a few Indian firms that are at the forefront. Bajaj Auto, TVS Motors, Hero MotoCorp, and Royal Enfield. Most recently, TVS Motors opened 2 stores in Morocco's tourist cities, Casablanca and Marrakech. Overall, India's two-wheeler makers have captured most of the market in several African nations. Indian motorbikes are sold the most in countries like Nigeria, Kenya, Angola, Morocco, Ethiopia, Uganda, South Africa, Ghana, Tanzania, and more. African buyers say they prefer Indian bikes over other competitors, particularly Chinese, and they have several reasons for this. First, Indian two-wheelers are cost-effective. They are reliable and durable, unlike Chinese products. Indian two-wheeler makers have opened production lines in African nations, giving locals employment. Indian brands have also trained local mechanics to repair the motorcycles. And Indian brands are using local talent to popularize their products in Africa. So how big is Africa's two-wheeler market? Two-wheelers are the most popular modes of transportation in the youngest continent. In countries like Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, and South Africa, where urban mobility is growing, two-wheelers have become the go-to vehicles from students to business owners and even government officials. In fact, Africa's two-wheeler market was valued at more than $8 billion in 2024 and is expected to grow to $11 billion by 2030, making it one of the fastest-growing segments in the African continent. Nigeria has the largest market share with at least a $6 billion two-wheeler market cap. And with close to 2 million two-wheelers selling each year, Africa is the second largest two-wheeler market among other continents. So with Chinese and European brands losing popularity, Indian motorcycle makers are cashing in and empowering Africans to pave their own journey, one rev at a time.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Donald Trump has made his first overseas call as president to his old friend and Saudi Crown Prince MBS. It is a break from tradition. What does it say about Trump's priorities? We'll discuss that tonight. His administration is also making an outreach to India. Will Prime Minister Modi and President Trump meet next month? Will the Indian PM fly to Washington? What is New Delhi's strategy for Trump 2.0? Why two ships from China heading to Iran have raised concerns among weapons experts. Why Elon Musk is slamming an AI project backed by Trump, and how this has triggered a public spat among tech titans. Why the US has deployed troops at the border to stop illegal immigration and decided to stop funding COVID-linked virus research. New wildfires in the West, record snowstorms in the South, and a government that is rolling back climate action. Here in Asia, how Pakistan is targeting the Indian army and exposing itself. Why the Earth's magnetic North Pole is shifting and what it means for you. And can an elephant have the rights of a person? We'll tell you about this debate. Trump diplomacy is truly underway. Donald Trump is ripping up tradition. He's charting his own path. His team held their first bilateral meeting with India, which is a clear break from tradition. And President Trump made his first phone call to Saudi Arabia. He spoke to Crown Prince MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, the de facto ruler of Saudi Arabia. He's the one that Trump called first after taking charge as president. And this too is a break from tradition. Also a clear signal of Donald Trump's priorities as president. Interestingly, the White House has not reported this call, but the Saudi state media have. They say MBS promised a massive package for the US, an investment package worth around $600 billion. Let me put that in context. Saudi Arabia's GDP is $1.1 trillion, and they are investing 54% of that in the US. This will be done over the next 4 years. Chances are this is a quid pro quo, a return of favor. Remember, in his first term, Donald Trump broke tradition to visit Riyadh. Normally, US presidents visit allies or neighbors in their first trip. Bill Clinton, for instance, visited Canada. George Bush visited Mexico. Barack Obama also traveled to Canada, and Joe Biden visited the UK. But Donald Trump went to Saudi Arabia. That was in the first term. Now he's back in office. So will he repeat that? Well, he has dropped a hint. He will go to Riyadh first, but on one condition. That Saudi Arabia announced investments in the US. That's his condition. Listen in.
So first foreign trip typically has been with UK. But I did it with Saudi Arabia last time because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of our product. I said, I'll do it. If Saudi Arabia wanted to buy another 450 or 500, we'll up it for all the inflation.
Mr. President, you say you were going
to
end the war.
Well, you have to hand it to the Saudis. Trump asked for $500 billion on Monday, and by Wednesday, Riyadh announces a $600 billion package. So the ball is now in Donald Trump's court. Let's see if he visits Riyadh again. Though for the moment, let's also look at the big picture. What does this phone call mean for US-Saudi ties? And what is Donald Trump hoping to achieve? For the kingdom, this is a big victory. The Biden presidency was not good for them. It weakened their ties to Washington. Joe Biden had promised to turn MBS into a pariah. He also stopped selling weapons to Riyadh. Of course, the campaign did not last. Rising energy prices forced Joe Biden to make a U-turn. With Trump, there is no such issue. He loves MBS and the Saudi royals. Just think back to the Jamal Khashoggi episode. He was a Saudi dissident, killed in the Saudi embassy in Turkey, reportedly on the orders of the Saudi prince. When the case came to light, every Western nation isolated the kingdom, but Donald Trump did not. Even when he left office, their relationship grew. The Saudis bailed out Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. They invested $2 billion in his firm to keep it afloat. The Trump Organization also has investments in Saudi Arabia. Last month, they announced a new tower in Riyadh, their second in the city. So this relationship is not just political. It is personal, financial, and very much transactional. Now, we can debate the ethics of it, but that is the reality. And MBS realized this very early on. In 2018, he was hosted by Trump at the White House. During a meeting, Trump pulled out a chart. It listed Saudi military purchases from the US. Trump rattled out the weapons and their price tag. Take a look.
Some of the things that have been approved and are currently under construction and will be delivered to Saudi Arabia very soon, and that's for their protection. But if you look in terms of dollars, $3 billion, $533 million, $525 million, that's peanuts for you.
So the equation is clear. MBS spends money in the United States, and in return, he gets political support from Washington. Which brings us to the second question that we're looking at. What is Trump's goal here? The biggest prize would be a deal with Israel. If Donald Trump can get Saudi Arabia to recognize Israel, it would be the deal of the century, Nobel Peace Prize stuff. But for that, MBS has some conditions, like ending the Gaza war, which Trump has already done, security guarantees, which Trump can give, and a Palestinian state, which only Netanyahu can give. A smaller prize could be a TikTok deal. A Saudi prince is apparently interested in buying it. His name is Al-Walid bin Talal. His firm already has a stake in Elon Musk's X. And now he's keen on TikTok. Again, there is one condition. He doesn't want to buy the whole thing himself. He only wants a stake if Musk or another American buys it. Basically, he's willing to pitch in. But knowing Trump, his focus will be on the big prize, on an Israel-Saudi deal. But can he force Netanyahu to accept a Palestinian state? It will be a lot harder than the Gaza deal. You see, Netanyahu was betting a lot on Trump's return. He talked about taking the fight to Iran. He talked about toppling the Iranian regime. But Saudi Arabia may not be too keen on that. They're wary of Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen. In the past, the Houthis have attacked Saudi refineries. If Tehran is targeted, they could do so again. Plus, Riyadh has reset its ties with Iran. They have no reason to rock that boat. So Trump definitely has his work cut out for him. He's dealing with a vastly different West Asia from his first term. The players may be the same, but their priorities have shifted. Let's see if Trump's give-and-take tactic can cut through the complexities.
There are any of our citizens who are not here legally, we are always open to their legitimate return to India.
Now let's talk about Trump's outreach to India and Washington's relationship with New Delhi. There's talk of a Modi-Trump bilateral soon, as early as next month. The new Trump administration has made India a priority and put its best foot forward. We told you about this yesterday. Marco Rubio is America's new Secretary of State, basically their foreign minister, Marco Rubio. His first bilateral meeting was with S. Jaishankar, who's India's foreign minister. The US then released a statement after the meeting. It said that they want to advance economic ties with India and they want India to address illegal immigration, to stop Indians from coming illegally to the United States. And India has responded positively. It is ready to address this issue.
We have always taken the view that if there are any of our citizens who are not here legally, if we are sure that they are our citizens, we have always been open to their legitimate return to India. So I conveyed that very clearly to Secretary Rubio.
So India is striking the right tone. Trump is an immigration hawk. In his first term, he started building a wall on the US border. In his second term, he is deploying the military at the border. US troops are being mobilized. They're being sent to America's borders to stop illegal immigrants. That's how Donald Trump, that's how serious he is about it. He gave the orders himself on his first day in office. So what kind of numbers are we talking about? How many illegal immigrants enter the US in a year? Up to 500,000, according to estimates. And how many of them are from India? Just a little over 6%. So India is not the major problem here. It is countries like Mexico. The maximum number of illegal immigrants in the US come from neighbors like Mexico, which is why Donald Trump frequently targets them. And now the Americans have put together a list of the people they want to deport. And on this list, there are some 18,000 Indians. Apparently, they did not go to America legally. They did not have a valid visa. So the US wants them removed. And India is ready to bring them back. It's a small concession to unlock bigger opportunities. You see, India is clear-eyed about the bigger goals here. The groundwork is being laid for a meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Donald Trump. Diplomats from both sides are planning a bilateral. It could happen next month. Reports say Prime Minister Modi could even travel to Washington, D.C. for talks. They don't have a date yet, and it's still early days in the Trump presidency, so it is a bit of a moonshot. But New Delhi is working on a strategy. It is assessing a range of options to offer to Trump to win him over. And what are these options? A lot of them are centered on trade. India is considering buying more American products like whiskey, steel, and oil. India may cut duties on these goods. The import tariffs may be reduced. New Delhi is putting together a list of products, the ones which are politically significant for the Republicans. The Republican Party is Trump's party. They have a supermajority in the US Congress right now. They control both the chambers of the American Parliament. And Donald Trump controls the White House. So this party, the Red Party, has the trifecta. They represent the whole of the US government, and India wants to secure their support from all sides. So it is focusing on the products that are important for the Republicans, like bourbon whiskey and pecan nuts. Also soybean, dairy, vehicles, medical instruments, and aircraft. Concessions on these imports can lead to a trade deal. Remember, India tried to sign a trade deal during Trump's previous term. It did not work out. Now they're looking to revive the talks. Because we know one thing about Trump. He loves striking deals. So India is playing ball, trying to adopt his transactional approach by offering concessions and making demands to address its own needs, like more visas for Indians.
When it came to various regulations and processes, I also flagged some concerns which are very widespread in India about delays in visas, and the relationship is not well served if it takes that many days for people to get a visa.
So India will weigh Trump's demands against its own, like visas in exchange for support on immigration, reduced tariffs in exchange for greater market access. Prime Minister Modi's government has dealt with Trump before. They're hoping to use those learnings, focus on converging interests, and work on win-win deals. We'll keep track of how they fare. The new US Secretary of State Marco Rubio called Israel yesterday. He dialed Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Rubio promised him, quote unquote, steadfast support. He said Israel was a top priority for Trump. Basically, a reassurance that there will be no hiccups in the US-Israel relationship. Rubio also spoke about Israel's arch rival, Iran. He said, and I'm quoting, he looked forward to addressing the threats posed by Iran. And as if on cue, a new report came out, a report describing Iran's latest shopping spree for rocket fuel. The report cites Western intelligence officials. They say that Iran is buying 1,000 tons of a chemical called sodium perchlorate. It's an essential component for making solid rocket fuel. Iran has apparently bought this from China and it's getting ready to take the chemical home. 1,000 tons of sodium perchlorate will be transported by sea in 56 containers, split over 2 ships, the Golbon and the Jairan. Both of them are Iranian ships. They're still in Chinese waters. The Golbon is reportedly loaded up and ready to go. It will soon make a 3-week journey to the Iranian port of Bandar Abbas. The Jairan will apparently depart early next month. Now, both these ships are expected to make a direct journey to Iran, so no random stops on the way. And how dangerous is the cargo that they're said to be carrying? How dangerous is 1,000 tons of sodium perchlorate? Well, this chemical is a building block. It is used to synthesize ammonium perchlorate, which is the chief component of solid rocket fuel. 1,000 tons of sodium perchlorate could theoretically produce 1,300 tons of rocket fuel. 1,300 tons. Enough to fuel over 200 mid-range Iranian rockets, or even more of the smaller ones. A few hundred missiles won't help Iran win any wars, but they can pack a punch, at least if they manage to hit their target. Iran has refused to comment on the new report. The Chinese embassy in Washington, D.C. said, and I'm quoting, it wasn't familiar with this transaction. But here's what we can extrapolate. Iran seems to be keen on restocking its missile supply. It used a lot of missiles over the last year when it launched barrages at Israel. Now that a ceasefire in Gaza is in place, Tehran could be using the relative calm to shore up its arsenal. China, meanwhile, is being China. The West has long accused it of supporting its enemies. China is accused of sending dual-use technology to Russia. These are items that can be used for both military and civilian purposes, hence the name dual use. Meanwhile, Beijing is accused of extending a financial lifeline to Tehran. China buys discounted Iranian oil despite the numerous sanctions on Iran. So Beijing is no stranger to acting against Western interests. Sending rocket fuel components to Iran is just an ordinary Thursday for China. The real question is, what happens next? What happens now that the West knows what to look for? Will Israel try and stop the shipment? It knows about the 2 Iranian ships. The whole world knows that they're carrying what they're carrying now. So will Netanyahu go after them? And will the US extend steadfast support as Marco Rubio promised yesterday? Stopping the Iranian ships could amount to an act of war. We just got some calm in West Asia again. Any action against Iran could take us back to square one. Is it worth it to stop Iran making a few hundred missiles, or will Donald Trump just resort to his maximum pressure tactics and dump 1 million more sanctions on Iran? We're waiting to see, and we'll be tracking this story for you as it develops.
At least. An exciting project. I think we'll be able to do all of the wonderful things.
It's been barely 72 hours since Donald Trump took office and the drama has been unfolding. His first buddy is questioning his projects. I'm talking about Elon Musk. He is bashing Trump's new AI venture, claiming, and I'm quoting, the backers don't have the money. Quick primer first. On Tuesday, Donald Trump announced Stargate, a $500 billion AI venture, a joint initiative between OpenAI, Oracle, SoftBank, and MGX. These are all private companies pooling money to build AI infrastructure. President Trump calls it the biggest project, the biggest AI project in history. It's clearly a headliner of his presidency. But his BFF Elon Musk is not so sure. And he's raising doubts about it on X. The first salvo was fired on the 22nd of January. OpenAI put up this post on their page, a post that talked about the new project. This is what OpenAI put up. Elon Musk commented on it. He said, and I'm quoting, they don't actually have the money. He's obviously referring to the funding claims. Musk says that OpenAI does not have the cash to build this and that all this is just a grand fantasy. Soon it caught the eye of Sam Altman, who is the founder and CEO of OpenAI. But Altman tried to play it diplomatic. He extended an olive branch in a compliment. This is what his first reply said. Sam Altman saying, and I'm quoting, I genuinely respect your accomplishments and think you are the most inspiring entrepreneur of our time. This is what Sam Altman said to Elon Musk. The message was polite, but the subtext, it was loud and clear. Sam Altman respects Elon Musk's brilliance, but he thinks he's wrong. Musk is wrong. That was the message, delivered in nice words. But the civility did not last. Just an hour later, the gloves came off. Look at Altman's second reply. This is what he said, and I'm quoting, this is great for the country. I realize what is great for the country isn't always what's optimal for your companies, but in your new role, I hope you will mostly put America first. The OpenAI founder did not hold back, choosing to strike where it could sting the most. Musk's patriotism versus his business interests. This is what Sam Altman highlighted. So the battle lines were drawn, and this time it was personal. Musk did not reply to Sam Altman's posts. Instead, he unleashed his go-to weapon, a relentless storm of tweets. He dug into Sam Altman's past, bringing skeletons out of the closet. Musk's post highlighted a key point. Sam Altman was never a Trump supporter. Basically, Musk reframed the narrative, casting doubts on Sam Altman's political alignment and suggesting that Altman's loyalty to Stargate was questionable. There were so many posts that in the end, Altman had to reply. He said he did not like Trump first. He did not agree with him on everything, but he believed that Trump was good for America. That was the reply. Now, you would imagine that 24 hours and countless posts later, this feud would be settled. These are, after all, grown-up men running multi-billion-dollar companies. Surely they have better things to do with their time than bicker on social media. But no, the fight continued with a new member wading into the arena, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. He was asked about this funding feud, and he had just one thing to say, I'm quoting, all I know is that I'm good for my 80 billion. That's what Satya Nadella said, a weird statement to make. Nadella's comments might have been earnest, but they only added fuel to the fire. After all, this is not just about technology, this is about Silicon Valley's power battle. And let's face it, ego. It has also underlined the central question here. Who exactly is funding Stargate? Where is the money coming from? This project is worth $500 billion. The initial investment will be $100 billion, raised via third-party debt, and SoftBank will be the one raising it. So that's where the money is coming from. None of that matters to Musk, of course. What's surprising, though, is how quickly he's hating on a Trump-backed initiative. Chances are it's personal. Elon Musk and Sam Altman have a long history. The two co-founded OpenAI in 2015, but Musk left the organization 6 years ago and he hasn't stopped questioning it since. He's a vocal critic of ChatGPT. He's raised concerns about direction, leadership, and profitability. He's even dragged them to court. Musk calls Sam Altman Swindly Sam. So this new spat could be just about that. Or maybe Musk is allergic to anything that is not his idea. Or because he has his own AI company. Although honestly, it seems neither. Neither about Trump, nor about funding or AI. It is about ego, and it's fueling this year's best tech soap opera. There is more drama in America. On the country's southern borders, US officials are trying to seal it, putting up barriers and deploying troops. At least 1,500 American soldiers are being sent to the US-Mexico border to help the Border Patrol agents and to run deportation flights. The idea is to remove illegal immigrants. That is Donald Trump's top priority. He's declared a national emergency. He wants to cancel birthright citizenship, so a child born in the US to illegal immigrants does not automatically get US citizenship anymore. And this has led to panic among immigrants. Reports say many pregnant women are seeking doctor's appointments and making requests for a preterm delivery. Our next report tells you more.
Question is on the passage of the bill. Members record their vote by electronic device. It's a 5-minute vote.
This was the moment when it happened.
On this vote, the yeas are 263 and the nays are 156.
And with that, Trump received another weapon for his crackdown against illegal immigration. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. It's named after a Georgia nursing student. She was murdered by a Venezuelan man last year. The bill targets illegal immigrants like him. Any illegal immigrant accused of theft and violent crimes would now need to be detained. The bill had bipartisan support. It now heads to Donald Trump's table, and he could sign it into law this week itself.
It's the trick one, the pin.
Soon after he took power, Trump declared a national emergency to tackle illegal immigration. He ordered a sweeping crackdown at the US-Mexico border. The first victim of this was an app. It helped illegal immigrants request asylum in the United States. This app is no longer available. The US is now reinforcing its borders, and more barriers are being erected. More troops are being dispatched. At least 1,500 soldiers will be deployed at America's southern border now.
Securing the southern border and deporting illegal immigrants from this country, President Trump is sending a very strong message to people around this world. If you are thinking about breaking the laws of the United States of America, you will be returned home, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted. Do not come.
Trump is sending a loud and clear message. Illegal immigrants are no longer welcome in the US. He's even challenging the definition of birthright citizenship. On Monday, Trump signed an executive order. It blocked automatic American citizenship to the children born to non-US citizens. 22 American states have challenged this order from Trump. The legal battle has pushed illegal immigrants into a limbo. Trump's moves have triggered panic among them. Pregnant women are opting for preterm deliveries. They want to beat the 20th February deadline when Trump's executive order kicks in. This immigration chaos could continue for the next 4 years because Trump isn't done yet. He's held back some of his most audacious plans. One of them involves mass deportations. While campaigning, Trump had promised to round up millions of undocumented immigrants and send them back home. This plan clearly requires more resources. officials would need to conduct organized raids. They'll need new and bigger detention centers and, most importantly, regular flights to transport people out. Which is why perhaps Trump hasn't pushed these plans just yet. But his decisions are certainly laying the groundwork for them.
Today is the 23rd of January. Exactly 5 years ago on this day, on January 23rd, 2020, the world saw its first Wuhan virus lockdown. It was the Chinese city of Wuhan itself. It became the first city in the world to shut down because of a never-seen-before virus, which eventually crippled the entire world. It's been 5 years since. We still don't know exactly how it came about. China won't share data and it blocks access. But the US House of Representatives recently reached a conclusion. They believe the pandemic was the result of a lab leak. This was not universally accepted, though. The conclusion was made by members of the Republican Party and it was challenged by the Democrats. That doesn't really matter at the moment, though, because it's the Republicans who are in charge of the US House, the Senate, and of course the presidency. Donald Trump is the US president again, and he has a plan to try and prevent another lab leak from ever taking place. It is quite simple, really. Trump will just he'll shut down the labs. Reports say that he is working on a new executive order, one that will stop funding to labs that enhance viruses, labs that make viruses more potent. They won't get the money to keep running if Trump has his way. If you look at it from his point of view, it does make sense. Trump's Republican Party says that the Wuhan virus was an experiment gone wrong. An existing virus was enhanced, but then it escaped from a lab in Wuhan. From this lab, the Wuhan Institute of Virology. It was being funded by the Americans. And the Republicans are furious about that. In fact, they did not stop funding even after the pandemic erupted. The money from America to the Wuhan lab kept flowing until 2023, before the tap was finally shut. Now, Donald Trump and his team do not want a repeat of that. So they would rather shut off the funding altogether. Is this really a good idea, though? Let's put aside the potential misuse for a minute. Let's first talk about why viruses are enhanced in the first place. And this does happen all the time. Scientists regularly make viruses more potent inside labs. This is done to study their effects and to develop countermeasures. Because viruses in the wild mutate all the time, they become drug resistant on their own, or they start inflicting new symptoms. This happens naturally over a period of time. So we have to find new remedies to deal with new diseases. But when scientists enhance viruses inside a lab, it gives them a head start. It allows them to study new strains so that they can counter them when such new viruses take hold in the real world. That's the theory anyway. And that is why the funding ban is being slammed. Critics say the virus research must continue, else it will handicap American medicine. It will allow other countries to race ahead. And they do have a point. Just because the US stops funding this does not mean that other countries will. And yes, there are risks. Yes, a country could use this research to develop a bioweapon. That could very much happen. And it could happen even without American money. So at the end of the day, it's a risk versus reward situation. The reward is more scientific knowledge, better preparedness for a future pandemic, and the ability to develop cures faster. The risk is a potential lab leak and perhaps the beginning of another pandemic. It is a tough call. It seems that Trump has decided to steer clear of the danger, but can he convince other countries to do the same? And staying with the United States, Los Angeles is burning once again. A new fire has erupted. 30,000 people have been evacuated. Firefighters are battling the blaze, but strong winds are making it difficult. Meanwhile, in the Gulf Coast, there's a once-in-a-generation winter storm. States are receiving record snowfall. At least 9 people have died. So there's fire in the west and ice in the south. and it's linked to climate change. Yet America's new president does not seem to care. He believes that global warming is a hoax. Why? Because it's freezing in New York. Our next report tells you more.
California's wildfires are a grim autumnal ritual. But this year's conflagrations are apocalyptic in scale. The skies over LA glowed in eerie orange. Ash fell like confetti. And the City of Angels smoldered, dealing with the worst fires in its history. Los Angeles was barely catching a breath, but a new fire has ignited panic again. The Hughes fire erupted 72 kilometers northwest of the city. 30,000 people have been evacuated. 20,000 others have been warned.
We're not dealing with a large population and a large amount of residential homes, as we saw with those two fires. Out here, it's more sparsely populated. However, out here, we are dealing with high winds, which we also saw with the other fires, along with thick fuel bed, very receptive fuel bed, and steep topography again.
But while there's a fire in the west, there's ice in America's Gulf Coast. A rare winter storm is sweeping the south, breaking 100-year-old snowfall records. For many, it's a once-in-a-lifetime event. This is a region unaccustomed to winter weather, which means they aren't equipped to face this. Highways are closed. Airports are shut. Schools are closed. People have been asked to stay off roads. There's a blizzard warning. And at least 9 people have died. Florida is recording the largest amount of snow in the state's history.
We woke up really early to try and play as much as we can. This is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing for me. I've never seen it like this here.
You know, it's kind of funny because we're used to hurricanes here in southeast Louisiana. The plan we're following is our debris pickup plan route.
The science is unequivocal. These extreme events are linked to the planet's warming. AKA, climate change is fueling this freak weather. The US climate is literally screaming. Yet America's response is to stick its fingers in its ears. Donald Trump is back in the White House, and his first plan of action was to pull the US out of the Paris climate deal. It's the world's most important effort to deal with rising temperatures, yet Trump wants out. The US will now join Iran, Yemen, and Libya as the only countries not part of this deal. Not just that, Trump has also announced a national energy emergency. This is to reverse Biden-era environmental regulations. And none of this is surprising. Trump has called climate change a hoax. He doesn't think it's man-made. He believes the weather is cold, so that means there's no global warming. He also appointed climate skeptics to his cabinet. In Los Angeles, firefighters are battling on. In the south of the country, families are struggling to stay warm. Yet Trump believes it's all a hoax and that everything is under control. It's definitely not true. His own country is burning and freezing at the same time. One can only wonder what comes next. Will there be a tipping point when humanity finally wakes up? Or will it mark the beginning of the end, when denial triumphed over action, and the future was sacrificed on the altar of short-term gain? For now, the US is left with ash, snow, and a president who refuses to listen.
Let's turn to South Asia now, where the Indian and Pakistani armies are clashing, this time in a war of words. Pakistan's military has released a statement. They have made a list of accusations against India's army of duplicity, of delusion, and of political pandering. Let me repeat that last one. Pakistan's army says the Indian army is too political. What gave them that idea? Was it the repeated military coups? or the election rigging, or the meetings with politicians, or the jailing of opposition leaders. Oh wait, that is the Pakistani army. Before we go further, let me give you some context. This Pakistani statement is a reaction to India. Last week, the Indian Army chief held his annual press conference. He talked about the security situation in Kashmir. And he blamed Pakistan for it. He called Pakistan the epicenter of terror. Listen in.
As far as the J&K is concerned, that the violence level is not reducing. Here I would like to just say that the violence level is being orchestrated by the epicenter of terrorism, that is Pakistan.
That statement triggered Pakistan. So the generals probably got together in Rawalpindi and they drafted a statement. I have a copy of the statement. This is what it says. Insinuating Pakistan as the epicenter of terrorism is not only contrary to facts but also an exercise in futility to beat the dead horse of India's default position, blaming Pakistan for indigenous reaction to state-sponsored brutality. It is hoped that civility, professionalism and norms of state-to-state behavior would guide the conduct of Indian Army's leadership, rather than pandering to political exigencies. I'm surprised they draft statements in English anymore. I thought they switched to Mandarin. Or maybe it's the Trump effect. Either way, there are two main allegations here. One, that India is unleashing brutality in Kashmir, and two, that the Indian Army is pandering to political exigencies. Let's quickly look at the first one. The unspeakable brutality of the Indian state, so brutal that 2 free and fair elections were held in 1 year, both national and regional. So brutal that almost 64% Kashmiris turned out to vote, and so brutal that an opposition party is ruling the state. No rigging or repression. The people of Kashmir chose their government. Now look at Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. An energy crisis in the middle of harsh winters, no jobs for the youth, and brutal crackdowns by the police. So please spare us the lectures. The second allegation is about politicization. Look at the irony of it. When somebody accuses India, where does the reaction come from? The Ministry of External Affairs. We saw that when Canada made allegations against India. The Indian Army did not respond to it. The Foreign Ministry did. Because that is how civilian regimes work. But clearly not in Pakistan. Over there, the army responds to foreign allegations. It's an open admission of their political role. And not like it's a secret. Pakistani generals run the show in Islamabad. They meet businessmen, they run businesses, they coordinate investment policies, they talk to opposition leaders, and they fly abroad to meet allies and partners. And don't forget the coups. 3 military takeovers in 7 decades. That's the guarantee you get with Pakistan's army. You can bet on them to lose wars and topple prime ministers. If only they did their actual job. Maybe then the Taliban would not be running riot. Yet who do they accuse of politics? The Indian Army. They're reminding Indian officers of civility and professionalism. Well, we've got an idea. When Pakistan surrendered in the 1971 war, India had to hold prisoners of war. Nearly 93,000 Pakistani soldiers. They were returned after nearly 3 years in India. Maybe ask them about the Indian Army's professionalism, both on the battlefield and after. The truth is, this is typical Pakistani policy. Project their failures onto India. But newsflash, India has moved on. The people of Kashmir have moved on. They're getting investments, jobs, and world-class infrastructure. Meanwhile, Pakistan is stuck in the last century. We're leagues and worlds apart now. Petty statements won't change that. Before we begin our next story, I have a question for you. What do these things have in common? Major airlines, NATO ships, and your car. They all use a GPS, a global positioning system. This is a navigation system and it tells us where the magnetic North Pole is. But now, our system needs a major upgrade. Scientists have changed their tracker because this North Pole is not where it used to be. It is on the move and it is moving with dramatic speed. Our next report tells you why.
This is our planet Earth, And this is the top of the world. In the middle of the Arctic Ocean, this is the North Pole, the geographic North Pole, also known as the true North. Now, what also remains true is that marking the North Pole is quite challenging because the area is covered by sea ice, which is constantly moving. Yes, for theoretical purposes, its geographic location is fixed. And this is crucial for us to tell us when the world is upside down. But funnily, the true north is kind of like the Pythagoras theorem. We don't use it much in day-to-day life. What we do use is the magnetic North Pole. We use it for navigation. It's on our GPS, and it's different from the true north. You may remember this from primary school. The Earth's core has molten metals. They are constantly churning like a moving ball filled with water. And when the metals churn, they create a magnetic field which protects us from the sun's radiation. This is what the magnetic field looks like, and these lines converge at the top and bottom of our planet. The topmost point is the magnetic North Pole. Now, unlike the true north or our geographic north, you can't trust the magnetic north to stay in one place. And you can blame the molten metals. They keep sloshing continuously. So the magnetic lines are never static. They're always jiggling. So the northernmost point is always on the move. This pole was first discovered in the 1800s. Back then, the pole was situated in the Canadian Arctic. Then it drifted away and moved towards Russia. This was a very slow process, but now the pole is closer to Siberia than to Canada. And this recent shift has happened at a much quicker pace. The North Pole's move has accelerated, and it's shocking scientists. No one knows why this pole is dramatically speeding up, but they aren't too worried. Though what bothers them is the accuracy of tracking this move. So now scientists have released a new model. It's a new tracker for the position of the magnetic North Pole. Why? To preserve the accuracy of the GPS. So now, airlines, ships, militaries, and even your GPS system, they're all upgrading the tracking software to keep up with the moody magnetic North Pole. Hopefully, Santa Claus has received the message. Or by next Christmas, he may be a lost clause, pardon the pun.
Our last story tonight is about elephants, specifically 5 elderly African elephants. They have been living in a Colorado zoo, and now they're at the center of a raging debate. An animal rights group has locked tusks with their zoo. They say the zoo is harming the elephants, that they have imprisoned the animals, and now the animals are showing signs of trauma, chronic stress, and even brain damage. The group wants the elephants to be rescued. So it has filed a petition in court, saying that the elephants have a right to freedom. They are self-aware, they are empathetic, they learn, they communicate, they socialize, they're a lot like humans. So the group says they deserve personhood, meaning the elephants should have rights like humans do, rights to existence, to freedom, and to challenge their detention. Now the verdict is out, and Colorado's highest court says, not really. They say the elephants do not have a legal standing. They cannot leave the zoo because an elephant is not a person. Basically, the aged animals will stay where they are, owing to the fact that they're elephants, not humans. Now, this verdict may seem like common sense. Humans are animals, but non-human animals are not humans. It is a tongue twister, but it's one of those kindergarten Venn diagrams. So birds, animals, rivers, trees, they cannot have legal rights, right? Well, again, not really. In recent years, there has been growing support for personhood, not just for animals, but for all things nature. And you may find this surprising, but such initiatives are being pursued in 44 countries, from India to Uganda and Bolivia to Brazil. Many legal initiatives have recognized animals. Like in 2019, an orangutan was given personhood. She became Argentina's first non-human person. Some cases have recognized the rights of rivers, like in India, where the river Ganga is a legal person since 2017. And more recently, the Marañón River in Peru. It gained legal rights last year. Some cases defend the rights of mountains, like in 2017 when New Zealand declared Mount Taranaki a legal person. Even forests have legal rights, like in Ecuador. In 2008, they became the first country to change the constitution. They state that nature has the same rights as people. Since then, India, Brazil, Mexico, Ireland, and many others have joined this club. They give legal rights to nature in their constitutions. But why? Why do trees, rivers, or chimps need legal rights? Well, the argument is quite simple. They need these rights to be protected. Because what are rights? They are standards. They recognize individuals. They protect your dignity. So when nature gains personhood, it gains liberty rights. And in most cases, this has tangible benefits. Look at Ecuador's forests. When they got personhood, they were protected from deforestation and mining. Or take the example of the orangutan. Her name is Sandra. She lived in an Argentine zoo for 2 decades. She was in a solitary enclosure. Her only daughter was taken away and sold to a park in China. Sandra was depressed. She was as good as a prisoner. But when she gained legal rights, she gained freedom. She was moved to a sanctuary in the United States. There are many such instances, but of course not everyone is on board, sometimes because it is weird to give a river the liberty of a human, and often because this legal practice is relatively new. There are a lot of loopholes. Can nature get political representation? Can they sue humans? Do they have intellectual rights? In fact, we saw this debate in action about a decade ago. You may remember this, the monkey selfie. A monkey took this picture on a man's phone, and later this man was sued, not by the monkey, of course, it did not care, but by an animal defense group. They blamed the man for making money from a photograph that was apparently owned by a monkey. So there are complicated questions, but a growing call for answers. Most experts support the wild personhood. They're increasingly advocating to give legal rights to nature, to tackle the climate breakdown, to reduce biodiversity loss, and to see ourselves as part of nature, not outside of it. It is too soon to tell which side would win this man versus wild. But we can start by acknowledging the elephant in the room. It's been a big month for Pakistan's space program. Yes, it actually exists. They have a space program. They launched their own indigenous satellite last week, the EO-1. It was launched from a Chinese facility in the Gobi Desert. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif was all praise. He called it a leap towards progress. But internet users don't seem to care about that. They're focused on its shape. Pakistan's satellite resembles a water tank, the one you see over houses and apartments. And cue the jokes. It was merciless trolling for what was actually a big moment for them.
सारी दुनिया चांद पे जाते है, हम सीधा सूरज पे चाप।
नहीं नहीं बेटे, सूरज तो बहुत गर्म होता है।
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Thai couples say "I do" as the country legalizes same-sex marriage. Shanghai celebrates the upcoming Lunar New Year with snake lanterns, and thousands queue in Sydney to see a rare corpse flower bloom. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1950, Israel proclaimed Jerusalem as its capital. All branches of the Israeli government are located in Jerusalem. The city is also claimed by Palestinians as the capital of their future state. Most of the world does not recognize Israel's claim. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us here at First Post America. I'm Eric Ham, and we're live in Washington, D.C. Today, we've got the latest on the Trump administration, including Elon Musk attacks the White House's latest initiative on AI. We begin in the United States, where President Donald Trump on Wednesday unveiled a $500 billion plan to boost artificial intelligence infrastructure in the country. The project will be funded by Stargate, a joint venture of OpenAI, SoftBank, Oracle, and MGX.
Together, these world-leading technology giants are announcing the formation of Stargate. So put that name down in your books, because I think you're going to hear a lot about it in the future. A new American company that will invest $500 billion at least in AI infrastructure in the United States, and very, very quickly, moving very rapidly, creating over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately.
With an initial investment of $100 billion, Stargate aims to build data centers and power generation facilities for AI development in the next 4 years.
The data centers are actually under construction. The first of them are under construction in Texas. Each building's 500,000 square feet. There are 10 buildings currently being built, but that will expand to 20, and other locations beyond the Abilene location, which is our first location.
On top of that, we have the technology partner NVIDIA, and of course Microsoft has been very, very supportive to SAM and continue to support all our success. This is not just for business. As Larry said, this will help people's life. This will help solving many, many issues, difficult things that otherwise we could not have solved with the power of AI.
However, the goodwill of President Trump's ambitious plan didn't even last 24 hours. Tesla CEO Elon Musk, a close Trump advisor who wasn't present at the White House, mocked the project online. Casting doubts on Stargate's funding, Musk said the companies don't actually have the funds for it. The SpaceX CEO also launched a series of attacks on his friend turned foe, Sam Altman, whose company he founded but is now currently suing. Hours later, Altman clapped back, inviting Musk to visit the first data center in Texas already under construction. The OpenAI CEO also hoped that while Stargate won't be optimal for Elon Musk companies, as a head of the Department of Government Efficiency, Musk will put America first. Notably, the world's richest man started his own rival AI firm, xAI, last year, which is building its own data center in Tennessee. Musk believes he faces unfair competition from OpenAI and its biggest investor, Microsoft, which supplies huge computer resources used to build AI systems like ChatGPT. And the SpaceX CEO's role in the federal cost-cutting watchdog has also raised questions about conflict of interest, as his firms already hold billions of dollars in government contracts. Meanwhile, the latest online spat between Musk and Altman underscored some of the tensions that could dominate Donald Trump's second term. The tech billionaire certainly has a lot of influence in the Trump administration, which recently became evident with the sudden exit of Vivek Ramaswamy from Doge. And now Musk's public disappointment over President Trump's endorsement of Stargate is only exposing an early internal rift within the White House. And now moving to South America, in a televised address, Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro congratulated President Donald Trump on Wednesday. Maduro promised to work with the American president and his administration on issues including migration and regional security. The Venezuelan leader, whose re-election remains contentious, said he would take back any Venezuelan nationals that would be deported by the Trump administration.
It's important that migrants know that when they return to Venezuela, they recover many things. Respect as human beings, but also their right to come and party with their families, their friends. How much does a migrant suffer over there in Chicago? In New York, when they see their friends partying over here and they are suffering over there? I always say, my dear migrant brothers and sisters, Venezuela is waiting for you. Venezuela is a blessed land and everyone will return so we can be happy in this land, working, producing, and hugging each other. And you will also have back the most sacred right, the right to party.
Now, Maduro's statement comes just 2 days after the Customs and Border Protection announced that the CBP One app would no longer allow asylum seekers to book appointments to enter the United States. In fact, tens of thousands of appointments scheduled for February have now been canceled, with a large number of them being from Venezuelan asylum seekers. And since 2023, more than 7 million Venezuelans have left their country fearing persecution under the Maduro regime and have made their way to the United States. They're now stranded in Mexico and refusing to go back to Venezuela, claiming they will either be put in jail or worse, handed a death sentence.
My plan A is to wait for a new app or application to come out so I can enter legally. I don't want to enter the U.S. illegally because it is not right. There are legal processes we must follow thoroughly to enter legally. Meanwhile, I'll keep on working in Mexico to sustain myself.
We only ask for an opportunity for those who already have an appointment. We need a transit permit to continue fighting from there. It's a hard trip. We had to go through the jungle, were robbed, and went through so many things to get this answer. I think it's unfair.
Now, it must also be noted that a day before Maduro's statement, India's Foreign Minister Jaishankar agreed to work with the Trump administration to take back illegal Indian migrants.
In terms of the reference you made, Yashwant, to the irregular migration, yes, we had a discussion on a range of issues, and one of the issues which came up was actually mobility of people. Now, we have a position on mobility which is a principal position, applies to all countries. As a government, we obviously are very much supportive of legal mobility because we do believe in a global workplace. We want Indian talent and Indian skills to have the maximum opportunity at a global level. At the same time, we are also very firmly opposed to illegal mobility and illegal migration, because you also know that when something illegal happens, many other illegal activities get joined onto it. And it's not, this is not desirable, it's certainly not reputationally good.
Meanwhile, Congress recently passed the Like and Riley Act in an early win for the president's plan to carry out mass deportations. The bill, named after the Georgia nursing resident murdered last year by a Venezuelan man, will allow the Department of Homeland Security to arrest migrants if they're charged with certain criminal offenses like rape and murder. The Like and Riley bill is named after a woman whom President Trump often invoked during his campaign, and it now goes to the White House for the president's signature, making it one of the first legislative wins for the Republican. And shifting focus to Europe, a knife attack sent shockwaves across Germany on Wednesday when 2 people, including a toddler, were killed. Police have arrested a 28-year-old man from Afghanistan for deliberately attacking a kindergarten group in a park with a kitchen knife. Authorities say 3 people were also injured in the stabbing incident and are now receiving treatment in a hospital.
According to what we know so far, a 28-year-old Afghan suspects suddenly and deliberately attacked a child in a kindergarten group that was traveling there with his kitchen knife. 2 people were killed in this attack, one of them a 2-year-old boy of Moroccan descent. The second person killed was a 41-year-old German passerby who happened to be at the scene of the crime. Other people, including another child, were injured, some of them seriously. The child is a 2-year-old Syrian girl.
Bei der zweiten getöteten Person handelt es sich
Now, officials have revealed the suspect, who is also a migrant, had a history of violent behavior and is undergoing psychiatric treatment. In fact, he was due to return to Afghanistan last month after his asylum claim was rejected.
A first search of his room, where he was accommodated in the Asylum Seeker Center, did not reveal any evidence of a radical Islamist attitude, but only medication which was found there that could fit his psychiatric treatment.
The latest incident took place a month after a Saudi doctor was arrested for ramming his car into a Christmas market in the city of Magdeburg, killing 6 and injuring 200. The back-to-back violent attacks in Germany have once again sparked concerns over security and migration ahead of the parliamentary elections on February 23rd. Now, following the knife attack on Wednesday, hundreds of residents gathered to mourn the victims and protest against illegal immigration in Germany.
My wish list is, I'm only speaking for myself now, this is my subjective opinion. My wish list would be that we have a proper deportation policy, that people who are obliged to leave the country also leave this country. Today's perpetrator was also required to leave the country, and it is slowly becoming difficult to justify that to people. Mr. Herman traveled to the scene of the crime today, so I couldn't let the meeting take place there. It's very nice that he's here, but he may have forgotten who opened the door to hell in 2015.
Meanwhile, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said he was tired of violent attacks by perpetrators who came to Germany to find protection. His unusually strong remarks marked a clear shift in his rhetoric on migration ahead of the election. And Alice Weidel, the chancellor candidate for the far-right Alternative for Germany party, wasted no time calling for a policy of mass deportations. One of Weidel's core election messages is that crime is linked to migration and that the ruling government has failed to maintain public safety. Now, it's worth noting that opinion polls show center-right Christian Democratic Union leading, with the AfD party in second place, surpassing Scholz's Social Democratic Party of Germany. And now moving to China, where dissenters of Xi Jinping and his government are being taken away to hospitals. Several reports suggest that China is forcefully admitting protesters to the psych ward and declaring them mentally unstable. The dissenters are being treated for bipolar disorder and schizophrenia without even showing any tangible symptoms. The treatment includes heavy medications that impair brain activity along with electric shocks. What the Chinese government calls treatment has all the signs of torture, and it's only increasing, not decreasing, the dissent. Our next report has more.
If you are a resident in Xi Jinping's China, then your life is an in-person experience of George Orwell's famous book, 1984, where the Big Brother was always watching. China in 2025 has some similar traits. China keeps its eyes on all its residents, whether they like it or not, because they don't have a choice. China has the highest CCTV cameras per capita in the world. With at least 700 million cameras installed in the country, that's one camera for every 2 citizens. Everyone's lives and behavior are monitored constantly. It is also the only country in the world that has a social credit score. Praise Xi Jinping and your rating grows. Jump a red light and your rating drops. And you don't even dare question the big brother, because protesting against Xi Jinping is a one-way ticket to the psych ward. China wants to do away with its image of a brutal regime. For years, the bloodstains of protesters at the 1989 Tiananmen Square massacre tainted Beijing's standing. But protests haven't stopped, they've just gotten smaller. And China has realized that sending tanks and trained soldiers to gun down dissenters may not be the most welcome strategy. So now, China has a secret weapon, and Xi Jinping is using it with impunity. Several reports suggest that China has begun sending protesters to hospitals by declaring them mentally ill and unstable. Anyone found protesting or dissenting is rounded up by the Chinese police and taken to the nearest hospital. The protesters are then admitted to psychiatric wards and are treated for mental disorders and schizophrenia, even if they don't have any real symptoms. Some of the deliberate and forceful treatments of detained protesters include antipsychotic drugs that are used to treat bipolar disorder and impair brain activity. Then there is electroconvulsive therapy, where the protesters are often tied to beds and electric shocks are passed through the body. What is being dubbed as treatment is nothing short of torture. So who are these protesters that are being treated for mental illnesses? Reports say most of them are students who are protesting against government policies. This includes on-campus sit-ins or even jokes and memes about Xi Jinping and his administration. Some dissenters include factory workers who demand better working hours and wages. And more often than not, it is the family members of the protesters who snitch to the police about their loved ones' rebellious acts. Well, it looks like the big brother has smaller brothers who are always watching.
And a once-in-a-lifetime winter storm has descended upon the unprepared Gulf Coast of the United States. With temperatures plummeting to below freezing and snow blanketing cities and beaches alike, the storm has already claimed at least 9 lives and left millions stranded in its wake. Authorities are urging residents to stay indoors as whiteout conditions, icy roads, and hazardous travel make survival the primary concern. For a region unaccustomed to such extreme weather, the brutal storm is more than just a rare occurrence. Our final report has the latest on the deep freeze that's gripping the region.
In a haunting twist of fate, a deadly once-in-a-generation winter storm has descended upon the underprepared Gulf Coast of the United States. Frigid temperatures and unexpected snowfall have turned the region into a winter wonderland, and a nightmare for many. From the French Quarter of New Orleans to the beaches of Alabama, scenes of heavy snow falling in areas have shocked residents. At least 9 people have been confirmed dead, with more feared to have succumbed to the cold. Officials in Austin, Texas have opened investigations into 2 suspected cold-related fatalities. In Georgia, a tragic hypothermia-related death has been confirmed. But perhaps the most harrowing tragedy struck in Texas's Zavala County, where 5 lives were lost in a horrific vehicle accident caused by icy roads in the morning. The snowfall has broken multiple records, with places like the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport witnessing an unprecedented 8 inches of snow. A far cry from the previous record of just 2.7 inches set in 1963. Florida has also broken its all-time snowfall record, with 5.5 inches recorded in Molino. Meanwhile, Mobile, Alabama saw over 5 inches of snow, breaking a 143-year-old record for the city. The National Weather Service has issued its first ever blizzard warning. For parts of southern Louisiana and eastern Texas, a stark reminder of the storm's ferocity. Whiteout conditions have caused widespread travel chaos, with roads impassable in many areas. Interstate 10, a major thoroughfare along the Gulf Coast, has been paralyzed by snow and ice, leaving commuters stranded. At least 2,300 flights have been cancelled across the southern U.S., further adding to the widespread disruption.
Since the 70s, this is really the first snow of this magnitude we've seen, so that's been 50 years now. So certainly most people in Houston have never seen a snow like this, even though there was one in 1973 on par. When you go over to Louisiana, Florida Panhandle, virtually everyone there has never seen a snow this hard. So by virtue of this, we don't have a lot of data to say, well, you know, these once a century or once in a generation events are happening more often because they only happen once a century or once a generation, right?
The storm has led to states of emergency being declared in Louisiana, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and Mississippi. Schools, government offices, and airports have been shut down for safety. Governor Brian Kemp of Georgia issued a stark warning, advising residents to stay off the roads due to the treacherous conditions, especially with the potential for sudden snowfalls. The storm's forceful impact has left much of the south paralyzed. A record-breaking amount of snow continues to fall as freezing temperatures linger, making travel and daily life nearly impossible. For those still on the roads, state troopers have responded to more than 50 weather-related incidents.
But the thing is, underneath that snow is ice. And if you try to put your vehicle on this road, it's going to get dangerous quickly. There's a reason why first responders said that they're not going, or it's going to take them a lot longer to respond to just the day-to-day calls. They're still doing the life or death calls, but they can't put the big fire trucks on these. You can't drive fast. You can't get anywhere quickly. So that's why we're telling people to stay off the roads.
In Louisiana, snow accumulations of up to 6 inches have already been recorded. Certain areas like Rain saw as much as 10.5 inches before noon. Meanwhile, airports across the south remain closed, with flight cancellations adding to the growing sense of fear and chaos. As the storm continues to wreak havoc across the region, the full extent of its damage remains to be seen. Emergency services, already overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the disaster, are bracing for further tragedy.
That's our show for today. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here once again tomorrow. Thanks everyone again for watching.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's start with our top story. Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is under fire after her government released a Libyan general wanted by the International Criminal Court for alleged war crimes. Najim Sema Al-Masri Habish, the head of the Libyan Judicial Police, is wanted by the ICC for war crimes he committed in a prison near Tripoli, where migrants are detained. Habish is the director of the infamous detention center in Mitiga, where he is accused of carrying out systematic abuses of migrants arriving in Libya in the hope of setting foot in Europe. The crimes he is accused of include murder, torture, rape, and sexual violence. On Sunday, he was arrested by an Italian police in Turin, where he had come to watch a football match on the basis of the ICC's arrest warrant. Italy is a founding member of the ICC and is obliged to arrest and surrender wanted individuals. But just 2 days after the arrest, he was released after an Italian court ruled that prosecutors had made a procedural mistake. He was reportedly repatriated to Libya on an Italian government plane. He returned to a heroic welcome in Tripoli. The ICC is now demanding answers from Italy over why it freed the general suspected of such horrific crimes. It has urged Italy to contact its staff. However, there has been no response yet from Italian Prime Minister or her government. Meanwhile, Italy's opposition parties and rights groups are outraged and are calling the release as hypocritical and scandalous.
Now we have the case where the same prime minister here after Cutro said that she would have hunted down human traffickers on land and sea. And then we see that yesterday, minister, that one of these cases landed on your desk. The paradox is that she speaks well, but when a trafficker whom the International Criminal Court tells us is a dangerous criminal lands on your table, it's not like you chase him down. You brought him home to Libya with a plane of the Italian Secret Services.
Noi da tanti anni siamo in contatto con persone migranti che sono
For many years, we have been in contact with migrants who have been inside that prison and who have suffered unspeakable horrors. We are talking about violence, rape, and many things that people even struggle to tell. And so for some time now, we, together with many courageous journalists, together with the migrants themselves who have been united in this social movement, refugees in Libya, all together for some time, we have been denouncing the work of many Libyan mafia bosses, including precisely al-Masri, who is one of these bosses.
As the Italian government faces huge backlash, the question is why it made such a move. The answer could lie in one of the biggest challenges that the country is facing: illegal immigration. The Meloni government relies on the cooperation of the Libyan government to block the arrivals of illegal immigrants. As part of the 2017 agreement, Libya is securing its borders, eliminating irregular migration to European nations. It is curbing the migrants crossing across the key central Mediterranean route, from where thousands of migrants enter Italy annually. Migrants typically come from North African countries like Tunisia, Libya, Algeria, and Egypt, crossing the sea toward the Italian coast. It is also among the most dangerous migrant routes in the world, where several hundred have died while trying to reach Europe. However, last year, irregular boat landings were down more than 60% after Meloni struck deals with the North African governments. However, Libya is reported to often imprison migrants in detention camps where they are subject to inhuman treatment and dire conditions. Now, can Italy justify curbing immigration at the cost of such horrific crimes? For more on this, we have with us Mohammed El-Jar, co-founder of Libya Outlook for Research and Consulting. He is joining us live from Benghazi in Libya. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Now, what are the implications of Italy's decision to release the Libyan general accused of war crimes, especially in light of the ICC's demand for accountability?
Well, the implication is quite obvious. For number one, from an international humanitarian law point of view, it just shows the weakness of the international community in this regard and the inability to deal with one of the biggest humanitarian crises that is facing the world today, which is the illegal migration, especially that is happening from the African continent to Europe. But also it shows that national security interests or national interests take precedence over international law, especially with the right-wing prime ministers such as Meloni. And the other thing is, if the Italian authorities were to keep this general, who is in reality a militiaman, then Italy's interests on the ground will be in jeopardy. Italy has one of its biggest gas terminals in Libya, in Sabrata. That will be a target for these armed groups. Italy might face shutdown of the Green Stream pipeline that connects Libya to Italy, impacting its energy security. Furthermore, it puts in basically jeopardy all of these deals that Meloni has successfully concluded with Libyan authorities. So the fact is that those deals that Meloni has signed, she actually has signed in a failed state, where these militiamen, militia groups, and so on have such a such an influence, and as such, you have this kind of clash in respecting an international law, the ICC, and then between Italy's interests when it comes to migration and energy.
And Mohammed, how does this development affect Italy's relationship? You've touched on it with Libya, but its broader standing with international community, particularly with regards to upholding, as you mentioned, international law.
I mean, it puts Italy in a very difficult position, but I think the choice for the Italian government is which is easier to deal with in terms of a backlash. Is it the humanitarian groups that are going to attack us and the opposition within will try to use this politically, or will it be a crisis that comes from Libya in the form of thousands of migrants starting to cross again, and then the energy security of Italy? So that is the calculation that exists for the Italian government, and they made the call that no, our interests with these militias and armed groups in Tripoli are much more important and significant for us to maintain, and we will have to deal with the backlash. So that is a conscious decision that Italy has made. Obviously, this as the former Italian prime minister described it, is a scandal for the government. But the question is, how will they maneuver this and how will they deal with it? But I think with Trump arriving in the United States and with the difficulties that the ICC has been facing as far as the war in Gaza and Ukraine is concerned, I think overall, the ICC and the international system is going to continue to face some difficulties and some challenges from nation states as they work to secure their interests, if you like, in that regard.
Right. And what role might the involvement of the Italian secret services in facilitating the general's return play in shaping perceptions of Italy's commitment to international justice and, of course, the ICC's mandate?
I mean, Italy has always, and not just Italy, but many countries that are involved in Libya have securitized their involvement in Libya. And this is why we have seen the involvement of the Secret Service or the intelligence in Italy, because they are the actual guys who are managing this relationship with a failed state, with these armed groups, with these militias, and with their leaders. So their involvement is because they know if they don't act, then whatever operations they have on the ground, whatever plans they have on the ground will be in jeopardy, and as a result, they needed to deal with this. But I think this incident shows the unsustainability of this relationship that the Italian government, the Italian authorities, the Italian intelligence have built with these militiamen and armed groups that continue to this day to commit heinous violations of human rights. They continue to commit crimes against humanity. So this scandal will put a spotlight on this issue, and it will show the limits of the securitization of such a complex issue, such as the issue of migration or dealing with the failed state that Libya is.
Right. Thank you very much for being with us, Mohammed. Thank you for joining us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights and analysis.
Thank you very much for having me.
Let us now turn our attention to West Africa, where the junta-led authorities in Guinea have received several military vehicles from the United Arab Emirates in exchange for minerals. Guinea has recently received dozens of armoured vehicles from the UAE-based defence manufacturer Street Group. The armoured vehicles, which arrived in Guinea last December, were reportedly part of a deal involving the exchange of mineral resources for military equipment. The delivered vehicles included Street Group's Cougar and Spartan armoured vehicles. In June of 2023, the UAE's Street Group secured a major contract to supply Ghanaian junta leader Mamadi Doumbouya's army, special forces and police with several dozen armoured vehicles. The contract was valued at approximately 150 million euros, or nearly $156 million. Due to financial constraints, the Ghanaian government offered concessions for the exploitation of its mineral deposits, particularly bauxite, in exchange for the armoured vehicles. As a part of the agreement, the Street Group was provided to provide Guinea with 200 Spartan armoured personnel carriers, 200 Cougar vehicles, 150 Toyota TLC-79 and TLC-300 pickups, and approximately 20 Triton armed patrol boats. However, the deal became centre of controversy in Guinea after some senior military officials in the West African country showed their reluctance to sign the deal, with concerns over potential sale of Guinea's natural resources. Yet, despite that, the deal went through and was finalized in September of 2023. Now, Guinea, which has been ruled by a military junta since 2021, has for years been an outpost for the UAE's economic and diplomatic penetration into the West African region, where it has large investments in infrastructure, ports, renewable energy and mining sectors. The UAE's foreign ministry officials have also visited Guinea's capital of Conakry and held talks with the President Doumbouya. Last year, Guinea also planned to raise $4 billion of funding from the UAE, and this was to support key sectors such as infrastructure, healthcare and education. Moreover, the Street Group, which is led by the Russian-Canadian businessman German Gotorov, has also for a long time been active in the African defence market and maintains contact with key figures within the Ghanaian military junta. Additionally, the company has also supplied armoured vehicles to the DRC, Mali, Nigeria, South Sudan and Sudan. It has also opened a military production facility in Uganda that will produce and maintain a wide range of armoured vehicles for the Ugandan army and the international market. In Guinea, which is one of the world's largest bauxite producers, the Street Group's military equipment will be used to tackle the increasing incursions by jihadist groups from neighbouring Mali. The jihadists have often targeted mining sites, posing a threat to foreign companies operating in Guinea, including those from France, the United States and Japan. But while boosting military capabilities is important, the question remains, how long can the junta-led authorities in Guinea allow the exploitation of mineral resources to cover up the cash crunch it is facing? And from West Africa, we move to the east. South Sudan has blocked its people from accessing Facebook, TikTok and other social media platforms. The South Sudan government has ordered a social media shutdown for up to 90 days, and this could be extended further. The government has directed telecom firms to block access to all social media platforms. It says the decision arose from the ongoing violence against South Sudanese people in neighboring Sudan's Al Jazeera state. The South Sudan government said that social media apps like Facebook and TikTok exposed its people to unprecedented levels of extreme violence. Last week, a gory video circulated on social media in South Sudan showing its refugees in Wad Madani in Sudan's Al Jazeera state being attacked by people believed to be Sudanese army soldiers. The alleged killings of South Sudanese nationals in Sudan's Al Jazeera triggered riots and deadly revenge attacks in South Sudan. At least 19 Sudanese nationals were killed last week when riots erupted in South Sudan's capital, Juba, and other parts of the country. Angry citizens in several cities looted and vandalized shops owned by Sudanese nationals. There were also reports of some homes being burned in retaliatory attacks. Authorities imposed a dusk-to-dawn curfew on the 17th of January after the violence. The South Sudan police said that they believe Sudan's military and allied groups were involved in killings of its nationals in Al Jazeera. The social media ban has sparked widespread disapproval among netizens in South Sudan. They are calling out the government's decision as censorship, abuse of power, and a violation of digital rights. South Sudan and Sudan were initially one country. Over the years, they have hosted each other's refugees. Before April of 2023, that is when Sudan's civil war erupted, the country hosted the largest number of South Sudanese refugees. This was after a civil war that broke out immediately after South Sudan succeeded in 2011. But after April of 2023, the tide turned. More Sudanese refugees and South Sudanese returnees returned to South Sudan, and now the ongoing violence in Sudan is threatening both Juba and Khartoum, with the two sides urging calm. And for our last story, we talk about the world's largest religious gathering that is taking place in India. Millions of Hindu devotees are flocking to India's northern city of Prayagraj to attend the Mahakumbh. It's a grand Hindu pilgrimage that takes place every 144 years and is attended by millions. This year's Mahakumbh has gained attention worldwide, and thousands of African devotees are heading to India to take a dip in the holy waters. Watch our report for more details.
Humanity's biggest gathering is taking place in India. India's northern city of Prayagraj has turned into a spiritual epicenter. Millions of pilgrims, holy men, ascetics and tourists are flocking to the city to attend the Mahakumbh. A major Hindu pilgrimage described as the festival of festivals. The event brings together millions of Hindu devotees who take a dip in the holy waters of the river Ganga and Yamuna to wash away sins and attain salvation or moksha. The Kumbh Mela pilgrimage takes place every 12 years, but this year's gathering is particularly significant. The Mahakumbh is taking place after 144 years, with a special celestial alignment of the Sun, the Moon and Jupiter. The grand festival began on January 13 and will conclude on February 26, spanning 44 days. The Mahakumbh is not just a religious gathering, it's a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. While devotees perform the sacred dip, one cannot miss the bustling streets, traditional music and dance, and a lively celebration of India's diverse heritage. Over 400 million are expected to attend the Mahakumbh in India. That's more than the population of most nations in the world. Over 90 million people have already attended the event in just 10 days. And many of them have arrived from nations across the world who are on a quest to attain moksha. Many of these devotees are from the African continent, particularly from Mauritius and South Africa. Mauritius, which has around 50% Hindu population, has sent a delegation of some well-known influencers who took the holy bath and expressed their privilege. While thousands of pilgrims heading from South Africa have described the event's beauty and shared their spiritual experience.
It's been beautiful, it's so well organized, the streets are clean, the people are so friendly and happy. Thousands and thousands of pilgrimage people just enjoying the beauty of the Kumbh Mela.
It's very, very powerful. I'm very, very blessed to be going into the Ganges.
For South African devotee Bhakt Narasimhaswamy, attending the Kumbh Mela was like a dream come true. He talks about the spiritual journey that led him to embrace Hinduism.
I was a young man, but I was kind of like, I had a lot of questions. Yes. One of the questions was, why do bad things happen to good people like myself? So and then when I came to Sanatan Dharma, I got to know about karma and reincarnation. How life is a continuous journey, and then as we come to this life, we bring our past karma to finish off in this life. So we are in a cycle, samsara. So then, as I was studying, and then I wanted to know how to come out of this samsara.
South Africa in recent years has seen a growth in Hinduism. The country is also building Africa's biggest Hindu temple. In fact, the presence of Hinduism is seen in countries across Africa. In countries like Ghana, it has become the fastest growing religion. With many Africans embracing Hinduism, the Mahakumbh has gained their attention. With this, it's not just getting known as India's largest religious gathering, but a global cultural event.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Barely a week into office, Donald Trump is cracking down hard on immigrants. He's unleashed what he calls the biggest deportation drive in US history. Tonight we'll show you how it's playing out, how America's border is broken, but Trump's approach may not work. And has he changed his mind on China? After weeks of threatening tariffs, he's talking about a trade deal. What happened here? Is he eyeing a third term in office? The US Constitution does not allow it, but can Trump pull it off? He also has a message for Vladimir Putin. Stop this ridiculous war. These are the exact words. We'll tell you how Putin responded. Why the JFK assassination files are being declassified and why it's being seen as a big deal. What is the art of disruption that world leaders seem to have mastered. How India is reaching out to Indonesia and the opportunities that this relationship presents. How Chinese AI apps are giving America a run for their money. All about the world's biggest iceberg that is heading towards British land, and what's a corpse flower that has become a super hit in Australia. All this and more coming up.
It invokes various executive powers relating to the ongoing invasion at the southern border.
Prosecution and possible application of force.
The largest deportation program in US history. That's what Donald Trump has promised. And he's off to a quick start. The first week has given us a glimpse of what to expect. Lightning raids, mass arrests, and quick deportations. But there are some challenges looming. Tonight, we'll take a close look at Trump's showpiece policy, his crackdown on immigration. First, some numbers. US agents arrested 538 illegal migrants yesterday. Hundreds of them were also deported. They were flown back to their home countries in military aircraft. Now that number may look impressive to you, more than 500 arrests in just one day. Yet, it's just a drop in the ocean. because the US is home to more than 11 million illegal migrants. 11 million. At this rate, more than 500 per day, it would take 22,000 days to arrest all of them, which is around 60 years. And Donald Trump knows this. That's why his immigration policy is multi-pronged. He's attacking this problem from three different sides. The first is obviously deportations. Finding, arresting and sending back illegal migrants. But as we mentioned, this is costly and time-consuming, plus you can run into trouble. Look at what happened in Newark, which is a city in New Jersey. It is run by a Democratic mayor. It is also a sanctuary city, meaning this is a city that protects illegal migrants from deportation. On Thursday, US agents raided a business there, that too without a warrant. Even US citizens were rounded up in the raid. One of them was a military veteran. And this will be a problem for Donald Trump. He may get cooperation in Republican cities, but Democrats are going to push back, which brings us to his second angle of attack. Targeting birthright citizenship. That's a big incentive for migrants to enter the US. Let me explain this one. The US Constitution guarantees citizenship for anyone born in America. Anyone, the status of their parents does not matter. Even if they're illegal migrants, their child born in the United States will be a US citizen. That is the law. Donald Trump tried to ban that on Monday. But a US court has blocked his decision. It has called the move blatantly unconstitutional. Trump says he will appeal it.
Mr. President, a U.S. judge temporarily blocks the birthright citizenship order. Do you have any reaction?
No, obviously we'll appeal it. They put it before a certain judge in Seattle, I guess, right? And there's no surprises with that judge.
Well, this can play out in two ways. Trump can take this case all the way to the Supreme Court. This court has a conservative majority, so maybe they will side with him. If not, the US Congress can pass a law to ban birthright citizenship. We are talking about amending the Constitution here, so the process is quite difficult. Trump needs a two-thirds majority in the US Congress. After that, he needs two-thirds of all state legislatures to back it. As things stand, that's impossible. It's not going to happen, which brings us to Trump's third angle of attack. Tightening the border. Hundreds of US soldiers have been deployed to the Mexico border. More barriers are also being constructed. The idea is to plug any holes to ensure that illegal migrants do not cross over. Trump has also tweaked the asylum policy. Under Joe Biden, it was catch and release. A migrant could stay in the United States while awaiting court hearings. They were not put in immigration centers. But under Donald Trump, the policy is remain in Mexico. The migrants can still apply for asylum, but they must stay in Mexico during the proceedings. And this policy has some critics. They say families and kids are forced to live in unsafe conditions. Well, that sums up 5 days of Trump's immigration policy. He hit the ground running, but the system is slowing him down. The question is he on the right track? Well, first of all, let's get one thing straight. Every country needs a strong border. You cannot have migrants pouring in without any checks. There is also a limit to how many migrants a country can take. After all, it's their sovereign decision. So Donald Trump is right about the first part. The US border and the US immigration system is broken. Now we come to the second part. How should it be fixed? Trump is shutting off legal avenues to seek asylum. He's making it long and difficult to enter the US legally. So what do migrants do? They will try to cross over illegally, which sort of defeats what Trump is trying to do. There are huge smuggling and trafficking rings near the Mexico border, and they are expecting a bump in business now. A better option is to take out the incentives. Ask yourself, why do migrants take the risk? Why do they chase US residency? Because there are no jobs in their home countries, because there is no safety or future for them. Trump is not helping that by threatening tariffs on Mexico or Central America. If he imposes tariffs, it is going to be counterproductive. So Donald Trump's goal is right, but his approach is flawed. This problem can only be solved with cooperation. You need bipartisan policies at home. You need partnerships in the neighborhood. Bullying or threatening is not going to help. So Trump's deportation plans are making everyone nervous. He isn't going easy on illegal immigrants. But when it comes to China, Trump seems to have had a change of heart and a clear change of tone. He is no longer threatening tariffs on China. Instead, he is talking about a trade deal.
We'll also pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, meaning if China or any other country is charging us 100 or 200% tariff or tax, then we will charge them 100 or 200% tariff or tax in return. In other words, it's an eye for an eye. We have one very big power over China, and that's tariffs. And they don't want them, and I'd rather not have to use it.
It is a complete U-turn from 200% tariffs to a trade deal. A few weeks ago, a trade war seemed inevitable. Trump picked a team packed with China hawks. He himself announced plans to raise taxes on Chinese imports. But as he completes 1 week in office, Trump is yet to act on these threats. Instead, he's talking about cutting a deal. And he's said to be keen on visiting China soon. The US president is making clear overtures and Beijing is responding.
In terms of foreign trade, we do not pursue a trade surplus. We are willing to import more competitive and high-quality products and services from abroad to promote balanced trade development.
That was addressed to Donald Trump. The Chinese vice premier spoke about balancing the trade relationship. He addressed Trump's biggest concern. Trump often says that China is stealing from America, that the current trade relationship benefits China alone. So Beijing is now talking about balancing trade ties and, by the looks of it, averting a trade war. But with Donald Trump, you never really know for sure. It's like his policy depends on his mood. So no fight today, but there's no telling what tomorrow will bring, and Beijing understands this. Trump is impulsive and sometimes incoherent. Even as he talks about a trade deal, he hasn't dialed down his rhetoric.
How much will the We're thinking about that too. We're talking about a tariff of 10% on China based on the fact that they're sending fentanyl to Mexico and Canada.
How soon? How soon on those tariffs?
Probably February 1st is the date we're looking at. For Mexico and China, we're talking about approximately 25%.
It is hard to predict what Donald Trump is going to do next. So China only has a narrow window to strike a deal with Washington because, let's face it, China needs this deal more than the United States. The US is China's biggest export market. In 2023, the US bought Chinese goods worth over $500 billion. Donald Trump's tariffs are meant to target these very exports. And China's struggling economy cannot afford additional taxes. It cannot lose the US market. American companies are already rethinking their presence in China. A record number of them want to leave. That's the finding of a new survey. It was published by the American Chamber of Commerce in China. This survey establishes a growing trend of foreign companies wanting to leave China. 30% of American companies in China are said to be unhappy. They're exploring alternatives for the supply of their goods and for their manufacturing facilities. Some companies have already moved out, others are working on an exit plan. In 2020, just 15% of the companies wanted to shift from China. 5 years later, those numbers have doubled. So what is driving this trend? Why do American companies in China want to leave? One big reason is the trade tension, the unpredictability around US-China ties, especially on the trade front. So companies want an exit. They don't want the risk. But where will they go? They're exploring other Asian nations, and de-risking from China is back in focus. This is a term that was mainstream during the pandemic when the world's overdependence on China left many countries without essential supplies. So governments and businesses started rethinking their supply chains. Instead of leaving China entirely, they moved some of their facilities out, and emerging markets benefited from the shift in the first round. Countries like Vietnam and Malaysia. They benefited. India too was part of this conversation, but New Delhi was slow to capitalize on these opportunities. Now, India has another chance, with another exodus from China underway. Indian businesses are looking to make gains, specifically Indian exporters. They want to expand their presence in the US. They're holding talks with trade organizations in America. And which sectors stand to gain from this? Textiles, leather, chemicals, electronics, auto parts and toys. These sectors have significant potential to grow. They can generate more business in the United States, and India must take the long view on this. It should incentivize Indian exporters. If trade talks between China and the US fail, India should be ready to capitalize and position itself as a strong alternative.
Honorable Donald John Trump,
President of the United States Constitution of the United States.
Donald Trump has a lot of fans. I'm not just talking about his supporters. Trump has a lot of fanboy colleagues as well. Devoted members of his Republican Party fawning over him, willing to do anything for the new US president, including giving him more time in power by changing the American Constitution itself. One of those oh-so-loyal Republicans is Andy Ogles. This man, he is a member of the US House of Representatives. Yesterday, he introduced a resolution, a proposal to amend the US Constitution to usher in a third Trump presidency. Here is the resolution in question. It proposes a change in the presidential term limit. Instead of limiting it to 2 terms, the limit is increased to 3. That is the proposal. Now, some of you may think that doesn't apply only to Trump. There are some former US presidents who are still alive, presidents who served 2 terms, like Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and of course Barack Obama. They're all around. Wouldn't this amendment allow them to run too? The eternally loyal Ogles thought of this. So he added an extra condition. Here's what it says, I'm quoting, "No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than 3 times, nor be elected to any additional term after being elected to 2 consecutive terms." So Clinton, Bush and Obama get ruled out because they served 2 consecutive terms as president. This clause seems customized for Donald Trump. His type of presidency is quite rare. 2 non-consecutive terms. It has only happened once before in the United States. Only once in US history, and it was back in 1893 when Grover Cleveland won the 2nd term after losing the previous election. Yes, 1893. So you know that Trump's situation is extremely rare. The only other person alive who could benefit is ironically Joe Biden. If Biden somehow wins the 2028 US presidential election, and then again in 2032. Since Biden would be 90 years old in 2032, we can safely rule him out. So as you can see, this amendment is tailor-made for Donald Trump. I'm sure he'll be thrilled with the bright and crafty Ogles. There's just one problem though, maybe something that Ogles overlooked. Apparently, the US Constitution is difficult to change. A 2/3 majority is needed in both the House and the Senate. Now, the Republicans control both houses of Congress, but they do not have a 2/3 majority in either of the houses. So unless they can get some Democrats to agree, the proposed amendment is DOA, dead on arrival. Even if it passes somehow, 38 out of the 50 US states need to ratify it. Now, 22 states are run by the Democrats, so the numbers do not add up. Therefore, the whole resolution starts to look like a gimmick, a way for Ogles to grab attention and display his loyalty to Donald Trump. Trump has mentioned a 3rd term before, quite a few times in fact, though it always seemed to be a joke. But now his party is introducing proposals to that effect. So it may be something that he really wants. This merits a look into the precedents. In about 250 years of US history, only one person has served more than 2 presidential terms. Just one person, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, FDR. He won the presidency 4 times, back to back. He served from March 1933 to April 1945. FDR died about 80 days into his 4th term because of poor health, but he became president 4 times. And FDR is the reason that presidential term limits were put in place. The limits were added in 1951 via the 22nd Amendment to the US Constitution. That's the one that Ogles wants to change. Before 1951, there were no official term limits. However, as I said, no one ever served more than 2 terms anyway because of convention. The first US president was George Washington, the man who kicked the British out. George Washington served 2 terms from 1789 to 1797. Then he chose not to contest a 3rd term. Washington established the precedent of 2 terms, then out. And this tradition was an informal one, but it was kept alive for almost 150 years. FDR finally broke it. That's why the US brought in an official term limit after him, and it's unlikely that this will change.
President Putin wants to meet. He's said that even publicly. And we have to get that war over with. That's a bloody mess.
Donald Trump wants the Ukraine war to end. So far, this seems like an undeniable fact. He has spoken about the war regularly since taking office, and he seems impatient. He wants the war to end immediately, and he's not above arm twisting to get his way. Here's a post that Trump put up on social media. He starts on a conciliatory note, saying, and I'm quoting, he is not looking to hurt Russia. He goes on to describe his good relationship with Russian President Vladimir Putin and reminds the world about Moscow's role in the Second World War. It is rare for Americans to praise the Soviet Union, but here's Trump commending Moscow's role. After this friendly intro, Trump gets down to business. He says he's doing Putin, and I'm quoting again, a very big favor. And then he tells him to stop this ridiculous war. That's a bold move, threatening Putin while calling it a favor. Donald Trump says if the war does not end soon, he will have no choice but to impose taxes, tariffs, and sanctions on Russia and its partner countries. And then Trump follows up with a classic line. I'm quoting, "We can do it the easy way or the hard way." Yes, it seems Hollywood has made its way to international diplomacy. Donald Trump is using cliched dialogues to put pressure on Vladimir Putin, and the Russians are not impressed. Some Russian politicians and nationalists see these threats as an insult. Prominent Russian bloggers called Trump arrogant. They say Moscow will not be blackmailed. This is the view of some Putin supporters, but the Russian president himself has been more measured. The Kremlin seems to be downplaying the threats.
We do not see any particularly new elements here. Trump was the president of America who more often than anyone else resorted to the methods of sanctions. He is fond of these methods. At least he liked them during his first presidency. We are carefully watching all the rhetorics and statements. We carefully record all the nuances.
So Russia is being cautious. And what about Ukraine, the other main party in the war? Well, Kiev seems ecstatic about Trump's tough talk.
So we do really welcome such strong messages.
It was a really strong message and strong signal. We need to increase pressure on Russia and to force Russia to negotiate. We need USA leadership. We need more engagement of USA.
Chance to get new dynamic.
That was Ukraine's foreign minister praising Donald Trump at Davos. This is a city in Switzerland famous for hosting the World Economic Forum, or WEF. The WEF, the meeting is still underway, and Trump spoke there last night. He proposed a solution to end the Ukraine war.
And I'm also going to ask Saudi Arabia and OPEC to bring down the cost of oil. You got to bring it down, which frankly, I'm surprised they didn't do before the election. That didn't show a lot of love by them not doing it. I was a little surprised by that. If the price came down, the Russia-Ukraine war would end immediately. Right now, the price is high enough that that war will continue. You got to bring down the oil price. You got to end that war. They should have done it long ago.
Trump wants oil prices to come down. He's going to lean on oil-producing countries to bring the price down. OPEC stands for the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries. It's basically an oil cartel. It controls global oil prices by tweaking the supply. Donald Trump says he will ask them to bring the prices down. He thinks lower oil prices will hurt Russia. If prices go down, Russian oil exports will bring in less money. This would hurt the Russian economy and force Moscow to end the war in Ukraine. This is what Trump believes. It isn't a novel idea. Trump's predecessor thought of this too. Joe Biden also wanted OPEC to cut oil prices. He even went to Saudi Arabia to meet Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Some of you may remember the infamous fist bump. That was basically Joe Biden groveling after having spent years threatening MBS. Promising to make him a global pariah, Biden was desperate to get OPEC to bring down oil prices, and that's why he went to meet MBS. Of course, it did not work. Now, Donald Trump wants to try the same thing, and he might actually have a shot. After all, Trump has maintained good ties with MBS. So the Saudi crown prince might do him a favor and help lower oil prices. But will this really help stop the war in Ukraine? Moscow does not think so.
This conflict is not dependent on oil prices. This conflict is due to the threat to Russian national security, to the threat to Russians who live in the known territories, and the complete refusal of Americans and Europeans to listen to Russia's concerns. This is not related to oil prices.
The Kremlin says oil prices won't affect the war, but it added that Putin is ready to talk to Trump. Apparently, Russia is just waiting for the signal. Trump also wants to talk to Putin directly and even meet him in person, quote unquote, immediately. That is the situation right now. Donald Trump is putting pressure on Vladimir Putin, preparing his leverage and getting ready to strike a deal. By the looks of it, it could happen. If he pulls it off, it will be a major diplomatic victory for President Trump. But he should be cautious about overplaying his hand. It may not be a good idea to try and back Moscow into a corner. That could alienate Putin and derail any peace talks. Some events don't just reshape history, they rewrite it. One such event was the assassination of John F. Kennedy, the 35th President of the United States of America. It was a huge tragedy for the country. Yet, it turned into its biggest conspiracy theory. Report after report suggests that the killer was one man, a U.S. Marine named Harvey Oswald. Yet two-thirds of Americans do not believe it. They think that many others were involved, including the CIA. Donald Trump has now decided to declassify documents related to his assassination, thousands of documents. Will it put an end to the theories, or will it lead to more hysteria? Our next report tells you.
It was November 22nd, 1963, a drizzly morning in Dallas, Texas. The day began grey and cold, but mid-morning, something changed. The sun broke through. It felt as if Dallas itself was preparing to welcome the Kennedys. By noon, Air Force One touched down in Dallas. President John F. Kennedy appeared on the tarmac, flanked by his wife, Jacqueline Kennedy. The presidential limousine awaited them, but they made a deliberate choice, a bold one. They'd ride with the top down. After all, the sun was shining now, and the people were waiting. The president had to speak at a luncheon.
More than 3 years, fact that we do stand on the edge of a great new era.
As the motorcade rolled through the streets of Dallas, the sidewalks were packed. Hundreds gathered to catch a glimpse of the US president. But as the limousine passed the Texas School Book Depository, a sudden jarring sound pierced the moment. Gunfire. The first bullet hit the president's neck. He slumped over towards Jackie Kennedy. JFK could have survived that, but it was the second shot that was fatal. It hit his head, splattering blood all over.
Directly behind the presidential car. There were also bodies in that car. Another Secret Service man spread eagle over them. We don't know.
The car sped off to the Parkland Memorial Hospital. It was just a few minutes away, but it was already too late. In those few fleeting moments, America lost its 35th president. JFK was assassinated by Lee Harvey Oswald, a former US Marine who defected to the Soviet Union. Oswald eventually returned to the US, only to leave his mark in the darkest way imaginable. 2 days later, Oswald himself was fatally shot, again on live television. The Warren Commission concluded that Oswald acted alone. The government report aimed to provide closure. But instead, it sparked decades of doubt, suspicion, and conspiracy theories. Even today, the US remains fiercely divided on many issues, yet on this one, there's a rare consensus. Most believe there was more to JFK's assassination. 61% of Americans say others were involved. So who are these others? Well, they range from the CIA's vendetta to Russians to Fidel Castro in Cuba, the FBI, rich businessmen, and even aliens. All sorts of theories have been floated. What made matters worse were two more high-profile assassinations. Martin Luther King Jr. in 1968 and just 2 months later, JFK's brother, Robert F. Kennedy. But no matter what the theory, it taps into a quintessentially American suspicion that the official story is rarely the true one. In 1992, the Congress passed a law. The plan was to release all documents related to the investigation within 25 years. Trump released a lot of documents in his first term. Joe Biden too did the same. But thousands still remain secret. And now, Donald Trump plans to declassify them all documents related to the 3 assassinations.
That's a big one, huh? A lot of people are waiting for this for years, for decades. And everything will be revealed.
Will this finally put an end to the conspiracy theories? The JFK assassination has a special place in American lore. It was captured on live TV. Americans watched their grief unfold in real time. Yet it became a fertile ground for skepticism. After all, studies suggest that conspiracies, oddly enough, are comforting. So as new revelations come to light, one thing is certain. This story will continue to divide and probably haunt generations to come. Because some events are not just history, they are mysteries. And in America, mysteries never truly fade away.
What does the world run on? You may think oxygen or oil or money. But the question is deeper than that. The world runs on norms and traditions. If you hit someone, chances are they will hit you back. If you run a red light, you will be fined. If you invade a country, you will be condemned. These are the norms that we like to believe in. But new leaders are tearing up those norms and expectations. The new currency is disruption. Just look at the World Economic Forum in Davos. It's the poster child of cooperation. World leaders often talk about globalization, or increasing free trade, or combating climate change. This time, all the big names want to shake things up, starting with Donald Trump, of course. He spoke virtually at the forum yesterday. His message was basically a threat to multinational companies: make in America or face tariffs.
come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. We're bringing them down very substantially, even from the original Trump tax cuts. But if you don't make your product in America, which is your prerogative, then very simply you will have to pay a tariff, differing amounts, but a tariff which will direct hundreds of billions of dollars and even trillions of dollars into our treasury to strengthen our economy and pay down debt.
This seems to be a solution for everything. Pretty soon, Trump will be taxing the sun for selling light. But it's not just him. Argentina's president went a step ahead. His name is Javier Milei. Milei did not just target mainstream economic thought, he also targeted new cultural ideas, calling wokeism a cancer.
The common denominator for the countries and institutions that are failing is the mental virus of woke ideology. It is the great pandemic of our time that needs to be cured. It is the cancer that must be cut out. Wokeism also manifests itself through the sinister radical ecologism under the climate change flag.
Both Trump and Milei are disruptors. Their policy is to dismantle the status quo, whether it's firing government employees or rejecting climate action or using tariffs to protect your economy. For decades, this was seen as counterproductive. Tariffs increase prices at home. They also stifle competition in the long run. Yet, it has found a lot of takers, including the new president of the world's largest economy. Now, this raises two questions. One, why are people embracing these disruptors? And two, does this strategy work? The first question has a simple answer. Because the established norms failed. We were told that free trade and globalization would solve everything, that alliances would keep people safe, and that wars were a thing of the past. But all of that collapsed in the last few years. Inflation rose to record highs, 2 full-blown wars broke out, and the status quo completely failed. So naturally, people looked for something new, someone who could shake things up. Enter the likes of Milei and Trump. They came with radically new ideas about politics and finances. So the rise of disruptors is not happening in a vacuum. It's happening because the status quo failed. Which brings us to the second question. How does the strategy work? Most of it is shock and awe. You challenge or change long-standing norms, even if they don't mean much. I'll give you an example. Donald Trump has renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Does it solve inflation? No, it doesn't. Does it create jobs? No, it doesn't. But does it give the impression of bold policy making? Yes, it does. This creates an aura around disruptors. People become wary of their next moves. Just look at Joe Biden and Trump. Biden proposed a Gaza ceasefire deal in May 2024. Israel rejected it. For more than 7 months, they did not take the deal. But last week, they agreed to the very same deal. Do you know why? Because Biden was a status quo president and Trump was not. So Israel was scared of possible repercussions. That's one key part of the art of disruption, the air of mystery. The other key part is distraction. Look at Milei's policy in Argentina. He has cut 30,000 government jobs. He has cancelled subsidies. He has devalued the national currency. As a result, inflation has come down. In December 2023, it was 25%. In December 2024, it was just 2.7%. It's great news, right? Milei keeps talking about these economic victories. He credits his radical ideas for the drop in inflation. But here's the flip side. 5 million Argentinians were pushed into poverty by his measures. Public transport is 300% more expensive. Why? Because no subsidies. And public hospitals are overflowing with patients. Why? Because no one can afford private care. This is usually how disruptors work. I'm not saying all of them distract and divert, but most of them do. And what comes after the disruption? Well, right now, we are seeing the formation of a global alliance, a partnership of sorts between disruptors. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Javier Milei, Viktor Orban, all of them are joining hands. They're not just breaking the old status quo, they want to replace it with their own. We've seen that in Elon Musk's X. His stated goal was to promote free speech, but today, X is a largely conservative platform. So being a disruptor alone is not enough. You need the right intentions and the right ideas. If not, it will be more of the same. This Sunday, India will celebrate its Republic Day. It was on this day 76 years back that India adopted its constitution. And as always, an important foreign dignitary will attend this event as chief guest. This year, India has invited the President of Indonesia, Prabowo Subianto. He touched down in New Delhi last night. He'll be the fourth Indonesian leader to receive the honor. Indonesian troops will take part in Sunday's parade. Subianto is being accompanied by a 352-member marching contingent. Interestingly, the visit almost did not happen. Subianto had plans to visit Pakistan after India. New Delhi did not like the idea. He seems to have dropped it now and seized the opportunity that this visit presents. Indonesia is an important ally for India in Southeast Asia. It is a relationship rooted in history and shared culture. Our next report tells you more.
Cultural connections are a powerful tool in diplomacy. They allow nations to find common ground, even across diverse beliefs. India and Indonesia share such a bond. It's built on a shared heritage. Indonesia has the world's largest Muslim population, yet influences from Hinduism are deeply ingrained in its culture and traditions. The Indian epic Ramayana was adapted in the country centuries ago. Since 1961, the Ramayana ballet has been performed on the island of Java. Even today, it shapes the beliefs and practices of many Indonesians. There are temples to Hindu gods scattered across Indonesian islands. One can still spot Sanskrit names on different establishments. And in the past, Indonesia has issued several postal stamps inspired by the Ramayana. They feature the Hindu gods Ram, Sita and Hanuman. These historical connections laid the foundation for India's relationship with Indonesia. India was the first major country to recognize Indonesia in 1946. In 1950, New Delhi hosted President Sukarno for its first ever Republic Day. Prabowo Subianto now has an opportunity to build on this legacy. He's the chief guest for this year's Republic Day. Prabowo is the fourth Indonesian president to receive the honor. He'll spend 4 days in India and attempt to make meaningful strides in the relationship. Defense would be a major area of focus for him. A deal is in the works. Indonesia is interested in buying the BrahMos missile from India. These are supersonic missiles which can be launched from land, air or sea. India developed the BrahMos along with Russia. Indonesia is interested in procuring this weapon, specifically the shore-based version of the missile. They can be mounted on warships. Beyond defense, Prabowo is keen on strengthening ties in other areas too, like digital technology. Indonesia is particularly inspired by India's Aadhaar. It was started as a unique identity system, but today Aadhaar has become the backbone for the delivery of public services to the people. Indonesia is keen on learning from India's experience. From New Delhi's perspective, connectivity remains a key priority. For years, India and Indonesia have been pursuing a connectivity project. The plan involves linking India's Andaman Islands with Indonesia's Aceh region. This would significantly boost trade between both sides. But progress on the project remains stalled. New Delhi would be eager to revive it. Trade, defense and security may shape ties in the modern age, but it is the historical connections that form the bedrock of this partnership. Indonesia is also home to a sizable Indian diaspora. These links only enhance the possibilities for a deeper collaboration.
They say no matter what you make, the Chinese can copy it better. It rings true for the AI industry too. For years, artificial intelligence has been America's playground. The US had a clear head start. They built cutting-edge chatbots. They integrated AI into nearly every facet of our lives. But now it seems China is closing the gap. They've rolled out new AI models on par with their Western counterparts and, more importantly, at a fraction of the cost. So how did Beijing pull it off, and what does this mean for the AI race? Last month, a Chinese startup sent shockwaves through the AI world. It's called DeepSeek. They launched an AI model, DeepSeek V3, and it made headlines. It solves problems, codes programs, and even tackles intricate questions. And here's the kicker. It is on par with the likes of OpenAI's ChatGPT and Google's Gemini. And that's not all. This week, DeepSeek took it even further. They unveiled a groundbreaking AI reasoning model. It's called R1. Its performance is right up there with OpenAI's latest models. And the best part, it is free. So where did DeepSeek come from? The company spun out of a hedge fund. Until 2023, no one knew its name, but their first model turned heads. Now the second one is captivating the tech world. R1 is an open weight model, meaning researchers can dig into the algorithm, they can study it and build on it. The training data is not available. Even so, it's still on par with industry standards. Now here's where it gets stunning. The budget. DeepSeek does not have deep pockets. The estimated cost to train these models is around $6 million. Compare that to Meta's Llama, which uses upwards of $60 million. That's 10 times more. What about the chips that DeepSeek used? They weren't top of the line. They relied on NVIDIA's H800 GPUs, one of its less advanced chips. And it's not just about DeepSeek. Alibaba, Tencent, ByteDance, Moonshot, and 01 AI, they're all closing the gap. They're releasing AI models. They're matching the capabilities of US counterparts. But here's the game changer. They're not only on par, they're also cost efficient. And the best part, they're offering it for free. All of this is not a fluke. These advances are a direct response. Washington has long tried to curb China's tech industry. Tariffs, sanctions, restricting access to technology, they've tried everything. The rationale was simple. Without powerful chips and tech, China would struggle. They won't be able to develop AI systems. They would lag behind in the AI race. That's what America hoped for. But the restrictions had an unintended consequence. They triggered a wave of ingenuity. China was denied access to top-tier hardware, so engineers focused on maximizing efficiency. They trained smaller, specialized models. They chose efficiency over brute computing power, and the result is out there for the world to see. DeepSeek is the biggest example. It puts the West on the back foot. If China can make AI systems at a fraction of the cost, why can't they do the same? If Beijing's models are free, why is America charging for them? So for Washington, this presents a quandary. Trump started with tech restrictions on China in his first term as president. Joe Biden doubled down on them. Now Trump plans to add more, all to keep China lagging behind. But China seems to have flipped the script, which raises a question. Are tighter sanctions turbocharging the very progress they aim to suppress? The answer is far from clear, but what is certain is that the AI race is entering a new phase. It's no longer just about who has the best technology. It's also about who can do more with less. Our next story is about an iceberg that is visible from space. The world's biggest iceberg. It is about 1 trillion tons of ice. It is as big as the state of Kerala in India, or twice the size of Greater London in the UK, and it is making a beeline for British land. The giant iceberg is sprinting forward, ready to slam into a remote British island off Antarctica. And this is raising concerns among scientists. But why is this happening, and is it a sign of things to come? Here's a report.
Have you ever taken a crash course? No matter what it was, it wouldn't even come close to the crash course this iceberg is taking. Because this is A23A, the queen of icebergs, the largest iceberg on Earth and one of the world's oldest. It's about 4,000 square kilometers big. If you're in India, that's the size of Kerala. And if you're in the United States, it's as big as Rhode Island. And it's so huge that it's visible from space. But fanfare aside, This iceberg has just delivered some distressing news. It's on a collision course. Think a giant Game of Thrones-like wall lumbering towards an island, because that's exactly what it looks like. This trillion-ton slab of ice is sprinting towards South Georgia, a remote island off Antarctica. It's a British territory and a wildlife haven. For now, the two are about 280 kilometers away from each other. But the iceberg is moving at such a speed that it could slam into the island any day and smash it into pieces, killing countless penguins, seals and birds. And it's all thanks to us. You see, this colossus was carved from Antarctica's Filchner ice shelf in 1986. After it broke, it got stuck in the seafloor. It remained there for about 30 years. Finally, in 2020, it broke free and started speeding into oblivion. Since then, it has continued its journey north. By 2023, it had already made rapid progress. In 2024, it got stuck in an ocean trap and started spinning. This went on for 8 months. And now finally, the iceberg is free again and ready for chaos. While the iceberg has covered more than 3,000 kilometers within this span of time, it has melted, broken off and sped up because of human-caused climate change. As oceans are warming, temperatures are soaring and Antarctica is becoming more unstable. More giant ice sheets are breaking away and posing a threat.
It's very much like the wildfire story you hear. So wildfires are completely natural things that happen, but the frequency with which they happen has increased dramatically due to climate change. And the same can be said of icebergs and just ice loss for the Antarctic continent.
So the world's biggest iceberg is cruising uncontrollably. What's happening now is just as scary as it is spectacular, and it's yet another proof of how humanity is on thin ice.
Before we begin our last story tonight, let's do some prep work. Open your mind's nose, pardon the pun, and picture this. Hot garbage, a dead possum on the roof, or burning cat food. I know I'm painting with words, but this is what people say when they smell the corpse flower. Yes, that is the name, corpse flower. It takes a decade to bloom, it smells like death. And it has too many fans the world over. Guess beauty lies in the nose of the beholder. Because as we speak, Australia is going wild for this stinky flower. They have affectionately dubbed it Putricia, inspired by the word putrid. Now, Putricia is housed in the Royal Botanic Gardens of Sydney, where she has taken her own sweet time, or shall I say stinky time, to flower. And finally, after 15 years, she is unfurling. She is releasing a potent smell and enthralling tens of thousands of people.
The flower is beautiful. The smell was like hot garbage.
It smells like something is rotting, but like a socks.
Think about the last time that you were in the gym with a lot of really sweaty dudes. Yeah.
Roses would be ideal, wouldn't it? No, clearly a dead body.
You see, Putricia belongs to a rare plant species, the Titan arum. It is native to the rainforests of Sumatra in Indonesia, and it has the world's biggest flower structure. It can grow up to 10 feet tall and weigh up to 150 kilos. When in bloom, the plant emits a strong odor, which is often compared to decaying flesh. While humans hate the smell, sometimes to the point of nausea, this odor is crucial for the giant plant. It is a survival mechanism. It tricks pollinators into landing on what they think is rotten meat. But tricks or not, the hype around this plant is another thing altogether. It has become a cult hero. Putricia's bloom in Australia is being linked, or likened rather, to Sydney's 2000 Olympics.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's overwhelming, of course. We've had, over 20,000 people come through already before it even opened.
People from Australia and abroad are waiting in line for hours just to get a few minutes with the corpse flower. Visitors stay until midnight to catch a glimpse because, like a fine wine, the flower's strength or stench only gets stronger. Once they're in, fans take selfies with Putricia. Children marvel at her height and only the brave ones do not cover their noses. But then there are those who can't make it in person. So they're joining Patricia's live stream, which has captivated the internet and engaged people like Peppa Pig does toddlers, sparking online fan clubs, spawning jokes and spurring new lingo like BBTB or Blessed Be the Bloom.
I've been watching Patricia for a week on the live stream non-stop while I'm working. Hope my boss isn't watching this. Just on the live stream on the side, waiting for her to pop open. And I saw her today and I was like, I've got to get into the city. I was at home. I was like, get on the train. I'm going to see her.
But what's so compelling about Patricia? Will you wait for hours to smell a rotten carcass? Hopefully the answer is no. But what is it about this corpse flower then? For starters, it is quite rare. And it blooms once in 10 to 15 years for only one day, so its bloom is a special occasion. Secondly, the flower is a botanical oddity. The crimson skirt, the gigantic size, the horrid smell and the heat. Apparently, this plant is as hot as the human body, so it is all kinds of strange. This fascinates us, and scientists say this is good for us and the plant because sadly, the corpse flowers are endangered. There are fewer than 1,000 of them the world over. Over the past century, their population has halved thanks to humans. But now, our very fandom is boosting the plant's popularity. It is increasing conservation efforts, and the plant is helping us as well. Because sometimes, when life gets tough, something on the internet captures our collective attention. It bonds us, it gives us joy. We saw this recently with Mu Deng, the cute Thai hippo. We saw this in 2017 as well with April the giraffe. When she gave birth, thousands logged in to witness it online. That was shortly after Donald Trump began his first term as president. And now Patricia is here, a few days after Trump takes office again. And we are not implying anything, no relation here whatsoever. But the point is, sometimes these distractions can be helpful. They unite us. They allow us to check out for a bit. They help us honor nature, and they prove that sometimes life may stink, but it is worth it. It's been 5 days of Donald Trump, and entertainment has already returned to the White House. Trump has begun diplomatic engagements. He's taking phone calls from world leaders, speaking virtually at global forums and threatening rivals with tariffs. Like we said yesterday, Trumplomacy is underway. Now, we realize some of you may not know what that means, or you may not remember his first presidency. So we've got a crash course for you. Here's a look at Trump, the statesman from the last decade.
We do have a very special relationship. In fact, I'll get that little piece of dandruff off. That little piece. We have to make him perfect. He is perfect.
He don't look good, we don't look good. This is our president. He has to be the freshest, the flyest planes.
Well, that's really good. And you just have a good time. Are you still a believer in Santa? Because at 7 it's marginal, right? Well, you just enjoy yourself. Full faith in our intelligence agencies. Whoops, they just turned off the light. That must be the intelligence agencies.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Schools, bookshops and theatres shut down in Serbia as thousands protest against the government. Drone footage shows the state of Gaza's mosques before and after the war, and Indonesia brings back precious jewels and beautiful statues looted from the country. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1966, an Air India flight 101 from Mumbai to London crashed near the Mont Blanc summit. The crash killed all 117 passengers on board. Among the victims was Homi Bhabha, the father of India's nuclear program. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend.
Wah, ada yang lepas nih.
Hello, everyone. You're watching Firstpost America. I'm Eric Hammond. We're live in Washington, D.C. We end the week exploring Donald Trump's first few days back in the White House and how it's playing out beyond the nation's capital. We begin in the United States, where President Donald Trump faces his first roadblock after a judge blocked his executive order ending birthright citizenship in the United States. Judge John Kofenauer, a federal justice in Seattle, has called the presidential executive order blatantly unconstitutional. This comes after at least 24 Democratic states sued to block the order, citing that it violates the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. Now, the 14th Amendment states that all persons born or naturalized on U.S. soil are subject to the jurisdiction thereof and are citizens of the United States. However, President Trump is attempting to upend black letter law by providing citizenship only to children born in the country where one parent is already a citizen or a green card holder. For now, the executive order has been blocked temporarily, with Democrats calling this move by the White House a violation of the rights that are guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution.
We are thrilled that the court saw the seriousness and the urgency of the complaints and requests for a temporary restraining order brought by the state of Washington, Oregon, Arizona, and Illinois, and are thrilled that the judge issued a temporary restraining order directing the United States government to take no further action in enforcing and implementing the unconstitutional and un-American executive order attempting to eliminate birthright citizenship in America. This is step one, but to hear the judge from the bench say that in his 40 years as a judge, he has never seen something so blatantly unconstitutional, sets the tone for the seriousness of this effort.
The temporary block does have a nationwide impact and will be applicable for at least 14 days, preventing federal agencies from implementing or enforcing the executive order.
Well, as we laid out today, so we moved for a temporary restraining order, which has a nationwide impact. The next step will be at a preliminary injunction, which will allow for more thorough briefing. The TRO that was issued today has a 14-day effective date. So for 14 days, the United States government can take no further action implementing or enforcing this order. Well, we will be back in court, as will many other people across the country.
Meanwhile, President Trump said he will appeal the decision by the Seattle judge.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, a U.S. judge temporarily blocks the birthright citizenship order. Do you have any reaction?
No, obviously we'll appeal it. They put it before a certain judge in Seattle, I guess, right? And there's no surprises with that judge.
Now, as the battle over birthright citizenship heats up, the Republicans have introduced legislation in Congress that will codify President Trump's birthright executive order into law. It looks like this is just the beginning of a legal battle that could only be settled by the Supreme Court. Staying in the United States, on Thursday, President Donald Trump said he always had a great relationship with Chinese President Xi Jinping. The commander-in-chief spoke about the call with his Chinese counterpart last week, where the two discussed TikTok, Taiwan, and trade.
He called me, but I see it very good. I think that we're going to have a very good relationship. All we want is fairness. We just want a level playing field. We don't want to take advantage. We've been having massive deficits with China. Biden allowed it to get out of hand. He's $1.1 trillion deficit. It's ridiculous.
Now, separately speaking to Fox News, President Trump said he would rather not put any tariffs on China, then went on to say that his tariffs do have tremendous power. Now, this is, of course, a major U-turn from the commander-in-chief's previous intentions about handling the trade imbalance with the world's second largest economy. In fact, throughout his re-election campaign, Donald Trump threatened Beijing with tariffs ranging between 10 and 25%. Meanwhile, China has repeated its willingness to work with the Trump administration to avoid a trade war that would be centered around tariffs.
China's position on the tariff issue is consistent. Tariff measures are not conducive to China and the United States, nor to the entire world. China is willing to work with the United States to promote the development of China-U.S. economic and trade relations in a stable, healthy, and sustainable direction in accordance with the principles of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation.
Meanwhile, President Trump said that he wants China to play a more proactive role in ending the war between Russia and Ukraine. Now, it must be noted that during the re-election campaign, the Republican had vowed to end the war on day one of taking office.
Hopefully China can help us stop the war with, in particular, Russia, Ukraine. They have a great deal of power over that situation, and we'll work with them. And I mentioned that during our phone conversation with President Xi, and hopefully we could work together and get that stopped.
Meanwhile, the status of TikTok remains uncertain despite President Trump helping prevent the popular Chinese-owned app from shutting down. A nationwide ban on the app was extended by 75 days on the 19th of January. However, finding an American buyer still remains a challenge. The President Xi reportedly raised the issue of TikTok with President Trump, and the two leaders have agreed to find a solution soon. Once an advocate for banning TikTok, President Trump has now taken to liking the app. Similarly, President Trump was once quick to threaten China with tariffs, but is now reconsidering his approach as he completes his first week in the White House. And staying with President Trump's U-turns, the commander-in-chief said that he hoped the Iranian nuclear crisis could be solved without military confrontation. Now, while speaking to reporters from the Oval Office, President Trump said that it would be good for the Middle East if Israel doesn't carry out airstrikes against Iranian nuclear sites. The president also added that he'd like to offer a deal to Tehran and hope that the Islamic regime takes it. However, he went on to clarify that it would be okay even if Iran declined the offer.
I would say Iran is a different story. I will be honest with you. Iran is a whole different thing. That's a religious deal that is very dangerous.
That's
very, very
theocracy.
dangerous.
Now, President Trump's erratic foreign policy towards Iran goes back to his first term in office. Then he sanctioned Iran and withdrew from the nuclear pact signed between Tehran and world powers back in 2015. That curtailed the Islamic regime's nuclear ambitions in exchange for economic benefits. In 2018, President Trump accused Iran of spreading terrorism in the Middle East, and his airstrike order on a senior Iranian general in 2020 plunged bilateral relations to an all-time low.
The Iranian regime supports terrorism and exports violence, bloodshed, and chaos across the Middle East. That is why we must put an end to Iran's continued aggression and nuclear ambitions. They have not lived up to the spirit of their agreement. In a few moments, I will sign a presidential memorandum to begin reinstating U.S. nuclear sanctions on the Iranian regime. We will be instituting the highest level of economic sanction. Any nation that helps Iran in its quest for nuclear weapons could also be strongly sanctioned by the United States. America will not be held hostage to nuclear blackmail.
Now the Mercurial Commander-in-Chief is backtracking on his previous demand for direct strikes on Iranian nuclear sites, despite calling for them just 3 months ago during his re-election campaign.
They asked him, what do you think about Iran? Would you hit Iran? And he goes, as long as they don't hit the nuclear stuff. That's the thing you want to hit, right? I said, I think he's got that one wrong. Isn't that what you're supposed to hit?
Now, Trump has also accused Iran of trying to assassinate him and threatened to blow the country to smithereens.
We've been threatened very directly by Iran, and I think you have to let them know, because the best way to do it is through the office of the president, that you do any attacks on former presidents or candidates for president, your country gets blown to smithereens, as we say.
Not even in office a full week, and already Donald Trump is making contradictory statements on Iran, despite once calling for the complete destruction of the Middle Eastern nation. President Donald Trump's controversial policies have been hitting the LGBTQ community very, very hard. In fact, on Thursday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio reportedly issued a directive ordering his staff to halt all passport applications with the X sex marker. Americans who don't identify as either male or female use this marker on federal documents for the past 3 years. However, with the Trump administration now only recognizing male and female genders, it seems like the existence of the gender-neutral sex marker has come to an end. Here's more from Foggy Bottom.
Hi, Donald John Trump.
U.S. President Donald Trump's return to the White House is nothing short of a nightmare for the transgender community. Day by day, his administration is rolling out measures to crack down on the rights of transgenders and snatch away their identity. On Thursday, Trump's Secretary of State Marco Rubio reportedly ordered his staff to halt all passport applications in the U.S. which have X written where they're supposed to mention their sex. The marker signals that the person does not identify as either male or female. Now, any applicant seeking to change their sex marker will not be entertained as well. But that's not all. Rubio also directed his staff to use sex instead of gender on federal documents, including passports, visas, global entry cards, and consular report of birth abroad documents. Rubio's order concluded that an individual's sex is not changeable, forcing trans people to use the marker they were assigned at birth. The directive changing millions of lives comes after the inauguration of the new president, where he said the U.S. government will officially recognize only two genders, that is, male and female.
This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Trump also signed an executive order on the first day of his presidency narrowing down gender identity and imposing biological classification on people who do not want to be perceived like that anymore. Meanwhile, it is unclear that what will happen to the current passports which already have an X marker. But what's clear is that Trump's executive order is dismantling former President Joe Biden's efforts to be more inclusive of America's gender identification. The State Department began issuing the X marker on passports in 2022 after a long legal battle by Dana Zim, a non-binary and intersex US Navy veteran, who sued the government over the gender-neutral marker issue back in 2015.
On Transgender Day of Visibility today, the United States affirms that transgender rights are human rights. We celebrate the achievements and resilience of transgender, non-binary, gender-conforming persons around the world. We recognize their bravery and their hard-fought work for equality, inclusion, and the full recognition of their human rights. We celebrate the diverse expressions of gender and full diversity of gender identities around the world. We also want to highlight, as the Secretary announced in a statement earlier today, the historic milestone the Department has reached in its work to better serve all U.S. citizens regardless of their gender identity. Starting on April 11th, U.S. citizens will be able to select an X as their gender marker on their U.S. passport application, and the option will become available for other forms of documentation next year.
Till now, Americans were not required to match their marker with their gender on citizenship documents, photo IDs, or medical documentation. However, with Trump coming to power again, Biden's fast-moving progressive gender policies have been put into reverse gear.
And we end the week with Trump's new bestie, Elon Musk. The billionaire buddy of President Donald Trump is witnessing a decline in his popularity in the United States. In fact, a recent poll reveals that tech mogul's popularity took a nosedive after assuming charge of the Department of Government Efficiency. Half of the population doesn't want Musk to advise President Trump on federal budget cuts. However, despite this, the world's richest man continues to hold an influential grip on Donald Trump's inner circle. Our final report has the latest.
Elon Musk, the world's richest man.
Yes!
The leader of several successful tech companies and a crucial ally of President Donald Trump.
Victory feels like. Yeah!
From dominating the front page headlines to securing an office at the White House, Musk has done it all. And his influence is such that his one tweet can make or break a deal. But do Americans treat him equally important, like the newly inaugurated president? Well, the latest poll tells a different story. According to the Wall Street Journal, the tech billionaire's popularity is dwindling.
Yeah! Take over, Elijah!
He is not as favorable as he was before the November presidential election. Half of the American population doesn't want Musk to advise Trump on crucial matters like budget cuts, even though he is now the sole head of the Department of Government Efficiency. Only 39% people think Musk feeding Trump ideas on government spending is actually a good thing.
Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning.
But how did Trump's apple of the eye reach here? First things first, Musk's appointment as a White House advisor has polarized public opinion. His firms hold billions of dollars worth of government contracts, raising doubts about conflict of interest. Musk's political leaning has also turned away some of his former supporters, as only 6% of Democrats feel positively about him. Additionally, his recent social media moderation policies promoting divisive and extremist content on X have also irked many.
Come here, Elon!
Interestingly, Musk's popularity decline isn't limited to the US. A YouGov poll shows 71% of Brits hold negative opinions about the Tesla CEO. Musk's interference in the UK politics and contentious remarks about Prime Minister Keir Starmer have contributed to the negative sentiment. But even with waning popularity, it's no secret that Musk continues to hold immense power in Trump's inner circle. Reports say Musk was the main reason behind Vivek Ramaswamy's divorce with Doge. And he recently picked a fight with Sam Altman, challenging Trump's support to OpenAI's $500 billion AI project.
Related to your AI, EO, just hours after you made that big Stargate announcement, Elon Musk tweeted that they don't actually have the money. Is that true?
I don't know if they do, but they're putting up the money. The government's not putting up anything. They're putting up money. They're very rich people, so I hope they do. And I mean, Elon doesn't like one of those people, so.
Are you worried that AI is going to replace many American jobs? Does that worry you?
No, it's going to create tremendous numbers of jobs. It's going to also create a lot of benefits medically for cancer research and other things. It's going to have a huge positive impact. And we're ahead of China now because of what I'm doing. And I think it's going to be very successful.
And with the president endorsing him as a prominent figure in both business and politics, a little downward trend of popularity doesn't seem to hurt Musk at all.
That's First Post America for this Friday. I'm Eric Ham signing off in Washington, D.C. Thanks again, everyone, for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's take a look at our top story. Is Turkey becoming Africa's mediator? After successfully resolving a dispute between neighbors Ethiopia and Somalia, it wants to mediate between neighbors Rwanda and the DRC, who are locked in political confrontation fueled by an insurgency near their borders. Now, Rwanda's President Paul Kagame met with his Turkish counterpart Recep Tayyip Erdogan as he made an official visit to Ankara 2 days ago. It is the first such visit by a Rwandan head of state to Turkey. During the talks, Erdogan pitched the offer of playing a peacemaker. He said his country is ready to provide any support needed to resolve the rift between the two nations. The Democratic Republic of Congo accuses Rwanda of backing the M23 rebels, who have waged an insurgency in the country's east for years. They are fighting to take control of the mineral-rich North Kivu province, which borders Rwanda. The rebels have advanced in the province, reaching near the provincial capital of Goma. The crisis has forced people to leave their homes as the fall of Goma seems near. Thousands are fleeing the DRC on overcrowded boats, while the hospitals in the area have been overwhelmed as casualties from the fighting continues to grow. So far, the mediation efforts between both sides were led by Angola. However, the efforts have not been successful. The talks between the two nations were called off last month, and the situation on the ground is worsening. The hopes for peace in the region were fading day by day. But enter Erdogan. Erdogan has pitched his model of diplomacy that has worked in Africa. Rwanda's president has hailed the diplomatic efforts of Turkey to help broker peace between Horn of Africa neighbors Ethiopia and Somalia. The two were locked in a year-long dispute over a port deal Addis Ababa had signed with Somalia's breakaway region, Somaliland. The deal was to access Somaliland's port and coastline in exchange for recognizing the territory as an independent nation. Turkey, which is a close ally of Somalia, led the talks between the two nations, leading them to sign the Ankara Declaration last month. Both the sides agreed to resolve the differences and to leave behind contentious issues. The deal emerged as a major win for Erdogan. But that's not it. Earlier, Erdogan also pitched to resolve disputes between Sudan and the UAE. The Sudan army accuses the UAE of backing the rival paramilitary force, the RSF, which has been fighting a brutal civil war with the army for almost 2 years. Sudan Army Chief positively received the idea. Now Ankara wants to resolve the years-long rift between the DRC and Rwanda. So while major players that Russia, the United States and China are indulging in military and economic activity in Africa to increase their influence, Turkey is choosing the path of peacemaking. Turkish diplomacy could play a major role in improving its global standing. But peacemaking is not the only way Ankara is increasing its footprint in Africa. In recent years, it has sold attack drones to several African nations, including Chad, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. It has signed oil exploration deals with countries like Somalia and Senegal. It has free trade agreements with countries like Tunisia, Egypt, Morocco, and Mauritius. Turkey has invested heavily across Africa in recent years. Turkey's direct investments were over $7 billion last year, while total trade surpassed $35 billion. Turkey also has good ties with both Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. So could there be another win for Turkish diplomacy in Africa? For more on this, we have with us Vincent Roget, who is the head of political risk for Africa at the Control Risks, and he is joining us live from London. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me, Alison.
Now, given Turkey's recent success in mediating the dispute between Ethiopia and Somalia, what unique approach or strategy does Turkey bring to conflict resolution that could be effective in addressing the tensions between the DRC and Rwanda?
Thanks, Alison. Well, so first, I think we should say this is new territory for Turkey. The Turkish mediation offer is unprecedented for this region, and throughout the history of conflict in the Great Lakes region, this is the first time that we've seen Turkey try to play a key role as a mediator. And it does come with some credibility, mostly from the success of the talks between Ethiopia and Somalia, as you alluded to, but also from the fact that it does bring economic heft as a leading investor in the two countries. So in Rwanda, it accounts for about 15% of total foreign investment. In Congo, it's also emerged as a prominent investor. We've seen, for example, Turkish firms build an economic and trade center in Kinshasa just recently. And so there is a combination of personal involvement by President Erdogan. We know that he was himself instrumental to the talks between Ethiopia and Somalia. The economic backing and also the fairly benign image that the Turkish diplomacy benefits in this part of Africa. But I think for this particular conflict, it also comes at an extremely difficult time. And as you reported, as we speak, the M23, the rebel group, is advancing on Goma, has made rapid progress. So the time isn't exactly ripe for mediation, or at least for a deep mediation process that would look at addressing the underlying causes of the conflict.
And Vincent, on that, just how significant is the role of international mediators like Turkey in resolving these long-standing conflicts, such as the DRC's accusations against Rwanda over this exact thing M23 rebels support, especially when the regional efforts have faced challenges?
Yeah, so international mediators clearly have a major role to play in this dispute. You know, Congo has continually argued that this is not a domestic issue between the government and a rebel group, but that it is very much a bilateral conflict between itself and Rwanda that needs to be discussed and settled between the two governments with the help of mediators. And so that's why we've seen various mediation tracks, first in Nairobi, Kenya, then lately last year in Angola, and now the involvement of Turkey trying to add its own solution to the equation after the stalling of the talks in Angola. Behind the scenes, we've also seen other international players play a role, and most notably the US, up until last year, was being a very important mediator behind the scenes in avoiding escalation between the two parties. And we know that US discrete intervention was very important at, for example, deconfliction between the Rwandan and DRC armies in the region. So there's definitely a space for international support to the mediation. At the same time, there's also a risk that the more parties get involved in the talks, the more different tracks of mediation you have, and that also can become an obstacle to an effective resolution if too many players get involved without coherence between the different tracks. There's already something we saw as a bit of a problem between the Kenya track and the Angola track. And Turkey is going to have to pay attention, to not contribute to that problem with its own offer of mediation now.
Right, Vincent, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights and analysis on the latest on Turkey's mediation efforts.
Thank you very much, Alison.
Shifting focus to Kenya now, where it seems President William Ruto has landed in an embarrassing situation. In an unusual turn of events, some very high-profile appointees have turned down the offer to serve in his government. Over the last few months, several key figures have declined to work for Ruto, and the positions they are refusing are not some insignificant roles. They are some very key positions in the government. For example, chairperson of the National Transport and Safety Authority, Kenya's High Commissioner to Ghana. At least 2 people have refused this position. Then there is the chair of the Kenya Animal Genetic Resource Centre, the appointment to the Nairobi Rivers Commission, the appointment to the President's Task Force on Auditing Public Debt, and also the appointment to a Health Task Force. Despite the prestige associated with such roles, Ruto has struggled to fill them. These are some positions one would see as opportunities of a lifetime, but they have been declined due to a slew of reasons. Some have cited personal reasons, some are on maternity leave, some have simply declined after consulting with family and friends, and then some have been more vocal. Like Kenya's Law Society President, Faith Adhiambo, she declined an appointment to the Public Debt Task Force formed by Ruto, as she believed the task force is unconstitutional. Then the former MP, Victor Munyaka, declined a job to be the chairperson of the Kenya Animal Genetic Resource Centre. He cited the country's current political climate behind his decision. Kenya has been witnessing political tensions for the past few months. Things have worsened since Ruto's controversial move to raise taxes to increase revenue last year. This resulted in violent demonstrations. Public dissatisfaction has since continued to grow. In order to quell the anger, Ruto formed a broad-based government inviting opposition members to the cabinet. However, things are not going well with his new cabinet either. A key minister has publicly criticized the Ruto government over the wave of abductions in the country. Since the anti-tax protests last year, several government critics have been abducted in Kenya. Kenya's Public Service Cabinet Secretary said his son was also abducted last year, and he has alleged intelligence services' role behind it. There are reports of growing discontent within the cabinet and fears of resignations. Amidst this, a rejection of key appointments, signals wider dissatisfaction among insiders. Is a crisis simmering within the Ruto administration? And moving on to some news from South Africa, where a power outage brought an international airport to a standstill. Chaos, mayhem and confusion gripped the Cape Town International Airport as power cut disrupted flight operations, leaving travellers stranded. According to reports, several flights were delayed and subsequently cancelled, while the passengers were informed about the cancellations only upon arrival. The luggage of the travellers was reportedly taken off the aircraft as the power outage had also affected the fuel supplies. It interrupted the departure and arrival of both domestic and international flyers. The power failure was reportedly due to a damaged cable. The airport's Company of South Africa, or the AXA, issued a notice and advised passengers to contact their airlines for real-time updates on their flight schedules. The company also said that their technicians were working to restore power. AXA's spokesperson said that the operations continued on generator power even after the outage. However, the airport experienced a failure on the generators as well. The airline scheduled extra flights on Thursday to assist stranded passengers. On the other hand, the travellers claim that they were left in uncertainty, with many of them continuing to be stranded as they are yet to board their rescheduled flights. While others were worried about securing refunds from airlines for their cancelled flights, the passengers alleged that even during operational hours, the airport's air conditioner didn't seem to work. The scale of disruption was grim enough for the Irish embassy in the capital of Pretoria to issue a statement informing Irish nationals about the situation. The embassy urged the travellers to contact their airlines or tour operators for guidance on their travel plans. This is not the first time a South African airport plunged into crisis. The O.R. Tambo International Airport, which serves the twin cities of Johannesburg and Pretoria, saw similar chaos last month. A refueling system failure delayed flights at Africa's busiest airport. The flight operations resumed hours later. While glitches are bound to happen at such high operations running facilities, often the flyers end up being the lone cost bearers in times of crisis. They not only end up paying loads of extra money, but also face physical and mental harassment due to the disruptions in their travel. And our last story today is from Sudan, where the army-backed government has demonetized the old currency and introduced new 500 and 1,000 Sudanese pound notes. Aimed explicitly at making the funds looted by its rival, the paramilitary RSF, as worthless, the move has only compounded the suffering of the Sudanese population. It has led to long queues outside banks and has affected trade in several parts of the country. While many are criticizing the army for the hasty decision, the move leaves millions of people out of the financial sector, especially those living in regions controlled by the RSF. We get you all the details in our next report.
This is Sudan, a country in the northeast of Africa. It has been ravaged by a deadly civil war for nearly 2 years. The army and the paramilitary RSF have turned the entire country into a battleground. And each side has been wanting an upper hand over the other. In the midst of all this, the Sudan army, which controls the government, has come out with a new strategy to undermine its enemy and bolster its war chest. It has demonetized old banknotes and introduced new banknotes of 500 and 1,000 Sudanese pounds in 7 states under its control. Launched in December, the government claims this is to protect the national economy and combat criminal counterfeiters. However, it has come at a time when the country has been grappling with the worst humanitarian crisis. The war has, with the currency losing 3/4 of its value, driven half the population into hunger. Amid such a situation, the government's move has caused even more problems for the people. It has created long queues at banks and disrupted trade in the country. In Port Sudan, which is the army's wartime capital, residents have protested over the new banknotes. Some of them have had to spend days unsuccessfully trying to get the new currency. Unlike in previous currency exchanges, to receive the new 500 and £1,000 notes, people have had to deposit their old notes in a bank and are only then allowed to withdraw limited amounts daily. This process has dampened sales for traders as many people still lack the identification papers needed to open a bank account, while more lack smartphones for online transfers.
We lost our customers who buy from us in cash because of the change of the banknotes. Had it not been for our online sales on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, our sales would have been zero.
We work with fishermen. 3/4 of them do not have IDs, nor modern smartphones. We used to work with cash. All of our capital is deposited in the bank. When you need cash in the future, they won't give you. You might spend a whole day to get 50,000 or 100,000 Sudanese pounds.
The army-backed government has also promoted digital banking apps such as Bangkok. But many Sudanese cannot access them because of widespread telecommunication outages. Moreover, critics also claim that the impact of the decision has been to exclude the millions who remain in the RSF-controlled territories from the financial sector and render their savings useless, in effect splitting the whole country. Currently, due to the civil war, Sudan's western Darfur region and large parts of the south are under the RSF's control. While the army controls the north and east of the country, Greater Khartoum is carved up between them. Yet, despite the extensive criticism and protests, the government has continued to back its move, claiming it to be a success.
Exchanging banknotes has various goals, one of which is making sure that the stolen money which is accumulated by some entities has no value if it enters the banking system. We aim from exchanging banknotes to push citizens towards financial inclusion and online payment systems. This obliges people to open bank accounts. Thank God, hundreds of thousands open bank accounts.
But will this success and growing bank deposits help millions of Sudanese people come out of hunger and famine, or only boost the army's war efforts? Only time will tell.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching, have a great weekend, and goodbye.
From breaking news to the day's biggest controversies, shedding light on the world's top headlines, detailed analysis on the stories that matter the most to you. Catch it all on Spotlight at 6 p.m. India time and 12:30 GMT, only on Firstpost.